sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Welcome to New York's Adirondack Mountains for the 27th edition of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Nearly 80 of the world's top professional triathletes are lining up this morning for the 11th race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, which is offering a maximum of 5,000 points towards Pro Series standings, a share of $125,000 prize purse, and 4 of a precious 7 remaining Kona slots per gender. My name is Dee Dee Griesbauer, and I'm joined today in studio by the one and only Will McCloy. Will, welcome to Lake Placid.
Thanks, Dee Dee. Cannot wait for this one. Really interesting in so many ways, this race. Not only the conditions, and we'll get to that in just a second, but also, as you said, more than half the remaining Kona slots on offer. And there's still some big names who have yet to do the job. And not only that, but we pull out names like, as you can see there, 2 past winners, Matthew Marquardt on the left and Trevor Foley on the right. And you can see Trevor's covering the more business parts of that mullet with a beanie because it is cold out there, 12 degrees Celsius in the air, but 23 in the water. That's insane. And there's some really great storylines that we're going to cover in the lead up to this one, which is about 15 minutes or so away, you can see on the clock, but also across this incredible race.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some exciting first-timers here today. We'll see the Ironman debut for Paula Finley. That's been much anticipated and a couple of years now in the making. And as you said, Will, a lot of athletes still left to qualify, clinch those Kona slots. We see the return on the women's side of 2022 Ironman World Champion Chelsea Sodaro coming back after injury and surgery. And so it's going to be an exciting day on tap.
Yeah, it absolutely is. She just needs to validate, so I wonder how hard she is actually going to go. And I think they are Ben Canute's parents on the right-hand side there wearing the Canute ice hockey jerseys. He did this very first race back in 1999, and now he's watching his son take on. And let's remember that today's coverage is made possible by Experience Oman, the naming partner of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And, of course, we thank them for helping us bring all the action to you from Lake Placid. And, of course, all season long. We are in upstate New York, and it's a bit smoky at the moment with all the wildfires that are taking place in Canada, and all our thoughts go out to the Canadians affected by that. But this incredible place, the Adirondacks, 6 million acres, this big park here, the same size as Vermont, 3,000 lakes, 1,200 miles of rivers, plenty of peaks, 46 over 4,000 feet, and it's a really hilly course and a real favourite of the athletes.
Well, and let's just talk about the nostalgia. It's hard to be a sports fan and not be romantic about Lake Placid. Let's take a look at our professional men's field here today. As you mentioned, defending champion Matthew Marquardt. The year before, honors went to Trevor Foley. Martin Van Riel is certainly going to insert himself into the action here today as well.
Yeah, Christian Hogerhaug as well comes back after standing on the podium last year. And Rudy von Berg is a man that sometimes goes a little bit under the radar as well. Maybe it's because he doesn't have as much 70.3 pedigree, I suppose, but when it comes to an Ironman, he can't be counted out. Cameron Worth on the start line this time instead of dropping out late, which he tends to do. Thomas Gordon as well, he led out the swim last year, so we'll look for him to be very strong in the swim, see if he can add a good bike and run. John Reed there as well, and Scott Coombs is a late addition, only came in yesterday. Here's the pro women. Lisa Perter and Marta Sanchez are your two podium getters from last year behind Solveig Lofseth. Chelsea Sodaro we've talking about. I don't know what she's going to bring. And speaking of not knowing what an athlete's going to bring, a debut for Paula Finlay, one of the most accomplished swim, bike and runners over the last 15 years. Never done an Ironman. It's a big question mark.
It is a big question mark, but you can look at the talent and anticipate that it could be a very, very good day for Paula Finlay, especially on this course. And again, a lot of athletes looking to clinch those Kona slots. Fiona Moriarty, look for Lara Hernandez-Tome to lead out the swim. Exceptionally strong swimmer there. She debuted as a pro last year. Here is a look at our top 10.
Wearing the number M20, representing France, it is Paul Loiseau. Professional since 2023. Several top 10 middle distance results, 6 at the Ironman South Africa African Championship this year. Wearing the number M17, representing Australia, it is Cam Worth. Former Olympic rower to World Tour cyclist to Ironman champion, 17 Ironman podiums and 4 wins. Wearing the number M14, representing Germany, Frederik Funk. Born into a triathlon family, 10 middle distance wins, second to the 70.3 World Championship 2023, 5th and 7th in these long distance races. Now, please welcome, wearing the number M12, representing the USA, Ben Canute. The triathlon dream started here when his dad raced the first edition in 1999. 1270.3 podiums, 3 wins, and 3rd at Ironman Arizona last year. Wearing the number M10, representing the USA, it is Jason West. His Ironman debut here last year with a 2:37 marathon, 870.3 victories, and 5th at Ironman Lake Placid last year. Wearing the number M8, representing the USA, is Rudy von Berg. Also a father-inspired triathlete, 9-time 70.3 champion, 3-time Ironman champion, 3rd in Kona 2024, 5th at Ironman Texas in April this year. Wearing the M6, representing Denmark, it is Christian Hogenhaug. From Taekwondo and badminton to Ironman champion. 9 Ironman podiums, Ironman Hamburg champion 2019, 2nd at Ironman Lake Placid last year. Wearing the number M3, representing Belgium, it is Martin van Riel. 3-time Olympian, 6-time Ironman 70.3 champion, 2 Ironman podiums, 4th at Ironman World Championship Nice last year, 2nd at Ironman Texas in April this year. Wearing the number 2, representing the USA, it is Trevor Foley. 6-time 70.3 champion, your Ironman New Zealand champion this year, 3rd at Ironman Lake Placid last year with a run course record and owns the bike course record as well. And now, wearing the number 1 for the United States of America, it is Matthew Marquardt. 8 Ironman podiums, 3 wins, raced the Cape Epic this year, and a month later became the course record holder and Ironman African champion. He is your Ironman Lake Placid defending champion.
On to our women's professional field. Wearing bib number 13. She's racing in her 5th season as a professional, and in 2026 already has 1 Ironman top 20 finish under her belt. From Denmark, Shiva Leisner. Wearing bib number 12. She raced her first Ironman in 2024 and is fresh off a 5th place finish at Ironman Cairns. From Australia, Daniela Eberly. Wearing bib number 10. This year she placed top 10 at Ironman New Zealand, her debut at that distance, and is racing today for the first time in North America. From Great Britain, Rianne Hughes. Wearing bib number 9. She's the 2023 Mont Tremblant Ironman champion and placed 2nd at Ironman Arizona in 25. She's back to Lake Placid for the 3rd time. From the U.S., Rachel Zelinskis. Wearing bib number 8, she's one of the top female athletes at the Ironman 70.3 distance, proving that strength most recently with a dominant win at Happy Valley. Debuting at the Ironman distance here in Lake Placid from Canada, Paula Finley. Wearing bib number 6, she made the jump to the Ironman distance in 25 when she ran a record-setting run on this Lake Placid course. She's currently sitting 8th in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. From Canada, Tamara Jewett. Wearing bib number 5, she's been in the top 5 at each of her races so far this season, earning 3rd at Ironman 70.3 Happy Valley. She's currently 6th in the Ironman Pro Series. From Australia, Grace Steck. Wearing bib number 3, she's the 2022 Ironman World Champion, here for her first Ironman of the 2026 season. From the United States, Chelsea Sidaro. Wearing bib number 2, returning to Lake Placid after setting a record-setting bike split, earned 3rd place podium finish here last year and currently sits 10 in the Ironman Pro Series. From Spain, Marta Sanchez. And wearing bib number 1, after an exceptional 2025 season, earning her a top 3 Ironman Pro Series finish. She's already proving her form in 26 with a 5th place finish at Ironman Hamburg. From Austria, Lisa Perterer. And those are your professional athletes at this Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series at this Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
We now invite all our professionals.
20 extremely rugged up athletes there, Dee Dee Griesbauer. They're not coming out too early. They want to leave it to the last possible minute. There's a huge difference between the water temperature and the air temperature. We talked about 23 degrees Celsius in the water and then 54 Fahrenheit outside, so that's 12 degrees. There's going to be some really cold starts to this bike, especially for the athletes that are a little more slight, I guess.
Absolutely, and given the heat wave that's been going on across the U.S. and particularly the East Coast, this is going to be a little bit of a shock to the system for a lot of the U.S.-based athletes anyway that are sort of accustomed to training in the heat and humidity that this summer has brought to North America.
Yeah, that's what you want, though. If you're going to do the job in the Ironman Pro Series, like that man on screen, Trevor Foley, has been doing with a perfect 7,500 from 7,500 so far, you want to be able to tackle absolutely everything that the Ironman and half Ironman distance can throw at you. And speaking of that, let's have a look at the course map right now and what these athletes are going to have to take on. It's a beautiful swim, a really unique one as well in Mirror Lake, which is just to the northern area of Lake Placid, one of the 3,000 lakes in the Adirondacks, and we'll have a look at how it kicks off right now. 2 loops, 1.2 miles, so good for sighting. It's basically straight out and back. There's a little Aussie exit as well, you can see there, and then they'll head back into Mirror Lake for their second loop. It's freshwater, obviously, and there's a little rope underneath that's going to help you sight as well. Take us through the bike, Didi.
Absolutely. It's a long run to transitions, but once they make it there, they will take to the 2-loop Zoot bike course, which tours the majestic Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. Athletes leave town and head into the direction of Keene before riding deeper into the Green Mountain landscape until they get to Jay. They'll loop around North Jay and ride into the town of Wilmington. After a second loop with epic climbs and swooping descents, athletes will hit T2.
That's right. That's 180 kilometres, and none of that is easy. And if you can get to the end of the bike, which we hope all of the 4,600 athletes out there today do, the 2-loop 26.2-mile Hoka Marathon course will continue to challenge the athletes. It actually got harder, this course, when it became a Pro Series race in 2022. There's heaps of great scenery here and the history of the Winter Olympics. It's a fast downhill start, which can fry the quads, because then all the way back up after the turn at River Road, you climb back into town as well, and then you get to do it all again, and you finish back at the historic Olympic speed skating oval. But that, for all these athletes that are out there right now, is at a minimum 7 hours and 50 minutes away.
It's a long day. You got to cut it into tiny, more edible chunks. Let's take a look at our race day weather presented by our friends at Roca. 54 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 12 degrees Celsius for the air temperature. Water temperature 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit and 23 degrees Celsius. Our professionals obviously will be non-wetsuit. Our age groups will be wetsuit eligible for today's race.
That's right. It's usually a non-wetsuit swim, so that continues. The swim skins are on, though, but it's about getting out of that warm water and then getting out onto the bike and getting into the work and keeping that body temperature up as much as possible. The first lap on the swim, obviously the pros are out there on their own. Second lap, though, there's plenty of congestion as well, and that tends to break the field up significantly. So good swimmers will be looking to put time into the chases. Martin van Riel is the one of the only Europeans. Christian Hogenhaug out there as well, Freddie Funk, etc. But the main European out there that the rest of the Americans are looking at. Of course, it's the last time for an Ironman on US soil that can help you to qualify for the Ironman World Championships, of course, about a month away till Ironman Kalmar, which is the last opportunity. So the Pro Series really starting to take shape, and Van Riel is one of those guys that with another good result could really put himself up there amongst the Norwegians. The same for Trevor Foley as well. And then, of course, in the women's, athletes like Marta Sanchez and Lisa Perderer are looking to have another consistent race. And then just as Van Riel comes in as a wild card for the men, Paula Finlay comes in as a wild card for the women. And it'll be really interesting to see how those two attack this Ironman, one of whom is more of a veteran than the other, but both of whom are fresh to this course.
Well, right, and so much at stake. You know, do you be aggressive and see what you've got, or do you be a little conservative to preserve that Kona slot and that qualification to get to do it again in October? As we take a look at some of our ones to watch in the swim, some of our color-coded caps. Of course, Martin van Riel at the head of that, he'll be in that blue cap. Fraser Minikin in the pearly pink cap. Matthew Marquardt will be in the purple cap. Ben Canute in yellow. Gordon, who led out the swim here last year, he wears silver. Rudy von Berg in orange, and Schaefer will be in the green cap. And look at some of the chasers there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a classic race of two packs, this race, which is great, and it's always a really dynamic race because you've got these incredible bikers coming through, and it's about how much time those guys at the front, like Van Riel and Matthew Marquardt, can have a good swim and a good bike out the front. Whereas Hogenhaug, and to more of an extent is Trevor Foley, is how much time do they lose in the swim and how hard do they have to work on the bike to then make it up to these guys? Because athletes like Marquardt and Van Riel can take the race away from you, whereas some of those other uber swimmers are going to come back to those chasing bikers, and it's a question of where the gaps are. And Didi, you know the nerves around the start list, especially when you get into this middle part of the season. You've got some races in the bank. Some of these guys might not be 100% fit. Some of them haven't raced this race before. They don't know what to expect. We've got some curveballs with the smoke in the air, the temperatures as well. There's just the nerves are palpable in these couple of minutes before the start.
That's it, and we are just a couple of seconds away from the start of the Athletic Brew Ironman Lake Placid.
Athletes held on the start line.
And they're off.
Finally, the gun goes off, and they're into the water and into the work. And, you know, there's so much chat before the swim around the fact that there is a rope underneath the water. It's about 10 feet underneath that allows you to sight all the way, because this is an Olympic venue and holds a lot of different sports. So, but it's impossible to sight. It's okay when you're doing your practice swim, but there's so many athletes in the water. I think it's a lot harder than they realise, or the first-time athletes realise, and they're still going to need to sight out there and get into their work quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everyone talks about the sunken lane line there. It's used for the rowing in the summertime as a guide for the buoys, and talk about how, it's great. You can just sight off of that. The one blessing is that, you know, if you're not able to be right on top of the buoy, the person you're following inevitably will be. It is a pretty straightforward course. Historically hard for the pack to really split up because the water conditions are so favorable. Not a lot of chop, really easy sighting, really straightforward course. But you get into that second loop where there will be lapped athletes for the age groupers starting their first lap, that things get a little dicey there, but immediately off to the lead now. That looks to be Martin Van Riel with a great start. Again, we've got 3 primary leaders off the front as the followers fall in behind, looking for that great draft.
That is a very big gap between Van Riel at the front there and the athletes that are further back already, only after a couple of 100 metres. And Van Riel, he's an interesting one. I heard him speak, and you can see the Fighting Chance video on IRONMAN YouTube right now. And where there was a video that was him and Paula Finlay together, and Paula's like, I just want to see what it's like. You got the feeling that she might be a little conservative with how she goes out because there's some unknowns out there. Van Riel, on the other hand, was like, I just want to see how hard I can drill this swim and bike because I know that it's a tough one. There's tough conditions. I want to test myself before Kona, and he just got the feeling that he was going to absolutely hammer it. And this is exactly what he started out doing. And there's some athletes behind who are trying to go with him as well. And speaking of athletes down there on the ground, Hayley Chura is doing the hard work out there for us today while we kick back in the studio, and we want to bring her in across the telecast. Hayley, what's it been like down there thus far as we wait for the women to start?
They are mothers, they are daughters, they are sisters, and they are stronger than anything.
I am here on the beach in Mirror Lake, and the athletes are off. The pro athletes are in the water. It is a perfect morning here in Lake Placid. It's chilly. There's a little bit of cloud cover. The air quality is fantastic. It's crisp, and the vibe is electric. The 2,600 age groupers who are also on the beach just gave a huge cheer for the pro women who are about to start. And Didi and Will, I am so excited to see how this race plays out. This lake is spectacularly beautiful. It is by perfect swim conditions. A little chilly, but not too chilly, perfect in a swim skin, and really pool-like conditions, as you mentioned. I think we're going to see some really fast times on this course today. People to watch in the swim, I think we're already seeing the men string out a little bit, and I think that's a little exciting. I want to see who's driving this swim. I'm expecting we'll see like Ben Canute. He's someone who loves to make an honest swim. And then the women, we have an incredible field of women here, some former collegiate swimmers, people who are very close to my heart as I'm also a former collegiate swimmer. And I just, it's a long day, but it starts here in the water, and it's definitely going to be a fantastic start to the day. I think we have these age groupers out here. They're cheering for every pro that they can. I've talked to a few volunteers. They have come from all over the world just to volunteer and be at this race, and it's just an incredible atmosphere. But I'll throw it back now to you in the studio.
Ladies.
That's good, Hayley. An exciting morning down there. I had a chat with Hayley Chura before the race started. She had a little bit of FOMO being there, having never raced this in her professional career, and asking me, why didn't you tell me to get to Lake Placid as we take a look at our professional women lining up for the start. Some of our ones to watch: Lara Hernandez-Tome, a collegiate swimmer herself; Rachel Zelinskis, also a very high-level collegiate swimmer; Marta Sanchez has some extraordinary swims. She had a great swim here last year. Look for that to be your lead pack. And then the chasers will be Emily Pincus, Chelsea Sodaro, Paula Finlay in her Ironman debut, Lisa Percher, and Grace Tech. Look for them to be in the main chase pack behind that lead group of 3 that we're anticipating.
Yeah, big pack of women out there, bigger than what we normally get in the women's racing. 33 strong, and that just shows you how well regarded this race is. There's no doubt about that. Lara Hernandez-Tome, this is one of the athletes that we have talked about a lot in the lead up to this race as an excellent swim prospect. Look at that cadence. Look at that turnover in the start of this swim, pushing super hard. Marta Sanchez just off her shoulder as well. And she is right into the work and wanting to put her mark on this race early on. And you can see how quickly the athletes have started to string out and tuck in behind this arrowhead forming as they go past that sight buoy. But in the early running, that's a very fast start and a clue of our intention of our lead athletes.
Super interesting. I see the green cap of Rachel Zielinskis, and right now she is sitting 5th athlete there. So Lara Hernandez-Tome certainly drilling the very beginning of this swim. Again, she sort of shocked, I think, the pro women back at Ironman Arizona, where she came out with a massive lead over Rachel Zielinskis. Of course, Rachel was coming off that broken elbow and quite a bit of injury, but right now, Rachel Zielinskis a little bit further back than I might have anticipated in the very opening meters of this Roca swim course.
Well, Lara Hernandez-Tome is just, you know, she's still fresh to the sport relatively, and she's just showing that the 3.8 kilometres doesn't worry her one bit. We're going to go out hard. We're not going to worry about pacing ourselves. And whereas the men, how right into their swim, and you can see there's the metronomic arms of Martin Van Riel just swallowing up this water and making it look easier than it is.
Yeah, and I think I spotted very quickly there the purple cap of Matthew Marquardt fighting to stay on those feet of the very fast-moving Martin Van Riel. So right now it looks to be Martin Van Riel with Matthew Marquardt giving chase.
Yeah, it does. And Marquardt's an interesting one in so many ways. He's a unique guy, and he takes a very scientific approach to things. And he was a tick over 750 when he won here last year. I think it was 750.10 or 750.11. And he was talking this week about whether he could go under 750, whether it's possible. And he did cramp. He was still in his cramping era back in Lake Placid 2025. But he seems to have solved that now, which is a big boost for him. And so let's see whether he can, in fact, go under. Zielinskis now, that'll be Rachel Zielinskis there, no? We're back in the women again?
Nope, I think we're back
so.
still with the men. Yeah, this is the men.
Sorry, there's a gap in the men. We're in the back of the men. So that was Matt Schaefer in the green cap then.
Yep, this is Thomas Gordon. He was our swim leader last year. Thomas Gordon there in the silver cap. He led out the swim last year, got away in that second lap that we've been talking about where things get a little chaotic with some of the lapped age group athletes. And the men here, as we take a look at some of our record times presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration, course best from Andy Potts back in 2012 with a time of 45:01. Honors go to Joanna Zeiger here on the Roca swim course at 47:22. That is back in 2001.
Yeah, Trevor Foley picking up the bike and run records here, but the overall race record stolen by Matthew Marquardt last year. So those two toe-to-toe, but it's certainly not a straight shootout this time. If you get too hyper-fixated on one athlete and beating them, there's 6 or 7 athletes that can take it from you. Martin Van Riel out the front. Now, because he is in the front, he is able to sight off that sunken rope because he can choose his line. So there is certainly an advantage there. The athletes now at this level are so good at not losing too much time from sighting, whereas a more rookie athlete would be, a more upright, I suppose, and less power under the water. But not having to sight is a huge advantage if you can indeed be in a position where you can avoid that, although I suppose their muscle memory will still want them to sight ahead to the turn boys.
Yeah, so we back at our lead and back at our
as well. Look at that.
Yep, she's opened up a gap there on Marta Sanchez. A year ago, Marta Sanchez swam 53:22. Again, looking for the gap that she will be able to establish here. Lara Hernandez-Tome, again, we expect her to be a big player here in the swim. Could be a big ally, obviously, for Marta Sanchez to try to get away from the likes of Paula Finley, Chelsea Sodaro, and some of the chasers, Lisa Percherer. Although Percherer and Sanchez last year swam stroke for stroke and actually biked a large portion of the bike course together as well. So interesting to see if Lisa Percher can put together the outstanding swim that she had last year here in 2025.
really stringing out there as the swim power of Van Riel, who is looking behind him and to seeing what colour caps are there. And Hernandez Tomei as well. And while they've seen the athlete disappear, whenever you're an age group athlete, you watch the pros get into the water and you think, oh, look, they've already done a K and I'm still stuck here on the beach. I wish I was 1 kilometre into the swim already. I've still got all of this to go. Look at them, they've disappeared. And because this is a straight out swim as well, the pros disappear. But the vibe here amongst those in the 27th Ironman Lake Placid is high. And there'd be, despite the fact that it is 12 degrees Celsius in the air, there'll be some sweaty people underneath those wetsuits with the anticipation and the anxiety of all those months of work, right, that go into it. It's not just about the race day. It's a journey for so many age group athletes. And this is just the last chapter of that journey that involves so much sacrifice and so much work to be put in. And now's the day where you can just enjoy it and just love that. And all the hard sessions in the garage or the pain cave or whatever are all behind you. Whereas for these...
here are our men making here are our men making our first turn here at the outermost part of the course, led again by Martin Van Riel, and it looks to be, I'm trying to count up, a group of maybe 5-ish, although that fourth athlete, I should say, getting strung out off the back around that corner. So a group of 4 looking quickly to become a group of 3. I can spot the yellow cap there, and that would be Ben Canute in 3rd place right now. Can't quite get eyes on that 2nd place. I think that might be Thomas Gordon, sandwiched in between Van Riel and Marquardt as they make shortly the 2nd turn and head back towards shore.
A little bit of wind chop out there, but not too bad. You can see there's hardly any wind, to be honest, like in those trees in the background. And we've had a lot of talk as well about the potential for the air quality not being great, but it doesn't look too bad out there at the moment. Yep. As maybe there's the smoke has drifted away somewhat, which is good to see. And, of course, the World Cup final not too far from here later on today as well. That's where I've been seeing all the chat.
I misspoke. That is Marquardt in 2nd. So it is Van Riel, Marquardt, and then Ben Canute at the lead of the race.
So many strong swimmers in this one as well, and there's not too many that aren't good at the 180 kilometres on the bike either. So it can be very difficult if you don't have a good swim to be able to work your way into it, and it can be a long time until you finally get to the front of a race, which is certainly difficult. And that looks like, who is that up the front there? Hard to see on our screens at the moment.
Yeah, Ben Canute is in 3rd. On the ground, we're being told that Fraser Minikin is leading the swim. Although we must have had a cap color change because I thought Fraser Minikin was in pink. But let's check in Matthew Marquardt, who is currently sitting in 3rd in this professional men's field. We caught up with Matthew Marquardt, our swim expert, a collegiate swimmer from Princeton. And let's hear what he had to say about this Roca swim course at Ironman Lake Placid.
It's fast and it gets really chaotic on the second half, and so, you know, one of the big things is making sure that you kind of don't lose sight of the others on that second loop. And I think also just knowing though that, like, even if you do lose the group, like, it's a long run to transition, and you know, it's a long day on the bike course. So, like, I think, yes, I'm looking to have a good swim, but you know, the swim's really just the start of it all, so I'm not necessarily like over fixating on one specific outcome on the swim or not, because really, you know, it's the bike and the run that I think really end up determining this race more than other races.
There you go, and that's words of experience there from Matthew Marquardt, and it's he's a guy who not only has had great results in 2026, he's had great results at this event, and coming back where you've had great results in the past is obviously a great settler, and you know, he's one of those guys as well, Mark Watt, that talks about we do this, we do that, and we've worked out what works for us, and what he means is his team has worked out what's good for him and what works for him, and he's certainly taken some steps to make sure that he's not having issues like the cramping he's had before, and he knows his body very, very well. And our timing chips say that in the men's, Fraser Minikin is leading from Ben Canute, Thomas Gordon, but it did look like Van Riel at the front there. Lara Hernandez-Tomei in the yellow cap. It looks like Marta Sanchez's swimsuit suit, because
Yes.
he's got that giraffe suit. But certainly it's Lara Hernandez-Tomei in the yellow cap, Marta Sanchez in the violet cap, and she'd be there in second, and the gap is continuing to grow between those two.
And I tell you, if it's in her ability, and I'm not telling Marta Sanchez something she doesn't know, it is in her absolute best interest to try to get back on the feet of Lara Hernandez-Tomei, particularly as they approach the end of the first lap. Once the age group athletes get mixed in there, it's very, very difficult to hang on to those feet. So you really, really want to staple yourself to the athlete in front as you approach the end of that first lap.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, as the men and the women are right into their swim. And there's Laura Hernandez-Tomei, who's into her work.
Yep, the women on the way out here on the Roca Swim Course. The men have made their turn and are headed back towards shore to conclude the first lap. Great stroke rate here from Lara Hernandez-Tomei. She was a collegiate swimmer at Vanderbilt, posted a lifetime best time in the 500 free of 4:55 and change. So very, very solid, right on her feet. Marta Sanchez. A little surprised to not see Rachel Zelinskis in this mix. Again, another strong collegiate swimmer for the University of Georgia. Actually podiumed in the mile as a collegiate swimmer at the NCAA championships. So she's certainly capable. She had some injuries previously, but has come back and is very strong. I would anticipate she is third, but wow, look at that gap. That is a massive gap back to third place and Rachel Zelinskis. So Lara Hernandez-Tomei and Marta Sanchez definitely doing the work in Mirror Lake here this morning.
Yeah, Hernandez-Tomei hasn't raced too much in 2026. She was 16th at Oceanside, but she's had some incredible swims just over the course of her career as a lifelong swimmer, I suppose, and an NCAA swimmer. Swam 16:58 for the 1500 a few years ago. That's a 1:08, if you don't mind. And then only started triathlon a couple of years ago when she was at the University of Florida and competed in a few local races is how usually you start in these things, and then got a pro license in the middle of last year after finishing 4th, I think, in the Spanish long-distance national champs. So certainly a Spanish flavour at the front of this race, and she lived in Tucson in the lead up to Ironman Arizona, and she was 56 seconds in front out of the water at Ironman Arizona from Margarita Ryan, and then 2:45 ahead of Rachel Zelinskas in that race, if you can believe that. That's a massive gap.
I think a lot of the pro women were scratching their heads coming through transition back in Arizona saying, who is that girl?
Yeah, she's got an outboard motor on her, and that's exactly what happened. And I suppose how the other athletes behind react to that as well. If you haven't done your homework, I suppose you might think, well, am I not swimming well enough? Yeah. And you look at her relative bike and run strengths and go, all right, Lara, off you go at the front. I won't worry about that. I'm going to race my own race, and that comes into that experience factor, I suppose.
And back to the pro men here, where we continue to have Martin Van Riel at the front. Ben Canute sitting 3rd. Gordon still hanging on in 4th. So they will approach the shore in that order.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether our timing, what we've got, is exactly correct at the moment. For the women, we've got Hernandez Tomei leading Chelsea Sodaro and Marta Sanchez, and then Rachel Zelinskas and Emily Pincus, who's a name to really watch out for. And then a big gap of over a minute back to Perdera, Thek, Tamara Jewett. So I'm not necessarily sure whether that's 100% correct, but we're going to get the splits at the Aussie exit regardless, and we're going to know exactly what the gaps are. But sometimes we're trying to get splits during the swim, which is another technological advance by Ironman, but we're still maybe working the bugs out. We're going to find out very, very soon, but you can see on the left-hand side of your screen at the 900-metre mark what the splits were, as the men are going to lead back in now, and they're going to make a right-hand turn here and come around the side of the pier, and then it's an Aussie exit, but it's not much of one. It's about 10 steps before they head back into the water again for their second lap, which is just a moment of relief before you get back into the H2O again and do the second one. But there's the blue cap of Martin Van Riel. And right behind him, Matthew Marquardt, the white and the black, the defending champ and the man who many are tipping to be the quality athlete in this field. 2nd in Texas, 1 in Denmark about a month ago, and of course was part of that 5-way battle in the Ironman World Championships in Nice. In and out goes Martin Van Riel. Right behind him is Matthew Marquardt, then Ben Canute. Then I saw Tom Gordon, as we're going to go down now and get the vibe on ground from Haley.
Okay, we did just see Martin Van Riel come out of the water. He looked controlled. He did throw a quick glance behind his shoulder to see who was behind him. And we do have this group of 4 that had a lead. I think this is a little unexpected. I was expecting a group of maybe like 10 to 12 or more men, and now we're seeing only 4. And I mean, I didn't start a watch on this gap, but we'll have that split soon, but it's a pretty big gap. I think also in that group, we saw Thomas Gordon, who you mentioned, and had led the swim here last year, but Martin Van Riel, he is putting his stamp on this race. He wants it to be a very honest race. He wants it to be a strong swim, and they are onto that second loop now, contending with a little age grouper traffic. We'll see if that group of 4 breaks up even more, but here we have the next group of men coming in, where this looks like it is led by Matt Schaefer in the green swim cap. We have about 1, 2, Jason West, I see Rudy Von Berg in this group. I mean, this is another 10 to 12 men here. Frederick Funk. We definitely have some of those favorites who are running in this chase pack of 10 to 12 men. But I think it was more than a minute between those two groups. I don't think we expected that with only 2K of swimming. They'll head into that second group, and I'm sure that chase group is trying to put a dent into that the lead group's lead. But it is very exciting racing, and here we have our third pack coming through. Christian Hogenhaug. He was second here last year, so he's a couple minutes off the lead, but solid swim. And, you know, watching these men get into that second group, it's a little disorienting sometimes when you have to go from horizontal, vertical, short run, back to horizontal. But they all seemed pretty calm and collected. They've done this before. They know what they're doing. And they are allowed to swim inside the buoys onto the second lap. So they're able to try to maintain a little bit of clear water, not get into that age group fray, as you would say, and I'm watching them navigate it, and they seem pretty good. I think it's going to be a really, really interesting second lap.
You know, what's interesting to me
in the studio.
What's interesting to me, it seems like the age group athletes are doing an excellent job as we see our pro men starting that second lap. They are taking the inside lane there, swimming inside the sighting buoys on the way out to the turn again, and the age group is doing a fantastic job of making way and keeping to the outside, so giving the pros a bit of space there. But wow, shocking some of the gaps that have opened already. 90 seconds between the lead four and that next chase pack, and then going back to Christian Hogenhaug, 2 minutes 13 in arrears, and we're still waiting for the likes of Trevor Foley, for instance, who lost 6 minutes on the swim here last year. We'll see if his deficit is more or less. Right now, 16th place out of the water at 3:43 back. Still no sign of Trevor Foley. Will?
Yeah, and we were incorrect as well about Matthew Marquardt. Matthew Marquardt came through actually in the second group at 1:34 back. So that was Fraser Minikin, which I think I mistakenly said Matthew Marquardt. So Van Riel, Minikin, Canute, and Gordon is your front pack of four in the men. And then Haley was right. Matt Schaefer led out the second group, which included Marquardt, Jason West, Rudy Von Berg, Matt Collins, Martin Uloa, Pamphile Perrine, who's another top 10 guy in the Pro Series. Freddie Funk was there, and Matthew Guanta, and then Jason Quinn was a half a minute back further, and then Christian Hogenhaug. And you're right, as time ticks by, we're still not seeing the likes of Cam Worth or Trevor Foley come through yet. So that's 6 minutes. I mean, if you're more than 3 minutes down at the halfway mark, you're going to be well more than 6 minutes down as you battle with a lot of those age groupers out there as well. And it's not too long until we see our women come up, and there's going to be some big gaps in there as well. So this race not at all turning out in the swim like we have seen in editions past, which is going to affect the makeup of what happens out there on the bike and how hard athletes have to work as well. One thing that we hopefully won't have to deal with is the rain we've had in the last couple of years. However, we are hearing from down on ground that there's some big gusts of wind. There's almost like a cool change coming. And I say that based on the fact it's already 12 degrees Celsius out there. But there's a change coming in the weather, and suddenly the stillness that we've had early on might be a little windier on the bike. And I'm not sure about the wind directions just yet. But that'll certainly play a factor as well for those guys who are further at the back, and the women as well, as Hernandez Tomei continues in her work, and they're going to make that turn just there at that red buoy at the end of the pier, and then we're going to get the splits on the Aussie exit as the age groupers on the top right-hand side of your screen continue to pour into the water. The next wave heads out there, and they will all be obstacles for our lead women, who are going to start their second lap before too long as well. From wherever you're watching around the world, we hope you're enjoying this one. And if you're just joining us, there's been some big splits in the swim thus far. A front group of four men, 90 seconds ahead of the chasers, Van Riel, Minikin, Canute, and Gordon. And they're working together to continue to put time in. And then you look at those guys, TD, on the bike. Van Riel was my pick to have the fastest bike of the day and the fastest run, but I didn't pick him for the fastest swim. And Canute as well. Those two especially have a lot of bike power to back up this excellent swim they're having thus far.
Well, what I'm seeing is Martin Van Riel at the front establishing a huge gap ahead of, say Matthew Marquardt, and still watching the tracker. I don't see Trevor Foley coming through that first lap as of yet. Again, that could be a delay.
I think he's come out at 350.
350.
Sorry, 21st position, 350.
Okie doke. So
which is
again,
a lot in the first lap when he was 6 down.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The good news for him is that he is right with Cameron Worth, so they can get to work, and hopefully he'll have an ally, but he will have a massive deficit as we come back to our women making their first lap with Laura Hernandez-Tomé leading the way. She's got a little bit of a gap to the women behind her. She is back in the water as the second woman makes her way out.
There you go. Yeah, big gap on her own, has been the entire time. Decides she doesn't need to swim this bit. She's going to get up straight out of the water through the Aussie exit. And she looks so calm and controlled and easy.
And here's the tall Rachel Zelinskas.
And here's some of our others coming through. Yep, Zelinskas there.
Yep, making her way around that exit. Of course, now these lead women are amongst some of the very trailing men there we see in the red cap. So Rachel Zelinskas now among some of the lagging pro men, but all on her own at the front, Lara Hernandez-Tomé.
Oh, wonderful swim in her first Ironman of the year. And when you look at those gaps, I mean, Martin Van Riel swimming... When he came through, he swam an average of 1:13 for that first lap here, which is obviously extremely, extremely quick. But then you go, oh, there's a huge gap back to Trevor Foley. He's still swimming 1:25s. That's still he's still doing a pretty strong swim to be then 350 back, such as the way this pans out. And then other names back there, Matt Kerr, he was swimming 1:36s. And this is just for you guys at home to be able to understand the pace that these guys are swimming at.
We just had Chelsea Sodaro come through, lapping through her first lap, and about 4 seconds behind her was Paula Findlay. So Chelsea Sodaro swimming just ahead of Paula Findlay as they made the turn. Let's throw it down to Haley Chura, who's still on the beach. Haley, to you.
All right, Dee Dee and Will, I did just see those top pro women come through. It is way more spread out than we expected. Laura Hernandez-Tomé, she has blown apart this field. When she came through, she did not even look behind her. She knew she had that lead. Marta Sanchez chasing her down. And Rachel Zelinskas, I think we saw her clear her goggles while she was here on the beach. So maybe she's having a little bit of sighting issues, trying to stay with those top two women. As you mentioned, I think we had Emily Pincus behind her. And then a little bit further back, Chelsea Sodaro. There were a lot of cheers from the age groupers, from everyone on the shore when they saw the former Ironman world champion come through. And Paula Findlay, in her first Ironman, working very, very hard to stay on Chelsea's feet. We just saw Grace Tech. Grace Tech just came through, and she looks focused. She looks very focused. She knows there's a little bit of a gap. I think every single woman is swimming by themselves virtually. I mean, maybe Paula trying to stay on Chelsea's feet, but it's a very spread out field. And I don't think we expected that when we talk about the conditions here of it being somewhat pool-like. We thought we would see a big string of people. To see everyone split up and in different, swimming on their own is a little unusual, but it's going to make for an exciting race, and it still is anyone's race. Even through this second lap, they're definitely dealing with a lot of traffic on the second lap. Lisa Perder just ran through, so that is a little bit further back than she was last year, coming through and a halfway point of the swim, and so she'll have a little work to do, but it is a long day. She has plenty of time, and and she's also a proud favorite, having been on the podium here last year. The age groupers are, cheering on the pros as they're coming around, getting excited, and I'm really, really thrilled to see all the support. I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
She typically likes it a lot warmer.
What I'm noticing here with Lisa Perder coming through there, her gap now 325 to the lead, and last year, Lisa Purter swam with Marta Sanchez. So right now, things not going to plan for Lisa Purter. That is a much larger gap for her. And as Haley said, a lot of the women really, really strung out. The only allies in this race so far, Chelsea Sodaro paired with Paula Finley, and that will become more challenging as we see our pro athletes navigating this lapped traffic of the age group athletes here on the second loop.
I love it. I love the way that every Ironman throws up something a little bit different. When you come out here and you can see the way that these athletes at the bottom of your screen have to squeeze in between all of these age group athletes, find a little bit of open water, and there's no what other sport? There's not that many other sports really. There's probably a few in athletics, etc. That marathons, etc. But even with a marathon, you're not going to actually come around for a second lap of a marathon and have to run through a whole bunch of age groupers as well. That's what Ironman racing is all about. And we talked a little bit earlier on about the fact that Lara Hernandez-Tomé, who's taken it out so quickly, it has had an effect on the chasing pack, because it's not as if they all let it go and then stuck together. Haley was right. Everyone's swimming on their own, and not many are swimming better than Fraser Minikin, who's part of that front group right now. Let's hear what he had to say about the swim here in Lake Placid.
If it's swim skin, then yeah, it probably suits me a bit better. Hope to get out in the front pack again. We'll see how it goes. I might push it and try and break away. I might not. Just kind of play it by ear, and yeah, it's going to be good fun.
Yeah, being such a strength of yours, what's it like to have some, compadres, if you will, of Matthew and Martin? Or are you going to try and swim with them or swim against them?
Again, I'll kind of see how it goes on the day. It's definitely, it's an advantage having that swim that I can rely on. I can quite comfortably just sitting on feet and save a lot of energy, but on the contrary, I can push it and probably do a bit of damage. So yeah, I'm not really gonna figure out what I'm doing just yet.
Any strategies for the rest of the race?
Just enjoy it. I've got my first child due in 4 weeks on Sunday, so yeah, this will be the last race where I can really focus on this. So yeah, get out and enjoy this bike course. It's pretty nice scenery, and then enjoy the run course and get around it and just have fun with it.
There you go. Little Minikin incoming in 4 weeks' time. So, Fraser, your life is about to change drastically, so good luck with your Ironman training. And I say that on behalf of all age groupers. But, yeah, we thought it was the purple of Matthew Marquardt, but, of course, it was the violet cap. So the difference between purple and violet is the fact that Minikin is out the front and in this group and still sitting there on the feet of Martin Van Riel, whereas our incredible lead swim from Lara Hernandez-Tomé continues from strength to strength, and at the Aussie exit, it was 19 seconds back to Marta Sanchez, then Rachel Zelinskas at 31 seconds, then Emily Pincus at 56 seconds, then Sodaro and Findlay, not together, but more together than anybody else, because they were at a minute 13 and a minute 17, respectively, as you can see, and then 90 seconds back to Grace Tech, and then 3:26 to Lisa Purter, which is a big, big gap. So, and it's funny how, best laid plans, the question there to Fraser Minikin, DD, was, are you going to swim with Matthew Marquardt and work together? Well, my friend, forget that, because he was 90 seconds back halfway through. So he's not having the swim he wants to have, Matthew Marquardt, or the others are just responding to the pace of Van Riel out the front and able to go with him in Canute, Minikin and Gordon.
Just catching up on the women's race as some of the other women come through that first lap. Tamara Jewett, one of our notables, sits at 4 minutes 50 back of the leader going into lap 2.
All right, we'll take a break here and we'll be back very soon with more of the swim at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Gee-hoo.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Huggos on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Gee-hoo.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, the 27th edition of this incredible race, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Experience Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And we're a long way from the weather of Oman right now. It's cold. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit, coming from the northwest, and it'll be gusty on the bike. But right now we're in the swim with Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who is showing every bit of her swim pedigree, as is Martin Van Riel, who makes his way past the age groupers who are in the water, with Fraser Minikin on his feet in a group of 4 continuing there. And the men have been through the 2.9 kilometre mark, and that gap back between the group of 4 and then the chasers, led by Schaefer, Marquardt and Jason West, has grown from 90 seconds out to just a tick under 2 minutes. The rest of the athletes have come through as well. Cam Worth has gone from 3:50 back to 5:36 back. And I'm just looking for Trevor Foley, our 2024 champion, and I do not see him yet on our lists. At 5:49 is our last man through, Robert Swan, in 27th position. So unless Trevor Foley's had an issue with his timing chip, he's lost significant time in the first half of the second lap. Meanwhile, in our women's, it continues with all of our Kona qualified athletes in the top 10. Tamara Jewett, 4:50 back. Rachel Zelinskas is there 30 seconds back. Let's hear what she had to say about this swim pre-race.
This swim course is one of the best. Super calm waters, hopefully warm waters. Looks like it's going to be a good day out there, a little chilly in the morning. But it's a little crazy with the 2 loops. So we'll have clear water for the first loop, and then the second loop is always fun, just trying to find your way through the mix. So just good navigation skills and awareness of where you are in the water is really helpful.
There you go, pro tips from the pro, who is sitting around half a minute back still, at least through the Aussie exit. We'll get another update at 2.9 kilometres, which means, of course, there's 900 metres to go. But that turnover of Lara Hernandez-Tomei has not slowed since the first 500 metres. And her swim fitness obviously through the roof. There is the more long, languid stroke of Martin Van Riel. Fraser Minikin behind him. And then Ben Canute, I think, there in the yellow cap in third. Thomas Gordon, the leader of the swim last year, also in that group. But it's really interesting about how this is going to play out now on the bike with these 4 together.
Well, kudos to Fraser Minikin there, who is doing an outstanding job of staying on the feet of Martin Van Riel, as you can see on camera with the lapped athletes. It is no small task, and Fraser Minikin doing a great job of it, as Martin Van Riel doing a great job of navigating that congestion. You can see further back, because some of those gaps are opening up, some of the other pro men, Cameron Worth gave up a lot of time from the Aussie exit to 2.9K. Still don't see Trevor Foley coming through there. We hope that is a timing error, but a lot of the guys, the gap's opening up in large part due to the pace of Martin Van Riel and Fraser Minikin, who have now opened up 20 seconds on Ben Canute and Thomas Gordon, but a bigger gap on the guys behind who are struggling with the congestion of the age group athletes and the pace being set by Martin Van Riel.
I think it's got to be an issue with the timing chip, because we've got athletes coming through now in the pro men's who are over 9 minutes back So unless something's gone drastically wrong for Trevor Foley, he wouldn't have lost 4 minutes within a kilometre, you would think. But you're right, Van Riel and Minikin have gotten rid of the strength of Ben Canute and Thomas Gordon. And Gordon, the guy that shelled everyone last year, it just shows you how hard these two are going at the front. And Martin Van Riel seems determined to make Ironman Lake Placid a very hard day for himself.
And all the other guys. I would say absolutely. I
Yes.
mean, the pace is absolutely extraordinary. Fraser Minikin making it look absolutely easy sitting on those feet, but given the pace, I think earlier in the swim, I haven't checked recently, but we are on pace for record-breaking swim, which would be, nope, we're past that already. I take that back. I take that back. I was incorrect there, but still the pace of Martin Van Riel is, you can see, given the gaps in the men's race, otherworldly, and Fraser Minikin making it look easy sitting on his feet.
Yeah, Martin Van Riel has actually gotten faster as this has gone on. I think it's a little faster on the way out than the way in as well, for whatever reason. But he was 1:11 on the way out to the Far Turn Boys last time around, 1:17 on the way back, average pace, and then 1:08 on the way out this time. So he's turned it up even more for an average pace at the moment of 1 minute 12 seconds. Fraser Minikin there as well. That's over 100 metres, of course. And now we're getting to the back end of it. And Van Riel is trying to make his way past a couple of age groupers who are made to look slow. And these are guys that would have been in the 120, 125 wave, and they're being made to look like they're standing still by Martin Van Riel and Fraser Minikin, who are about to do the long run into transition. And we're pretty close to the swim course record too.
Yeah, swim course record,
We've
45.
gone past it. It was 45 odd,
Yep.
but it's a fast swim.
Is a fast swim, and we don't know if that could have been that course record was wetsuit. That would have made a difference, but no doubt an extraordinary swim there for Martin Van Riel as he leads Fraser Minikin. Actually, Fraser Minikin running up the beach, taking the credit for the fast swim ahead of Martin Van Riel as they run. Exit the swim beach. They'll run past the tennis courts, across the street, making their way to the legendary Olympic speed skating oval, where they will make the transition to the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, last year the top mile swim was 48.51. So based on year to year, obviously it was a little slightly different conditions, but not too much different. A faster swim, and these two are to credit for that. And Van Riel just edges back in front. And Martin Van Riel is a short course athlete through and through for at least 10 years before he came to long course. So he only has one speed in when it comes to transition, and that is fast, although it was stolen. The male pro first out of the water with thanks to Experience Oman from Fraser Minikin, who sat on his feet the entire way and then got his nose in front of the last 22 metres.
Someone had a swim bonus on the line, I tell you that.
100%. 100%. There'll be a few people who tip Van Riel fastest out of the water will be disappointed about the way that's shaked out. But you can see the ground a little wet there, so there would have been a little bit of precipitation on the ground. And it just seems like part of it. You never have normal weather in Lake Placid. It's either super duper humid or it's wet and raining and windy. It's always going to be a factor in this race as Van Riel and Minikin head into the change tent. And there is 4,600 bikes out there ready to be taken up by our age group athletes who are still in the water at the moment.
And back at the water exit, it is Thomas Gordon and Ben Canute, who came out 56 seconds and 1 minute back of our leaders in the men's race. So a minute gap to Thomas Gordon and Ben Canute.
Lost a lot of time there in the last 1K.
Yeah.
That's a big drop of 30 more seconds between the last intermediate split in the water and coming out of the water, and it just shows Minikin and Van Riel were pushing each other along a fair bit, and we're going to see some humongous gaps now. I don't think I've seen gaps as big as this in any of the Ironmans this year. It's certainly pace on at the front. We're going to head down now, because we're in transition, to Hayley Tura to talk us through it.
All right, Will, I agree with you. I was just trying to think if I've ever seen an Ironman swim, especially a Pro Series Ironman with gaps this big. Martin Van Riel was making a statement in that swim, and we're about to see him head out. Oh, I think that was Fraser Minikin out first out of transition onto the bike course, and Martin Van Riel just behind him, taking off his swim skin, putting it in that bag, and grabbing his bike. So maybe a slightly more controlled and under control Martin Van Riel as we see him get out onto the bike course, onto the chasing Fraser Minikin. These athletes are going to be facing a quite cold bike course. I think the temperature has dropped a little bit. We've seen some wind come in, and it's not what we expected. They have a little bit of climbing here in the beginning and then a long descent. So we'll see who can manage their core temperature as they get out on the bike. But having those two men, I mean, the clock has started, and now we are waiting for our chase pack to come in. Here's our third pro male. I believe this is Thomas Gordon heading out onto the, Ben Canoe. I'm sorry, Ben Canoe. I'm not used to him in a turquoise suit, but Ben Canoe, first American out on the course, and as you mentioned, very special race for him, his dad having raced here in 1999, so he'll be excited to be out on the bike course in the top 3. And now again, bigger gap, so I actually am surprised Ben bridged up to those guys pretty well. Must have had a very, very clean transition and definitely knows what he's doing. And now we have, I think this is Thomas Gordon into transition. So again, these men split up. I mean, we are seeing men riding alone out onto the course. I mean, we're not seeing the typical long line of men that we see in a Pro Series Ironman with these bigger fields. Already, it's so broken up. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. A lot harder to make moves, a lot more fair racing. There's no worries about drafting when you're by yourself, but it could get a little bit lonely on this first lap. But I think all these men probably like it, at least the first 4 out there, knowing that they don't have a train behind them. But we'll start this clock and see where the rest come in. And for now, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Hayley. It's certainly going to be a fair and honest test of athletic performance out there with no groups forming really at the moment. We're going to have a look at the Ruby fastest T1 times right now, and I can tell you that Fraser Minikin was significantly faster than Martin Van Riel. He goes through in 3:11. Martin Van Riel 20 seconds further back. Ben Canoe the fastest of all those, so there's certainly going to be some panic from the guys behind as they come through. There is Matthew Marquardt on screen, heading out now in his distinctive red and white kit. Thomas Gordon and Ben Canoe were together coming into T1, but coming out, Ben Canoe 55 seconds back, Thomas Gordon 136 back. So Canoe a lot faster than Gordon, which means that now our group of 4 on the swim are all broken up completely, with Minikin out 20 seconds ahead of Van Riel, then Canoe 35 seconds further back, then Gordon 40 seconds further back, and they are all of our athletes basically that have come through on the timing chips, although we saw Marquardt get out onto the bike just then. Big gaps back to the chasing pack, and the women are going to be just the same as well. And I wonder why, Dee, obviously Fraser Minikin a lot more urgent through transition. Van Riel does have a significantly faster bike than Fraser Minikin does. So the question is whether Fraser has decided to go out quick as possible, get in front of him, get into his work, try to tack onto the back of Van Riel when he inevitably comes back past and get pulled forwards, or whether Minikin just goes, Van Riel's quite a way further than me on the bike and I'm just going to ride my own power.
Well, we saw as we trailed Matthew Marquardt through transition there, the mount line and the descent out of the Olympic speed skating oval is a little dicey there. There's some twists and turns. It's a steep downhill before you get to the actual open road. So getting your feet in your shoes, getting yourself sorted. Seems to me Fraser Minikin just wanted to get out there, set the pace, and I think Will, whether he takes the bait when Van Riel goes by, the two are not equally matched on the bike, so it might be race suicide for Fraser Minikin to take the bait when Martin Van Riel does catch and pass, which I anticipate will happen pretty quickly. But again, having your own space through that initial section out of transition, not a bad thing for these guys as they sort themselves out, find their biking legs, and get to work as we come back to the women's race. And Lara Hernandez-Tomé continuing to drill the pace here, holds her 20-second lead over Marta Sanchez. That was through 2.9K. And further back, Rachel Zelinskis and Chelsea Sodaro sitting in fourth. We talked to Chelsea about this all-important swim leg to set her day off, and here's what she had to say.
I think it's going to be non-wetsuit, which I really like. If we get a little wind, it could be choppy, which I think favors me, but mostly it's just really beautiful, and I think we have a great field and some strong swimmers, so I'll look to get on some fast feet.
Short and sweet. And when you've been there and done that and got the medals, then you don't need to explain yourself too much. And it's great to see her back. It's been a particularly difficult time for Chelsea Sodaro. So a validation here and a good result will go a long way to reaffirming that she's back on course and can be a force when we get to Kona in October. Of course, she just has to validate. So the question of how hard she goes is still an open one. And Jason West has just been through transition at 3:10 back. He's in 9th position. Rudy Von Berg's gone through 3:04 back. So there's a group there. Von Berg, Matt Schaefer, Jason West. They're all together. Whereas Matthew Markup was 2:29 back. Matthew Collins 2:57 back. And we are getting to the business end of the women's. And Lara Hernandez-Tomé has put down a real statement of intent of how she intends to take on Ironman swims in the future. And whether she can turn that into a great result, we hope it does happen for her. Let's see what happens, but she's going to be all alone at the front of the women's race once she takes the turn away from these age group athletes who are going to head out into their second lap and heads up the beach and into transition. We saw how long that run can be. Martin Uloa is 10th through for the men, 4:40 in arrears, so 90 seconds behind Jason West. He was with Freddie Funk and Matthew Gunter and Pamphile Perrine, but he's managed to gap them a little bit. Perrine and Funk have now gone through 5:30 back.
Yeah, I'm still looking. I'm looking at some swim exit times. For the men, keeping my eyes peeled for Trevor Foley, but right now we're at over 8 minutes out of the water to the leaders, and still no sign of Trevor Foley or Cameron Worf. So their deficit is getting to be. They're going to have a lot of work to do on the bike. Let's just put it that way. Again, looking for those splits to update. I think hearing from the ground that Trevor is through transition and making his way to the bike exit. Just don't see that swim time up on the. As we take a look
I think
at
it's going to end up being about 6 minutes, maybe. 6 minutes or so, and there is our female pro first out of the water. Sorry to jump in there. Thanks to Experience Oman, 52-13. In the end for Lara Hernandez-Tomé, which is significantly outside the record of 47.22, but again, could well have been a wetsuit swim, and considering the quality of this swimmer, it probably was. She's probably wearing 2 wetsuits, Joanna Zyga, when she swam that one, because of how strong Lara Hernandez-Tomé is in the water, and that's it. Well, 47.22. To set it in 2001 for it to still to stand in 2026 is quite the feat. But we're focused on this athlete right here who has had a monumental swim.
Yes.
And at the 2.9 kilometre mark, she was 18 seconds ahead of Marta Sanchez, who was all on her own. So we'll see what that gap has grown to, if it has indeed grown. But she'll be happy with the start to this one, and allows her to get through at her own pace and not to have to worry too much through Ruby transition.
Well, back at the swim exit, Rachel Zelinskis has exited in seconds. She has gone past Marta Sanchez. She is at 1:06 back. Marta Sanchez just on her heels at 1:14 back. That is back at swim exit. So those two together. And I think, again, on paper, given Rachel Zelinskis's, not to take anything away from Lara Hernandez-Tomé, but Rachel Zelinskis' swim history is strong and deep. I think Rachel may be playing the longer game. She could be a contender for the podium here, absolutely. So, to pace herself equally through all of the disciplines might be her bigger strategy here. But full credit to Lara Hernandez-Tomé, and we are with Haley now down at the swim exit. Haley, to you.
All right, Dee Dee, we are waiting for Laura Hernandez-Tomé to come through, and I did see her across the field here, and it looked like she had a little trouble picking up her transition bag, but she is in the transition tent and will be out on this bike course shortly. It was really wild watching the men come through, Dee Dee, because I saw actually, as you mentioned, it's a little sketchy when at the start, and Trevor Foley put his shoes on here in transition. I think he was the only athlete to do that. I only saw one male pro put on a jacket, and it does feel like the wind has died down a little bit. Hopefully it won't be too cold for them out on the bike. We're seeing the male pros come through now, quite a few of them. Trevor Foley was with a bigger group, and Laura Hernandez-Tomé. Oh, there's looks like the purple cap of Marta Sanchez across the way. So she is a couple minutes behind. I mean, it's definitely a very spread out race for both the men and women. But I think this is going to be a pretty fun start to the race for Laura Hernandez-Tomé. I think when I talked to her before the race, she did mention she likes being off the front. This is not an unusual situation for her. She's an athlete who is very comfortable being in the front of the race. She's how she prefers it. She doesn't want anyone on her feet or on her wheel. And she's worked a lot. She's worked really hard on her cycling. I know that she's a little bit newer to the sport, got involved through a tri club at University of Florida when she was in grad school, and so she's made fast improvements. Her background is of course in swimming, and that's one reason we're seeing her have an incredible swim here, an incredible lead. But you know, a lot of the times the swimmers, they can ride a bike, and some of us can even run, but it's going to be really interesting to see how she's improved from Ironman Arizona. Here she comes through now, big smile on her face. Oh man, that is a happy athlete. It is a little bit confusing when you're the first one in here. You're trying to figure out which bike is yours when there's so many options. But it looks like she's taken some time to make sure she has all of her nutrition on board and everything there. And this looks like, is this Rachel Zelinskis, who's made up a lot of time? Okay, this is fascinating. Rachel Zelinskis already into transition in second, definitely moving very well through transition. She's already grabbed her bike. Oh my goodness, there goes Laura out on the bike course, but right on her heels is Rachel Zelinskis. Rachel is another collegiate swimmer who has specific experience on this course. She's raced here in Placid twice before, been fourth both times. She knows what she's doing. Marta Sanchez, only a few seconds behind her. This is our last year's podium finisher. She is getting right back out on that bike course. Also a podium in Ironman Texas earlier this year. So she's shown that she is in good form at the Ironman distance. So this is an interesting transition because I think we're actually seeing the women closer together than the men, and also closer together than we saw them at any point during the swim. It does show that transitions are an area where athletes can make up a lot of time, and obviously some people are focused on that a little bit more. We'll see what happens when they get out on the bike course, if those three women will try to work together, if someone's going to try to make a break. But very exciting racing already in the first hour. I think we'll just have to keep seeing what's happening. We have a bigger gap here now. I think I hear some claps coming in. This looks like Chelsea Sodero already heading in. She's had a great second lap of the swim, great transition. I think we're seeing Chelsea even better than she was after that first lap of the swim, getting her gold Ventum bike out on the course, and we're seeing her, she's got a pretty reasonable gap to those top three women. So our past Ironman world champion has apparently dropped Paula Finlay in that we saw them coming out of that first lap of the swim really close together. But this is a significant gap between Chelsea and Paula. I can see Paula now running, so she's probably within a minute of Chelsea, but definitely not exactly where Paula would want to be. I'm sure she would like to be right on Chelsea's wheel, but Paula may be taking a little bit of time in transition. This is her first Ironman, making sure that she has everything she needs as she starts a longer bike ride for her. But Paula's also a veteran, a seasoned athlete. This is, she looks calm, collected, very focused, grabbing her bike, and right out on transition. No hesitation there. Paula knows what she's doing. She is on the hunt. This is a bike course that I think Paula is going to love. We've seen her have incredible bike rides recently, and I think the terrain really suits an athlete like Paula Findlay. And as she mentioned, one of the reasons she liked this course was the cooler temperatures, and that's what we're getting. This is a Paula Findlay type of day, so we'll see if she can make some moves and maybe bridge up to Chelsea and get up to that top 3. But the first 5 women out, and I mean, I feel like it's anyone's race, but it's also pretty exciting. I think we have rookies and we have veterans and we have people who have specific success on this course and people who have raced together before and some new names, and we'll just have to see what happens. But for now, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Hayley. Great wrap-up of what's happening there in transition, and plenty did too. Before we get to all that and try to unpack it all, let's have a look at the Ruby fastest. T1 times for the women. So we see Martin Van Riel out the front. I think he's gone past already Fraser Minikin. And 2 minutes and 15 seconds across the top 5 women. Paula Findlay, the fastest out there, 3:38. We saw her have a good transition. Zelinskas had a lightning transition too, and Sadaro. And I have to say, I'm surprised with the tardiness of Lara Hernandez-Tomei. I know we try and be positive about it, but she lost so much time during that transition. Came in over a minute in front. She put her shoes on before she got on the bike. She mounted her bike before the mount line, which was obviously not what you meant to be doing, and then had to walk it forward. So there was just a few different things there without trying to be too critical because, of course, she's faster than me. She did lose a lot of time to those more experienced athletes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For her swim gap, you know, she was a minute ahead of Zelinskas out of the water, and then Zelinskas actually mounted and was out of T1 ahead of her. Sanchez picked up a minute 15. Chelsea Sadaro picked up over a minute as well. So definitely the women sort of an accordion effect there through transition. To the credit of the chasers, who I think probably it just comes down to a bit of experience there. Lara Hernandez-Tomei still, this is only her second full Ironman as a professional, just took her pro card midway through last year, so she's got some learning to do. Definitely her star was shining in the swim, and now we'll see, as on the right-hand side of your screen, your new women's race leader, Rachel Zelinskas, and of course on the left, Martin Van Riel has overtaken, we think, Fraser Minikin. If not already, at least momentarily. And so as we see your race leaders, Martin Van Riel and Fraser Minikin, Martin Van Riel, Fraser Minikin and the men pretty close together, and Rachel Zelinskas now on her own on the bike.
Yeah, this could be, Dee, a very lonely race for Martin Van Riel, because he may have just seen his last competitor for the day. When he's seen off Fraser Minikin. It is possible. He is a supreme athlete. He has some incredible results already, and this could just be another one. Lisa Perderer, a long way back, not where she would have hoped to be. We thought that maybe she'd come out with Marta Sanchez around there, and it's a lot further back than that. We're trying to get her splits updated, but even at the coming out of the swim, it was 5 minutes and 19 seconds, and now she's jumped on before the mount line for some reason. I'm not sure why that has happened, but anyway, she loses another few seconds, and off she goes. Lisa Perderer into her work, and speaking of being in the work, look at that. That is where, well, before he got out of the bars, just looks so strong and solid. Martin Van Riel, and he comes from he loves a hilly course. He's a lighter athlete. We've seen him do, as you would all know, so well in Nice before, and the 7,500 feet of elevation in this course, and it comes in some really long, hard climbs, but also some short, sharp work as well. So it could be that we see that's the end of Martin Van Riel, but maybe not. There's so much to go in this one, and just looking back at some of the other splits further back, for those Trevor Foley fans out there, he was 7:49 back at the 3.5 kilometre mark of the bike, and he is right with Cam Worth as well, who was 7:53 back. Cody Beals, we haven't mentioned him yet, former winner of this event, 8:23 back at this point. Christian Hogenhauk, 6:51 back, and Freddie Funk, 5:06. Matt Schaefer, 2:52. Rudy Von Berg, 2:49 back. Jason West, 2:48. So those two together with Schaefer von Bergen West all together. They're about to mop up Matthew Collins as well. Matt Marquardt was 220 back out of transition, but at 3.5 Ks, 158 back. So he is absolutely powering along with Thomas Gordon at the moment in 4th and 5th. Updating, they've just gone through 10.5 kilometres. Matthew Marquardt 203 back. So he went hard in the first few Ks, erased 20 seconds out, and now he's sitting at around 2 minutes in arrears through 10.5 Ks. But Martin Van Riel came out behind Fraser Minikin, 20 seconds behind, and after 10.5 kilometres is 52 seconds clear of Fraser Minikin. So he's absolutely destroyed Minikin in the first 10 Ks and gone out so hard that he is all alone and nearly a minute in front.
So we just saw Tamara Jewett come through transition. She is at 7:42 back. The lead 2 men on the only sort of out and back section of this course in the sliding center there. The only opportunity, although Van Riel so far ahead right now, he may be in and out before his competitors even get there. We'll see how it plays out.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, number 27. It's been going since 1999, and we are into another incredible bike course, over 180 kilometres or 112 miles. Let's take a look at what they are going to face over the next 4 hours or so. These incredible athletes that are out there just at the minute. It's a 2-loop Zoot bike course that tours the Adirondack Mountains. There's some great roads and some great scenery as well. The athletes are leaving town right now. They head towards Keene before they ride deeper into the landscape until they get to Jay. I love these really easy names to say of the towns here. They'll loop around North Jay, ride to Wilmington, and then back towards Lake Placid on the highway, and then they do a second loop of that as well. There's some great climbs. There's some great descents as well, and they're not technical descents. They're nice, free-flowing, swooping descents. Don't have to hit the brakes at all. 4:10 is the fastest that they can ride this course thus far before they head back into T2, and we'll see whether that continues to go down that time. And at the moment, Van Riel still 53 seconds ahead, but he's 53 seconds ahead now of Ben Canute, who has moved past Fraser Minikin and into second position. Canute has some not doubters to right, but he hasn't had the big results that he would have hoped to have this year thus far. There on screen is Marta Sanchez, who's 21 seconds back from Zelinskas at the moment and tackling one of these long climbs. And then she is 6 seconds now ahead of Lara Hernandez-Tomei. With Chelsea Sodaro 107 back. So Sodaro's erased a little bit of time so far as well to the front. Paula Finlay 216 back. So she's actually, I think, lost a little bit of time in the early running, but if you had to pick a form biker, Paula Finlay could, if she goes as hard as she can and attacks with confidence, could easily have the fastest bike time out there today if she can transfer her 70.3 form, of which she's won 14, into Ironman form, and that is the question.
Yeah, it's a question, and we'll see how that plays out. I know Paula Finlay probably coming at this. You know, she said pre-race she really is going to focus on herself. She didn't really care who else was in the field. She was sort of relieved to be coming to a new distance where everything was new, and she had no expectations on power, pace, position, what have you. But back at our with our lead men, this is Martin Van Riel, and we chatted with Martin pre-race about his attempt at this Ironman Lake Placid course, and here's what he had to say.
I don't have many friends from the WhatsApp group, from the swimming WhatsApp group here, so I might have to do a lot of work myself in the front, and it's nice if you don't have to look up, you can just like follow that rope and don't have to bury your head in the water.
Hoka and then Nike, and we're just non-committed. It's so good.
It's Santini.
Open-minded.
In silence. We have everything.
We're allowed to wear it all today.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anyone wants to buy, like, there is space available.
So how's your training been leading into this?
Yeah, quite good, actually. But I think that the last 4 weeks, I definitely made like a good step again into the direction of where I was in Texas, and I don't think I'm far off that shape. So yeah, I think I'm on a good vibe again. I'm on the up, and that's right in time, you know, because from here, hopefully with a good result, we can build into a championship season.
Perfect. How was the bike ride out there today?
It was very windy today, and it was my first view because I mean I was here 2 days already, but I unfortunately didn't get my bike. This one it didn't travel with me. Got it sorted today, so that's all good. But yeah, I went out and it's very windy. But other than that, it's a super nice course. Like the roads are so smooth. Like some good descents to get the adrenaline up, and then in general, it's a very tough course as well. You know, like it's almost the same climbing meters than the Ironman World Champs in Nice last year, but because it's not distributed as like one big climb, you feel it a bit less, but it's just the whole time like up or down. And yeah, it's definitely a tough course that if you have a good day, it's gonna be good. If you have a bad day, I think it's gonna feel very long.
When you come like from Europe to do an Ironman here, I think it's easier than the reverse for Americans to go to Europe because of how the time zones work. Because the races are so early that, like, I mean, it's still daytime in Europe during the race here. If you go from US to Europe, you'd have to go way more before because you'd be racing in your night, so you need a lot more adaptation time.
Come on with us.
Come on, let's go flip-flop.
You got them super flip-flops.
We got mile 15, just a zone 2. Have fun on Sunday, boys. We'll see you there.
You too, huh?
Good, yeah, see you.
Thank you to Martin Van Riel and A Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel.
And make sure to look up Dee Dee Griesbauer on Instagram as well and just spam her DMs with comments because she would absolutely love that. And if you can make it in the middle of the night, that's extra points for you as well. I was just looking at the races. We were watching Martin there. I'm not even give you any chance to respond to that. And I feel like Van Riel might have lost a bottle off the back already. I think he had 2 bottles on the back of his bike, and I think he's only got 1 now, so it's possible that he has dropped one already, which is no good. There's Ben Canute, who's into his work. No such issues for him. And Canute, obviously, yeah, as we say, has a lot of history with this course. And he's one of those guys that you know, got into it because he watched his dad do it, and that just shows you the power of having role models like that. And he's gone on to do some incredible things in short course and in long course racing as well. And he'll be looking to do better than his 14th he picked up in Texas, although 14th in Texas with that field is still a great result.
Yeah. Sure is. I was going to say one thing about the course as pertains to Martin Van Riel's bottle, if that is in fact launch. It is a beautiful course, but this is a harsh climate. In the winter can be quite rough. By and large, I think the pavement here is extraordinary, but one thing coming year after year, even when you're experienced, you want to get out there and check sections of the course because things like frost heaves are not uncommon here, particularly on the section that the men are on now with those descents. You can pick up a lot of speed, but to be familiar with it and know where there are patches of rough roads is pretty important, as we have Sanchez here on screen, and she has come up on Rachel Zelinskis.
She has, but Zelinskis has overtaken again, but at the last split, well, they haven't been through the 10.5k split yet, but they were 20 seconds apart, so Sanchez has had a strong early part of the bike between the 3 and 10 kilometre marks. And you're right, these roads are so beautiful and great to ride down, up and down, although there's not a lot of flat going on. And that is the distinctive aero bars of Paula Finlay, who looks supreme on a TT bike.
Again, it's going to be really unusual.
She's 2:16 back.
It's going to be really unusual for Paula Finlay to control herself. This is not a gear she is familiar with racing at, and so to feel yourself holding back is probably not super familiar to Paula Finlay, who's used to having the foot on the gas at all times, but coming up to the Ironman distance for the very first time is going to be a lesson in patience, one that she has said openly she has embraced. She's really enjoyed her preparation for this. It's been a long time coming. She had thoughts to do this race a year ago, put it off when she saw the 70.3 World Championship location, thought that was a course that she could put all of her eggs into that basket. It unfortunately did not work out, so she is back this year to Ironman, make her Ironman debut here in Lake Placid, and we're so glad she's here. It's going to be a thing to see. It looks like from the foreground she's already moving up on a few athletes, so no doubt Paula Finlay already locked in, making her moves.
Yeah, absolutely, and over the course of a 4 or 5 hours on the bike, it's certainly, I think she's more worried about her muscular durability than she is about her lungs on this one when it comes to the 30-kilometre mark of the run. So we'll see, because it can be hard on the legs, this one, with the long downhills and then uphills back. It's difficult on the legs on the run. Speaking of fast people out on course, wasn't that long ago Trevor Foley through the previous splits was 7:55 back, then 7:46 back, now he's 7:33 back, so he's coming through the field. I think he's actually the fastest out on course as well, along with Matthew Marquardt. So we're looking at his gap to Martin Van Riel, and of course his gap to the other athletes, because he's about to pick up Fraser Minikin, who's the second of that front group of swimmers that he's going to go past. He's already been past Thomas Gordon, and he's moved up into 4th position. Rudy von Berg moving well as well. He's 3:17 back. But Foley fastest out on course for the women's. Chelsea Sodaro fastest out on course through the first splits for the women. The only female actually who's topping 40 kilometres an hour through that first split. So she's had a great start to this one, which I think everybody really wants to see after the 2025 that she had and the early part of this year as well. In fact, it's her first race of the year. So good to have her back and firing in the early parts of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
As our
men
pro
now
women
through nearly 20 Ks.
And our pro women now going through that I think it's Hovenberg Sliding Center. This would be where the luge took place during the legendary 1980 Olympics here, but this is one of the early opportunities for the athletes to get eyes on some of their competitors. They have a couple of miles ride into, then they do this loop where the lead pro women are here on right of screen. They will get an opportunity as they exit the sliding center here to see the incoming athletes, and the women are close enough that they will have eyes on each other. Chelsea Sodaro, Paula Finley will get to see the likes of Rachel Zelinskis and Marta Sanchez on the in and out section here. So sort of a strategic point in our bike course here in the early miles.
Yeah, that means they're about 8 miles in, and they're going to have a really fast descent coming up very, very soon before they head into the town of Keene. And it's one of those ones where you can just really let it rip all the way down because of the roads and the lack of technicalities, I suppose, on that one. Technical course overall, but when you get to the descents, there's some beautiful descents and beautiful roads as well. And yeah, of course, 1980 Olympics, 1932 Olympics were held here as well. But I don't think there's a lot left over from the from the 1932 games, but still plenty from the 1980 games. I actually saw there's a fair bit of back and forth between Martin van Riel and all of the Americans, basically, because if you've been following the World Cup, Belgium beat America 4-1, and he's talking about Belgium coming to America and doing the job again for part 2, and he's certainly doing it at the moment. And then Ben Canute responded to that with just a gif of the Miracle on Ice, which was a famous match held here between the US and the USSR back in 1980 when the college students of the USA upset the professional Soviet team 4-3 and then went on to win the gold medal. So the American spirit is alive and strong here, but Martin van Riel is doing the job at the moment at the front of this race.
Absolutely. He fastest mover through that last segment at 19.3K, continues to drill at the front of the race as we have Marta Sanchez and Rachel Zelinskis doing a little bit of back and forth. But they will be seeing, I mean, Chelsea Sodaro moving very, very well, very, very quickly, aggressively through the opening stages here. So Chelsea would have gotten eyes on Rachel and Marta through the out and back, and she'll know exactly what her deficit is and exactly what work needs to be done to move herself into the front of the race.
Yeah, Trevor Foley and Cam Worth working well together as well and posting quickest times earlier on in the bike. But yeah, now Van Riel, the fastest of the men that have gone through that split so far, which is from him in first, Canute, Minikin, Marquardt, Von Berg, West, Collins, Gordon, Ulloa, Schaefer, Funk and Hogenhaug. And Freddie Funk, Christian Hogenhaug are two of those guys who are coming off Challenge Roth 2 weeks ago. But, you know, Christian Hogenhaug's been there and done that. He came here and finished second after an insane month of racing prior to that race last year. So he's no stranger to that whatsoever. But Van Riel determined to make this tough for himself and for everybody else as well. And he's doing that at the moment as things continue to spread out here. And he said he's not far off Texas shape. And he's had a great 4 weeks leading in, and that has improved in the last 4 weeks. And 4 weeks ago he won 70.3 in Elsinore. So he's in some kind of form at the moment.
Here comes our 2022 Ironman World Champion, Chelsea Sodaro, moving past Marta Sanchez. I believe this is going to put Chelsea Sodaro in the lead of the race. I don't know. Rachel Zelinskis is in there somewhere. I don't know if she's either immediately ahead of or immediately behind. But Chelsea Sodaro now inserted herself absolutely into this women's race. Chelsea Sodaro, your new race leader. Let's hear what Chelsea had to say about this Zoot bike course here at Ironman Lake Placid.
Yeah, I really like it. I think it suits my strengths. I like to climb. You know, I live in Colorado, so I spend a lot of time going uphill, and we have quite varying terrain here. So I think it's good for someone who likes to be engaged with the course, who knows how to ride their bike. And it's definitely not, you know, a flat time trial course like we see in a lot of places. And I think it'll be really fun to test myself out there.
Certainly looks fun right now as she moves into the lead, and she's been the fastest through every split so far. Fastest mover overall and fastest mover in every segment up to the 13.5 kilometre mark, Chelsea Sodaro, and we know how well she can run. So right now it's advantage the 2022 Ironman World Champion. I guess, a small question mark over where she would be at, coming back from injury and everything at the moment. But all the signs are pointing to a good race so far for Sidaro. And it came off the back of a really strong swim, actually, and then a great transition to put herself in that kind of position, DD.
Yeah, it's been an interesting, a difficult season, obviously, with the surgery in March, but she was pretty quickly back on her bike, and she's taken, if you follow her socials, a slightly different approach given the injury. I think she's structured her training with Neil Henderson, her coach, a little bit differently. She's done a lot of gravel riding. She did actually a gravel race not long ago, so we know the bike fitness is there. She's come at it in a slightly different way, and I think, given her run, yes, absolutely a question mark, because I don't think she's got the miles in her legs that she would have, obviously, had she not had the surgery. But I think when you look at someone's run resume that Chelsea Sidaro has, this is a strength course. And I'm not sure that sort of the top end that she might be missing from a lack of run miles is going to matter, because that strength and that endurance is still there, and this course will suit that. So Chelsea Sidaro in a really good position and looking great so far.
Yeah, she said she's been running for about 2 months, started running at the end of May, which 2 months is not a nothing block for running to come back. I mean, that's 8 weeks is good. It's probably not quite the miles that she'd want, but it's not 4 weeks, so even though it took her a lot longer to recover from that ankle surgery, about 12 weeks instead of 6, time has still ticked by, and she, is reasonably confident with her run, but she should be, from this position, obviously excellent, as now Paula Finlay comes through the 13.7k timing marker, and she's faster out on course than Chelsea Sidaro, so she's getting into her work as well, currently in fifth position overall. Still 6:33 back, but making some time up on the others.
As Marta Sanchez saying to Chelsea Sidaro, hey, let's maybe sending a message, let's take turns, let's get to work, as she goes back by Sidaro as they make their way towards that descent. Martin Van Riel already well through there. Martin Van Riel built his lead up to over 1:10 over Ben Canute, who sits in second. He's gone by Fraser Minikin. Matthew Marquardt in fourth, and we can see the sun coming out. Nice for the spectators, perhaps, but given the rain, that's going to mean one thing in Lake Placid: the humidity will be on the rise, although temperature's nice and cool, so that will be a relief.
Already over 90 minutes into this race. It's a long day ahead, a long road ahead for Martin Van Riel, but at the moment with 1:10 clear and continuing to put time into Ben Canute, Fraser Minikin, and holding Matthew Marquardt about steady at this point at 19.3 kilometres, and Rudy Von Berg. Trevor Foley steady as well around 7:30, but even on our projections now, Foley is still projected to finish second overall based on his projected run times and the projected end of this bike. If he continues at this pace, he's just going to mop up everybody else except for Martin Van Riel, who is out front. Marta Sanchez up in the saddle and working hard.
Yeah, our women, I believe,
it's just continual hills, isn't it, here, Dee? It's just hills up, hills down. Every time you get to the end of a descent, you're on the way back up again.
Yeah, the women right now on this nice descent, though, Chelsea seemed to want to take the lead for this descent as she and Marta Sanchez take to this downhill section of the course. This is very, very fast, as you mentioned, not very technical. You can take the entire thing in your bars. There are a couple of sweeping turns you might want to be careful with, and certainly when you get to the bottom, you need to be mindful because there's a sharp left-hand turn to make. But all of the women now making their way to the descent as we are following Paula Findlay, who currently sits in 5th place.
Yeah, Finlay, she was slated to race here in 2025, but she wasn't ready to do the full distance at that stage, and she'd had this period of injury. It was like 8 months or a little bit more, and then obviously that continued into the off-season as well, and she didn't have the results she wanted in Oceanside, and in Chattanooga she was disappointed with her 2nd place, but what she did in Happy Valley for another North American Championship really put her back on track. And so she was ready to do this and take on the full distance, which is obviously a big decision to make for an athlete, even of her experience, as she continues to work away. And I think that's Hernandez Tomei, who she's going to swallow up pretty soon. But yeah, big descent coming, and the experience of being able to handle that and continue your pace through is another skill that you need in the quiver if you're going to have a strong bike time here.
And Martin Van Riel now, he's on the fantastic section of this course. This is the one, I would call it time trial section of the course down here in the valley as he makes his way towards Jay. Just a spectacularly beautiful section of the course and a really fast section of the course. Probably the one, if you wanted to call it flat, a couple of small rollers in there, but really a good chunk of time to spend in aero here along the section of the course as we check in with Mark Hart.
Yeah, continuing to refine his approach to racing. Matthew Marquardt has been doing a lot more work in his recovery and sleep and trying to be able to make sure that he can sustain the sessions that he's doing and hit them well enough. And we know his prowess on the bike and how he sets up races. Didn't have issues with cramp this time around either. He's a couple of minutes off the lead. Let's listen to what he had to say about the bike that he was facing in this race.
I mean, it's a lot of climbing. Like, it's as far as I'm aware, like, you know, the Nice, it's like the Ironman Nice course is, I mean, maybe Lanzarote, but there really aren't other courses on the circuit that are as hilly as
that he's doing Legos.
So that makes it a lot more challenging. Like, there's not the same dynamics that there are as that you have at Texas, and I think it's just a super, you know, as what we would call, I think it's a super fair course, where like you have to be strong, and if you're not strong, then it's gonna show.
He does Legos all the time.
Yep. If you're not strong, it's going to show. And he was doing all of that while making some kind of massive Lego spaceship, Dee. Just, you know, you've got to be able to do a bit of everything.
I think that was the space shuttle. And I think it's a way for him. I mean, you talk about this guy in his daily life, you know, medical student, well on in his medical studies now. Things getting a little bit more complicated with his schedule as he approaches full doctorhood, we'll call it. But carving out a little bit of time for himself there helps him focus and get race ready, clear the mind a little bit, and focus on the task at hand. But to lug that giant space shuttle with him, with all the little bags of Legos, that's, yeah, commitment.
Yeah, it is. It's funny, though. It reminds me, Hayden Wild's another one in short course who likes to do Lego. And it's, you know, whatever takes your mind off it. Some athletes will, you know, they'll enjoy video games or something mindless, not mindless, but something that allows your mind to wander a little bit and to relax.
Back to Martin Van Riel here, looking smooth. If he did launch a bottle, he has replaced it, so he seems to have a full rack of bottles on his bike. So problem averted there for Martin Van Riel.
Yeah, let's hope it was just water and not his special nutrition. And, of course, the second half of the season approacheth. And as we head towards championship season, there's still plenty of places for you to take on your own Ironman. And one of the great ones to do it is in northern England, in a city that's steeped in triathlon history. The Yorkshire city of Leeds is home to England's only Ironman race, Ironman Leeds. Really brings the energy up there. The northern English people come out in any weather to support you. Doesn't matter what's happening. You start with a swim at Waterloo Lake, and then you bike around through the villages, and there's support all the way across the course before the run through and around Roundhay Park. It's on August 16th. You've got to be fit. If you're not fit now, maybe look at another one. But if you feel like you're anywhere near race ready, it's one of your last opportunities to race in Europe this year. So make sure not to miss your chance. Go to Ironman.com. There was a QR code at the bottom of your screen. But go to Ironman.com and make sure you sign up, because it's less than a month away. and cannot wait for that one. It's going to be huge. Here are your leaders out on course. If you don't mind, Martin Van Riel on the left, Chelsea Sodaro on the right as we get into the real honest part of this incredible Zoot bike course. And Martin Van Riel now 1 minute 40 clear of Ben Canute. And it could be a little bit more. He's just gone through another timing, Santa, but Chelsea Sodaro, Rachel Zelinskas and Marta Sanchez were all together through 19.3 kilometres. But Sodaro leading, looking strong, looking very, very smooth, as both of them are. If anyone who's watching would be very happy to have a TT position that is as strong and steady as that, and continuing to put time into the chases at the moment. Paula Finlay has moved up to 54 seconds behind Sodaro. And that group, Sodaro, Sanchez and Zelinskas together. Finlay, 54 seconds. She's gone past Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who's at 58 seconds, and then a big gap of 2.5 minutes or so back to Grace Tech, who's in 6th position. That is the setup for the women's right now. Martin Van Riel has just gone past 36. We'll get the splits for the others coming through very, very soon. But at 30 kilometres at Canute, it was 1:39. You'd think it might be even a little bit more when they go through 36, and we'll let you know as soon as he comes through, which should be any minute now. But you're right, the sun's out. We're going to see a little bit more weather as Sodaro just sweeps down this descent. And isn't it just a wonderful feeling when you're travelling at that speed on a bike and in that kind of control, on that kind of surface as well?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, she looks great. She looks very, very confident. Through that last section, Paula Finlay had put her stamp on that, was definitely the fastest mover through there, which put her is now within a minute of the lead. So when they get to the bottom of the descent there at Jay, it'll be interesting to see how much more time Paula Finlay can put into Chelsea Sodaro and the other two women that are alongside her. But definitely some movement in the women's race as Paula Finlay continues to stalk the race leaders, but Martin Van Riel all on his own at the front.
I'll tell you what, though, Lisa Perderer, fastest out on course through that last section and the section before. So she started to mop up a little bit of time as well. 42.1 kilometres she was travelling there. And when you put that into context, the only one who was close to her was Paula Finlay. So Lisa Perderer starting to get into her work too. She didn't have the swim that she wanted to have, but she's starting to move up a little bit. And Van Riel just continually the fastest out there, 43.5 kilometres an hour through the 36.2 mark. And if you look back at the gaps now, it's gone from 1:38 to 1:55 between Van Riel and Canute. And he's even put time into Marquardt, who's gone from 2:05 to 2:20 back. And Fraser Minikin out there on screen hasn't quite gone through the 36-kilometre timing, Matt, but he was already 3 minutes back. Van Riel is just shelling this field right now.
And has really from the go. I mean, he did pick up Fraser Minikin in the swim, but really just blasted the field apart, and the men considerably more spread out than we are accustomed to seeing them, in large part due to the work of Martin Van Riel and the pace he was putting on in that swim. This is Fraser Minikin. It looks like, I don't know who that is quite going past him there, but Fraser Minikin seems to be in good spirits, gave a wave to the camera there a minute ago. But getting past, falling back a little bit.
He seems pretty laid back, Fraser Minikin. He's a laid-back character, Fraser Minikin. How are you going to go on the swim? Oh, I don't know. I'll just see how I go.
Just see how I feel. If I feel like going, I'll go. Otherwise, I'll just chill. I'll hang out. It bodes well for his impending fatherhood, I think.
Oh, that's what you need. You need as much of that as you can possibly gather. I wish I had a little bit more of that as well. But based on our projected time, so I'll carry on.
Sorry, this is Rudy Von Berg we're seeing for the first time today. Rudy, another expectant father coming up in the next couple of months here. So he's got a lot on his plate, but he is chipping away here, moving himself past Fraser Minikin. That will put him, I believe, into 4th place overall. So he has did a training camp up in Utah, makes his home in Boulder, Colorado, but wanted to get even higher in his preparations for this. Had a couple of training mates for a bit of time, did a lot of work on his own, showing up here. He's the guy that we just don't talk enough about.
That's so true. We don't. And he just goes under the radar. There's a lot of strong North American Ironman athletes out there, and people tend to blame it on the fact that he doesn't have the 70.3 results, and there's so many more 70.3s going around, so he just drops a little bit off the radar. But he had a great result in Texas, and he continues to be a serious threat here. 5th in Texas. He had a 3:55 bike in Texas, which is only a couple of minutes outside the world record, and of course his fastest bike time ever by quite a margin as well. I know he had a 3:57 to be fair in Texas the year before. It's a fast bike course, but he's obviously got some serious bike fitness at the moment. So let's hear from the man himself, the Bison, on his prep and lead up to this race here in Lake Placid.
I did first time in my career, I did actually a real altitude training camp. I was in Park City. Heard a lot of good things. I still rank it behind Boulder, but yeah, I did almost a month there, and just came down 3 days before the race to race.
Perfect. How is the body feeling?
It's honestly a bit harder to say, I'd say, because at high altitude, you just don't feel quite as good, right, in your workouts. Had some bike workouts where I didn't have much power, and then the run was okay, so there's just some things. It's a bit same as before Texas, like slightly unsure on some things, but I've done all the work, no injury, no nothing, so it should come together on race day.
Do you have any tactics that you'd like to try and put together for a good race?
I mean, for some reason in my head, it might change on race day. I'm not mega confident on my bike right now, so even though I had good legs today. But yeah, just would like to follow the best guys, Martin and Mark Hart, and then have a good run off that. Pretty simple.
What about this course makes it such a challenging course?
Yeah, I've just heard a lot about it. I didn't really recon much, but I do like harder courses, so I like the elevation. Usually I actually like a harder bike and a flatter run. But in Park City, there's nothing flat, so even interval runs I did, it's kind of like, falls flat down, falls flat up, whatnot. So I feel like I'm pretty ready for the hills.
Perfect. What's it going to take to put together a good run here?
Yeah, just general shape, sometimes you push the bike really hard and then, you still have good legs and you feel strong the whole run, and obviously nutrition's very important, so yeah, it's kind of just, if it comes down on race day and the body's ready to go, then you kind of manage it, or something's wrong with your body and it's just not going to happen. So yeah.
There you go, Rudy von Berg. He's at, when we're talking about going to Park City, that's 7,000 feet of elevation. That is a whole new level of high altitude training. It only came down 3 days ago. So there's a level of experimenting there, I think, in terms of where you come down from that kind of elevation, what time you come down and what suits you. And if you haven't done it before from that high, it's different for every athlete. So where Rudy von Berg sits right now, it seems to be working for him, although he's 4 minutes back on Van Riel. And Trevor Foley's moving through with Cam Worth at the moment, picking up places, not picking up time on Van Riel, but travelling at the same or roughly the same speeds and picking up some of those guys who are kind of on the cusp of the top 10. And in the women's, there's Marta Sanchez on screen, still sticking with Chelsea Sodaro and Rachel Zelinskas. Paula Finlay 1:17 back through that 25-kilometre mark. And Lisa Perderer is fast out there on course as well, continuing in the last 3 splits to be the fastest out on course. She descended the quickest too into Keene. So she's now up in 7th position, and she is the quickest on the bike. But she's well behind Marta Sanchez in that group of 3.
Yeah, after some big gaps out of the swim, a lot of the women have sort of picked up the pace. You mentioned Lisa Perderer, Grace Tech hanging in there as well. The one that hasn't seemed to have made a move is Tamara Jewett. She was, at last check, 7:25 back, but she's yet to go through that 25-kilometer mark. So a lot of the women, Paula Finlay obviously making up time, Lisa Perderer making up time, and Tamara Jewett yet to get her forward movement going. She'll have to monitor those gaps. Again, she outran the field by near 20 minutes last year, so she's certainly got that in her pocket, but she's going to have to keep the pedal on the gas here throughout the bike course.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
This is where I wanna be.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Brew without compromise, and by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed and performance since 1983. Marta Sanchez is out front, having taken over at the front from Chelsea Sodaro. You could just see disappearing out of shot at around the 30-kilometre mark. A podium getter last year. Solveig Lovseth won this race, and she's leading a little train there with Rachel Zelinskas, who the three of them have actually put a little bit of time now into Paula Finlay, who's all alone in fourth position.
That's right. Paula brought it to within 55 seconds, I believe, and now is sitting back at 1:21 back. But this is a nice, women now down in the valley have reached that sort of time trial section of the course. Nice, flat, good aero bar times. We'll see if Paula Finlay can make up some time here. And of course, what's to come is the climb back into town where we know Paula will shine. So a little bit of an accordion effect for Paula Finlay, coming closer, but now moving back out. Lara Hernandez-Tomey moving backwards. She's now at 1:51 back. And we'll see Lisa Pertrer, who had made a big move through the last two timing segments, if she can get a little bit closer to the front of this race as well.
Yeah, as an Australian who lives in Spain, happy to see a double non-American leaders at the moment as the race continues to draw athletes from all over the world. Marta Sanchez, of course, Spanish, Martin Van Riel, Belgian, but so many great American athletes in this one as well, as it is the last chance for Americans, unless they want to travel to Europe, to pick up spots in the Ironman World Championships, which kicks off on the 10th, 11th of October, back reuniting in Kona for the first time in a few years, and we cannot wait for that one. And some of these athletes will be absolutely stressing on making sure that they get a spot there as well. And you look at some of those athletes that aren't, well, in the women's, all of the top 10 athletes out on course right now are qualified, or sorry, the top three are all qualified, with Chelsea Sodaro validating. Paula Finlay and Lara Hernandez-Tomey will qualify at the moment. Emily Pincus and Shiva Leisner. But, you know, there's a lot of hours to go in this one yet. And then for the men, Matt Collins, Jason West, Fraser Minikin and Christian Hogenhaug will be our four at the moment. But, again, there's a big group there of, I think, around 14 athletes within 7 minutes of the lead. So lots of changes to happen over the course of the next few hours out here on the bike. And what continues to happen is Martin Van Riel puts time into everybody else. Now over 2 minutes back to Ben Canute, and he's just coming up on about 50 kilometres into this race.
Yep, as we sit here with Fraser Minikin, back in 7th. He just went back and forth a little bit. I think I saw him in a little tit and tat with Jason West. So they are back and forth, sitting 6th and 7th place, just under 5 minutes back. I'd be curious, Will, to see how many of these non-Kona qualified names also appear on the Kalmar start list. As we mentioned, only 2 more racing opportunities for these athletes to pick up those Kona slots. 4 slots available here, 3 available in Kalmar over in Sweden. Obviously a Herculean task if it doesn't come good today to make your way over to Sweden to try to secure that slot. But if you're not in Kona, hey, the season looks an awful lot differently. So curious what that start list in Kalmar looks like now and how names may drop off at the conclusion of this race.
I would say, at a guess, all of them that haven't qualified are on the Kalmar start list, and 4 of them will drop off.
That's a good guess.
That seems to be the way. You don't want to have to go to Sweden in 4 weeks' time if you don't have to, because we're getting into the middle of August as well. That's starting to really affect your Kona preparations, which happen at the start of October. And then the quicker that you can qualify yourself and then not have to worry about it, the more control you have over your build-up to the biggest race of the year. And Marta Sanchez on screen right now. She doesn't have to worry about any of that because she is Kona qualified and she is a defending podium getter and she is in the lead. So she's enjoying it all right now, Marta Sanchez. Exactly where she wants to be. She's another one of those athletes like Van Riel who went to Elsinore. Unlike Van Riel, she finished 5th overall, but she's at study and consistency, Marta Sanchez. If you look back at her results since like the middle of last year, only once has she finished outside the top 10, and that was in a T100 race. And then she DNF'd, unfortunately, she DNF'd in Hawaii last year in Kona. But every other race has been 5th, 3rd, 6th, 3rd, 8th, 4th. Like, she just has solid top 10 performances and has done for as long as I can remember, really. I think she had a bad result at the 70.3 Worlds when it was in Topor a couple of years ago. But apart from that, she's very, very strong. In fact, let's hear from her right now.
Oh yeah, I mean the swim it's important, but definitely the bike course and especially the run course here, it's really challenging and demanding. So I think that you really need to save some legs for the marathon and especially the last 10Ks. But yeah, obviously if I can go, I'm gonna try to go hard as always in the beginning and try to make some gap on the swim so I have some time on the bike to try to figure it out.
Well, there you go.
I'd say that she's a very happy person, but I've got to say, Dee, all Spaniards are like that. They're just happy. They're just smiling all the time. So I haven't met one since I've lived here that is not in a good mood.
Well, that's a good thing, B. She certainly has every reason to be in a good mood now. Certainly in control of this race. It was after Kona, she had sustained, I believe it was a knee injury, took her out for a while, but she's had a patient rebuild. And boy, did she put that performances on display in Texas with a PR in the run there in particular. So if she had a weakness before, we would have said not the strongest runner. Certainly swim and bike are absolutely in place, but had some work to do on the run, but turned into 2:59.41 in Texas, which in those hot and humid conditions is extraordinary. So we're expecting good things from her today. That knee injury, a thing of the past, and all systems go both here and looking forward to Hawaii as well. She obviously does well in the heat. Good Spaniard, as any good Spaniard should, I should say.
Well, yes, every single day in Spain is 36 degrees at the moment, Celsius. So, yes, you have to be, unless you'd like to not go outside, then you have to be good in the heat. There's no question about that whatsoever. But she's around a 3. I mean, she's been running consistently 3:02s, 3:01s, 3:06. She's around that area. But that's the first time she's actually broken the 3-hour mark, which in Texas, which is a huge mental barrier to break through coming into this one as well, where she ran a 3:02.06 last year to go 8:53 overall and finish in 3rd position. So at the moment, she's on track to best that. But as we say, long day ahead of us. Now through the 47k mark, Matthew Marquardt has moved into second position ahead of Ben Canute. So those two nearly stuck together. Marquardt's put 14 seconds into Canute and moved into second overall. He's one of the fastest out on course right now. And for the women, one of the fastest out on course continuing to be is Lisa Perderer, who continues to move up the standings and try to catch her podium pal in Marta Sanchez and the rest of the front of this pack. And the team, the incredible team of content creators from A Fighting Chance, has been out all week picking up content with our race week contenders, including Chelsea Sodaro, who's on screen right now, and we'll hear a bit more from her.
Born for the struggle.
No. They don't think about the tiny people when they make these helmets. I feel like I've just been training for a very long time, and it'll be really fun to see where I'm at this weekend. It's so beautiful here, and I've wanted to do this race for a long time. It's just never aligned, so I'm jazzed that I'm in one piece. And I had surgery on my ankle in March, and that took a while to heal from. I thought it would be a 6-week quick thing. It was not. It was more like a 10 to 12 week thing, right? So I started running end of May.
Yep.
Yeah, so almost 2 months of running. It's not too bad for Ironman prep.
You got this.
And yeah, that was really hard. I think surgery is really hard for athletes because you can't do what you love to do, and you have to like relearn how your body works. And I had some dark moments during that period of time. But now I'm pain-free, which is awesome, and I haven't been pain-free in my ankle in like many years. So that's always great when you can get out the door for a run or a ride and like not be dreading.
How about the bike course here? It's rolling. It's hard to ride with anyone. Kind of ride your own race.
Yeah, I really like it. I think it suits my strengths. I like to climb. You know, I live in Colorado, so I spend a lot of time going uphill, and we have quite varying terrain here. So I think it's good for someone who likes to be engaged with the course, who knows how to ride their bike. And it's definitely not, you know, a flat time trial course like we see in a lot of places. And I think it'll be really fun to test myself out there.
What's next?
Well, we're gonna go for a little jog.
Body-wise, race to win, race for a Kona slot.
You know, I don't need a Kona slot. I just need to validate. So I'm here to validate, put myself in a good spot heading into October, and just see where I'm at right now. I think every time I get to toe the line, it feels like a huge privilege. And I feel really lucky to be lining up healthy this weekend.
It's, you know, for Chelsea Sodaro, again, as she said, some dark times there, but what a relief. And she said it right there in the end, just grateful to be happy and healthy. The burden of going out to every session, just knowing you're going to be in pain, not because the session is challenging, but because you have physical pain, carrying injuries, carrying niggles. It's exhausting. So great for Chelsea Sodaro to have that injury, the surgery done, hopefully smooth sailing for her through this race and into her preparation for Kona. But great, still some strong women hanging in there with her. Again, Marta Sanchez at the front, Chelsea hanging in there, and Rachel Zelinskis, as we can see there. Although I don't see up the road, it looks like Marta Sanchez has built a little bit of a gap there on our 2022 world champion. But right now, Chelsea Sodaro looking good, and Rachel Zelinskis hanging in there. Paula Finley sitting at 1:13 back. And Lisa Percher now at 3:35 back. So, yeah, that's how the women's race is looking right now.
Yeah, Perter has gone past Grace Tech, and we're still waiting for Tamara Jewett to come through as our 8th place overall. And she could run 10 minutes into some of these women with her run pedigree. But 8 minutes back here is not necessarily where she wants to be. Emily Pincus has dropped back significantly to about 12:20 back. But you're right, Sanchez has just stolen 10 or 15 seconds. Well, we thought she had, and
I
now
was going to say,
we're
they just
continuing to
gone by
move
her.
between us. There you go. She's basically stopped up there, and she looked ahead, and then we panned back, and she's come back to this group. And now Zelinskas takes about 10 metres at the front of this race, and Sidaro's going to take over as well as she continues to have to push up. As you can see, the race ranger flashing red on Zelinskas' bike. And now Sidaro back in the lead of this one. So after all that separation in the swim, we've come back together at the front of the bike for the women's. But for the men's, it's further and further in front for Martin van Riel, now nearly 2.5 minutes ahead of Matthew Marquardt. Ben Canute is holding steady at about 15 seconds behind Marquardt at the moment. And Rudy von Berg had moved up into 4th at the last splits. And there's just always something to look at on this course. Beautiful part of the world. The Adirondacks, a huge national park. And they're seeing such a diverse part of it and really being tested. The right-hand turn now for your leader, Chelsea Sodaro, which it's been a while since we've said those words, and it's good to have her back.
Yeah, just heartbreak for Chelsea Sodaro through much of last year. With her DNF in Kona, she had battled some injury and illness early in the year, had a great build into Kona, ended up DNFing there. Then the surgery at the start of the year, she's just been fighting her way back. And it's great to see her back in control and in the lead. And right now we're going to throw it down to our very own Haley Chura, who is with Chelsea Sodaro's coach, Neil Henderson. He also coaches Ben Canute. Haley, to you.
I'm here with Neil Henderson. Neil, you are heavily invested in both the men's and women's races right now. Your athletes are riding in podium positions in both fields. Let's talk first about Ben Canute. How are you feeling right now about his performance as he rides in the front of this field?
Yep, definitely Ben's got off to a great start. The swim, very solid. It was, you got incredible speed with Martin taking it out there. That separation that the lead four had out of lap 1 was absolutely impressive, and Ben was a little bit off coming out of lap 2, but still in, I think, 3rd or 4th position. Great transition, straight onto the bike, moved himself up into 2nd. I think he's right now at 3rd, but off to a very good start for the day.
That swim was very unexpected, and then they're getting onto this bike course. We've seen them go down that first descent, ride through the valley. When you talked to Ben before this race, did you have a plan where you were like, drill the first lap, go hard, or is this a more measured approach? Can you give us some insight?
Ultimately, the goal is about lap 2. I'd call this a back half course, effectively. It's a challenging, dynamic course. There's a lot of different aspects to it to be successful, but our goal on the first lap of the bike was to try to conserve a little bit. Knowing that he could go harder was kind of the idea. Like I said, you've got a shovel in your hand. I don't want you to use the shovel in lap 1, but lap 2 you're going to have to start digging a little bit. And same with the run, that it's going to be about, the finish, not taking it out hot. So I think he's executing that well, even though, he's in a good position, but he should have a little bit in reserve.
That is pro advice that seems like it could apply to basically everyone racing an Ironman. Let's talk about Chelsea. Chelsea came out a little bit further back in the swim, but quickly made up time. I think she made up time even in transition and right onto the bike into the lead. How are you feeling about Chelsea's race so far?
Yeah, definitely happy with things. The swim, again, the non-wetsuit swim, created some bigger gaps than maybe we see in a lot of other races, but great transition through, and just going to work on the bike. Again, we have a fairly measured approach, but Chelsea's a racer. A world champion, you don't win world championships by being timid and not being a competitor, and she is absolutely a competitor.
And I think there were a few questions about her health coming in. We haven't seen Chelsea race since the World Championships last October, and she had foot surgery. So can you give us some insight? What kind of run can we expect from Chelsea? Is she fully healthy? Are we going to see one of her World Championship winning runs?
Yeah, so Chelsea's dealt with basically the issue that was taken care of this spring for years. And so since that, the recovery was a little longer than anticipated initially, but she's been running pain-free, which is the first time that's happened in years. And so You know, that is really good, and she's done she's actually had, in some cases, better preparation than she even had prior to Nice World Championships in 24. And so you know, we're very, very cautiously optimistic for the run. She's in a good place. Again, she's not at absolute World Championship readiness today, but she's properly ready for an Ironman run.
That's great to hear as a fan of the sport. And I mean, she did finish in third in those Nice World Championships. So that was a very, very solid day. If we get that kind of Chelsea here, it's going to be a very, very fun, exciting race, a fun, exciting run. Working with these athletes, you are an athlete yourself, and you have actually raced here in Lake Placid before, I think a couple of years ago, right?
Let's see, if I do the math right, 27 years. So the first year of Ironman Lake Placid in 1999, I got out here and did my thing. Absolutely a beautiful place. It's an incredible race. I love it here. I grew up on the East Coast in Pennsylvania, so not too terribly far away from home, even though I've been in Boulder now for 29 years. But Lake Placid is a fantastic venue, event, and it's great to be back here.
Has anything changed? Is it exactly the same?
You know, I mean, my hair's gone. I've got a gray beard, which I did not have either of those two things 27 years ago. So I don't think Lake Placid has changed much. I'm the one who's changed more so.
When you think about this course and racing on this course, is there anything that you remember from 27 years ago that just stuck in your head and you can't get out of it that these athletes are going to experience today?
Papa Bear. On the bike. Papa Bear broke me back then. I literally took my socks off on the climb because I felt like I had that they were wet, and it felt like extra weight that I could get rid of, and I actually dropped my spare tubular tire, because we used to race on tubular tires back then, way back in the day, on my Spinergy Rev X's. I actually just dropped it at the one aid station again for less weight. I'm like, if I flat, I flat, and that's that. I was making desperate moves, so.
I mean, but it worked. You crossed the finish line, right?
Got to the finish, and it was my fastest Ironman at the time, so.
Well, thank you, Neil, for the memories. We are going to be anxiously watching your athletes, Ben Canute, Chelsea Sodero, as they take on this course, and Papa Bear. Hopefully they can keep those socks on. We'll throw those back to you in the studio.
Papa Bear obviously referring to the biggest of the three climbs out there, with Baby Bear and Mama Bear and Papa Bear at the back end. And yes, it's a long, slow drag up the hill. But I think that if you get to the point where you're stopping to take your socks off, you've gone deep. That's very deep. That's a deep. It's better to coach, I think, at that point.
We're definitely questioning your preparation if taking your socks off is going to make the difference between a finish line and not. But classic Neil Henderson there. Really a great coach, renowned for his expertise in particular on the bike. So both Ben Canute and Chelsea Sodero in good hands, and that is on full display here so far at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Just do it, be fine. It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Here from upstate New York, where the sun is out and the temperature finally warming up, as is the competition out here at around 30 to 50 kilometres into the bike for the men and women. There is Paula Finlay, probably the most talked about athlete coming into this race on her Ironman debut. And she's having a solid race thus far, trying to ride her own pace, and her own pace has got her now under the 1 minute mark from our leaders. So she dipped under the 1 minute mark and then went out to about 1:30. Now she's back under 1 minute behind Chelsea Sodaro, Rachel Zelinskas and Marta Sanchez, who were all together at the 42 kilometre mark of this bike. Finlay has broken well clear of our swim leader, Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who's 2:32 back, and Lisa Pertera is in 6th position and hunting people down. Our second place getter behind Solbo Lovseth in 2025. But Finlay, the question is, and we heard Neil Henderson talk about this, the coach of Chelsea Sodaro on Ben Canute, before the break, that this is a back-ended race. And for her especially, it's a back-ended race because she's going into distances that she has never experienced before. I know she's done, I think she did her first 2-hour run a couple of weeks ago, and that was new for her. So the muscle breakdown, I suppose, and the durability of her muscles will be more the aspect that she's concerned about, but it's back-ended for everyone at the moment. She's 1 minute off the lead and looking very, very strong. In fact, let's hear from her right now about how this bike course she felt was going to play out.
Love the bike course. I think it's going to be really hard for me to rein it in because it is a kind of punchy course where I love to climb hard, and I think if I'm climbing at like 230 watts, that feels too easy, but that is kind of what I should be climbing at to save myself for the second lap. So just not letting myself spike too much and being patient. Love the bike course. It's super good pavement. Honestly, no bad roads throughout the whole 90K loop. Pretty, obviously, which you'll notice less on race day, but for riding it pre-race, it's been really nice. And yeah, the one big thing is it's been so windy, which is hard to do for me pre-race, but in the race, I think when I'm in a race mindset, I think less about the elements and I'm just kind of focused on racing. So yeah, it's a really good course. It's hilly, obviously, but that also comes with a lot of downhills where you can kind of bring your heart rate down, relax, and get ready for the climbs again. So just saving some matches for the last half.
Yeah, very cognizant there, DD, of not going at 70.3 pace. And we see athletes a lot that if they do a lot of Ironmans and then they go to 70.3, they have trouble going up the pace that they're required to. It's like muscle memory of this is my race pace. And the same for athletes who are used to 70.3s going to Ironman and then blowing up deluxe on the second half.
And obviously, Will, the women ahead of her have a lot more experience across this distance than she does. But I would say, given how well I know Paula can ride a bike, that she is actually executing that plan almost to perfection. Like, this is Paula definitely holding back. And I think when you're going into the deep unknown of this distance on the bike, and certainly for her on the run, that an element of caution is warranted. And I think, to me, by my eye, she's holding true to that. It's hard to do when you're in the race because Paula, again, fierce competitor, right? She likes to be at the front of the race and wanting to get there and kind of holding herself back, saying you don't need to be there yet, you need to be there at the finish line. But right now, so far, I think Paula Finlay appears to be doing an extraordinary job in executing her race plan. Last split now, she's 51 seconds back. So a couple of seconds here and there, continuing to chip away at the three women ahead of her.
Yeah, she's actually fastest out on course at the moment. At the start of the race, Chelsea Sodaro was the fastest out there, and then Lisa Pertera was quickest between around 13 and about 35 kilometres. And now Paula Finlay is starting to turn up the pace a little bit and get closer towards the front end of this race. Has been the fastest out on course through the last 15 kilometres or so. Meanwhile, Martin Van Riel is into another one of the climbs. And I have to say, he himself, Matthew Marquardt, Trevor Foley, Cam Worth, all travelling around the same speed out there, but 8 minutes apart between them or across them, and they're all travelling faster than Canute and Von Berg and West and Miniken and Hogenhaug and everyone else who's out there at the moment. And the very impressive Martin Van Riel is doing it from the front and not worried one bit about what people are doing behind him. And just like Paula Finlay, I mean, Martin Van Riel's relatively new to Ironman, not as new as Paula Finlay, who's now been an Ironman for 2 hours, but newish to Ironman, but a very long short course career and a very experienced triathlete. So you might, if you're a fan of long course only, you can maybe not give them the credit that they are due for all of the triathlon experience they have over the last 2 decades.
And that makes a huge difference. I mean, the dynamics obviously hugely different from long course to short course, but the competitor mindset, executing a race plan, pivoting when things don't go according to plan, all really, really valuable tools that these athletes both, despite their limited and no experience across the Ironman distance, they certainly have in their toolbox. And I'm going to put it to you right now, Will, and it's unfair at 63.6 kilometers on the bike, but
right, thanks so much. I know what's coming.
Minus a few steps at swim exit, do we see a wire-to-wire win for Martin Van Riel?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. You heard it here. Martin Van Riel getting it absolutely done here on the Athletic Brew Ironman Lake Placid course. I mean, I don't disagree. I absolutely. How can you disagree? I think right now he looks so in control. I mean, the looks can be deceiving, and this is a devilish course with the 2 loops and these hills that Martin Van Riel, although now in Aero, is in the midst of. They can bite really, really hard if you don't mind your pace in the beginning. But just given the way Martin Van Riel took to that swim, super aggressive, didn't relinquish the lead at all. He could have rolled over on his back and said to Fraser Minikin, hey, take a turn. He didn't do that. That just, to me, speaks confidence that continues to be on display here on the bike.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is go off what's happening right now. And right now, he's had a wonderful swim. He's been able to somewhat, I mean, he's gone hard, obviously, but he's done it at his own pace and dictated terms. And he was leading for 99.998% of that swim. Then you go off on the bike and he's gone off the front, so he's got no one to pace off and he's doing his own thing, and he's managed to put 2.5 minutes into Marquardt, or well, more time into Marquardt. Marquardt and himself are travelling at around the same speed. But when you look back at the Ironman runs that they've had, they haven't run against each other all that much, Marquardt and Van Riel. But the last run that Marquardt had was a 2:39 in South Africa. It's tough to compare the courses, obviously. A 2:32 in Texas in that heat for Martin Van Riel. 2:32 is an insanely fast Ironman time. Like, there's no one can run as fast as that in this field. So if you look at that, he's got to be the fastest runner out there, and he's leading by 2.5 minutes. So yes, he will win based on that, but Ironman's a long day.
Yes.
As we know, and anything can happen, including for Pamphile Perrine. We haven't talked to him about him as much. He was travelling in 12th, had a huge mechanical or something, and now he is in last position overall. So I think he lost around 20 plus minutes. So if you're a fan of Pamphile Perrine, unfortunately, things are not looking good for him.
That is absolutely a gut punch, and I will give him credit for getting back out there and getting on his bike. When you give up that amount of time, and you're looking at dead last, like, the shift in your mindset has to become like the day is nowhere near. Sure, there's little things that can happen. You can lose a bottle. You can, mount before the mount line and have to back up and go again. You're talking about a handful of seconds. We're talking about 25-ish minutes he lost there due to the mechanical. And to have the gumption to get back on your bike and try to salvage some sort of day out of that. So again, sitting in dead last place right now, but let's see how many people, I hope he continues on. Let's see how many people he can pick off by the end of the day. But back to the very smooth pedal strokes of Paula Findlay here on debut in her first Ironman.
Yeah, she's so steady in the upper body, so focused. I'm a huge fan of the white aero bars. I wasn't when I first saw them, and now they're growing on me. Maybe because she's making them look so good, because she's such a supreme competitor, Paula Findlay. We know, obviously we talk about her Ironman debut, but she's got so much 70.3 experience, so much long course experience. And I think, she's putting that into full effect at the moment. She's now down to 42 seconds back, so she's 45 seconds back, just gone through the last split. On our leader through the last split was Zelinskas ahead of Sanchez, and then Sodaro 6 seconds back. But Finlay just continuing to eke time slowly out of it, and she was talking about making sure that she doesn't spike too much and just having a really steady move. And I guess there's probably two groups of people that heard her say out there, I don't want to try and push too hard, like more than 230 watts up the climbs. There's two sets of age groupers out there. One of them's like, I can do 230 watts up the climbs. Maybe I should be a female professional. And the other group's like, 230 watts up the climbs? That's insane.
Yeah.
But everyone's just running their own race out there.
Absolutely. And, as we watch Paula Findlay, A Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration is our Race Week series that takes you behind the scenes with our top pros. And earlier this week, we caught up with Paula Findlay about her experience here at Ironman Lake Placid. Let's catch up with Paula Findlay.
We're in Placid. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm excited. I think it's hard to do this with everyone listening. You guys close your ears.
Is it any more real that you're about to toe the start line of your first Ironman?
I'm actually a bit less nervous. Like, I'm more nervous about some aspects, like the unknowns and the things I've never entered before, like 30K on a run, like just totally unknown territory. But at the same time, less nervous because there is less expectation. And in a half, I know exactly like where I should be and what my run split should be and what my watts should be on the bike and what my nutrition is. So it's just, that makes me almost more nervous because I have expectations. I've been doing well in the 70.3. I really like that distance and I like training for it. And it seemed like daunting to jump into the full, and I didn't really want to, so I just didn't. But it came to be the time where I'm like, I'm not going to do this for that much longer. I have to do it before I retire and see if I'm good at it, see if I like it. And I've surprised myself with how much I've enjoyed the training for it. I think it suits me actually maybe better than some of the fast stuff at this point. I've been able to do like longer stuff but lower intensity and therefore not wake up sore the next morning or wake up too tired the next morning like I do when I do fast stuff. It'd be nice to go to Kona and get a Kona slot, but that's not really why I'm here. I just want to like have a good race on this course in these conditions. And yeah, my goals are more oriented around not blowing up and not like totally failing at the nutrition aspect and being able to feel good at some points. And I've been told by so many people, and it's actually like crazy how many people have reached out, like at Matthews, and people are just like the best at this still and giving me little tips and advice and like just take it 1 kilometer at a time sometimes if it feels like you're in a bad place. And this long of an event, if you're feeling bad, it can always turn around. Because I do go out really hard in 70.3s and blow up in those sometimes, so I have to be really careful here. The amount of endurance and aerobic capability my body, I can for sure do this race. I think I'm more worried about the muscular durability on the run. That's kind of my only real thing that I'm questioning is like, how will my quads handle kilometer 30 to 42? But aerobically, like my lungs can, yeah, no problem. Right?
Such a positive person and a great athlete, and I ventured just then into the YouTube comments section, which is always a dangerous place to be, just to see what the reaction is to Paula Findlay, and then she's got, I've got a thick skin, but more that like the support that Paula has and the fans that she's won over such a long number of years in the sport, and the way she goes about things is outstanding. And it made me realise, you know, when she was talking about not going too hard up the hills, and I was lucky enough to commentate at Happy Valley at the North American Championships not that long ago when she won her 3rd North American title, and it was quite incredible how she dominated people up those hills. So on the bike, she just destroyed everybody, and that was where she won that thing. And to know that she can do that and then to not do that because she's got to go twice as far is such a mindset thing and a skill, as we see Ben Canute on screen.
Yeah, Ben Canute now riding in third place. Marquardt just up the road from him. We heard from his coach, Neil Henderson, just a bit ago. And so far, coach is happy with Ben's performance. Ben is a Kona qualified athlete. He landed on the podium at Ironman Arizona back in the fall. So he is secure here. Still, you know, the evolution of Ben Canute, we saw him come from a tremendous short course background, of course, and really kind of made the switch to Neil Henderson, I think, to sharpen his skills on the bike. On display right now, he has absolutely done that, and I think his biggest challenge is getting the run to come back around. I mean, we know how quick his run can be off the short course background, but getting all of the pieces of the puzzle to align here across long course has been the thing he has been chasing. But right now, things looking very, very good for Ben Canute. Made his way out, makes his home outside of Boulder, Colorado now, made the move from Arizona a couple of years ago to Boulder, gives him proximity to his coach, proximity to some of the climbing he needed to shore up his bike legs, and smooth sailing so far for Ben Canute.
Yeah, he's been training out in Washington, actually, in the lead up to this one, and there's absolutely, where he was, there was just climbing all over the place. So to get ready for this one, as we said, 7,500 feet of elevation, but it builds up sneakily. There's a couple of obviously horrible climbs, but there's a lot of ups and downs that allow you to amass some serious climbing over the course of this 180 kilometres or 112 mile bike leg, and we're really seeing the big bikers start to come to the fore now. So Trevor Foley, Cam Worth have moved up into 7th and 8th position. They've been stuck together throughout. They've got Christian Hogenhaar with them, who's in 9th position. That's a serious group of bike strength, with Martin Aloha and Fraser Minikin in that group as well. So there's a group of 5 there. They're 7 minutes back, 7 minutes to 7:19. And then Jason West and Matt Collins are together at about 6.5 minutes back. And Rudy Von Berg, 5:15. Ben Canute, 3:12. Matthew Marquardt, 2:26. Martin Van Riel leading. So still Van Riel and Marquardt travelling faster. Foley and Worth travelling faster. And the rest of them not quite at that pace. And then you can see there's Marta Sanchez on screen in that distinctive kit. She spends a lot of time in Kenya, which is why she has that giraffe print on there. Giraffe's a spirit animal, I suppose. And there's Matthew Marquardt, who's used to dueling it out at the front and currently in 2nd position, where he finished in 2024, did the job last year, and now he's in 2nd, but he's in 2nd behind a Belgian who looks to be in some kind of form.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it seems like Matthew Marquardt has set his Legos aside for now, more focused on the race course. But again, I have a lot of admiration for Matthew Marquardt, who I think when you think about life as a professional triathlete and the demands of the training and all of that, the importance of the recovery, and then you look at Matthew Marquardt and everything he's juggling outside of the sport of professional triathlon. I mean, dozens and dozens and hundreds of athletes, you know, have their job, full-time job as pro triathlete, but Matthew Marquardt balances that with a medical career. He's in deep to that medical career, and things, you know, in the early stages, it's just like being in school. So you're a student and an athlete, which is familiar for a collegiate athlete, as he was a swimmer for Princeton. But coming into it now with rotations and exams and specializations, things get a little bit more complicated, and yet he seems to continue to manage that with a grace that I think is admirable and a talent that is incredible. So Matthew Marquardt looking very good, very strong, just getting beat by a faster guy on the day.
Yeah, but there's so much to go, and he's such a strong athlete, such a power athlete, and it's a big man's course, this one, with the amount of climbing and the difficulty of it, and that's why he has excelled here over the past few years. But you know, Ironman's a sport for anyone of any size and shape. We've seen that before, because you know, put Trevor Foley next to Matthew Marquardt, completely different body shapes, completely different engine types, and yet both are equally elite in the way that they can put down, swim, bike and run over such a long distance. And Marquardt's just, look at the size of those quads, it's just scary. It's like looking at an American Christian Blumenfeld.
I thought you were going to say that's like looking in the mirror. No?
No, only if it was one of those funhouse mirrors that have all the curves. And that's the only one where I could compete with that.
There you go. There you go. A moment ago when we had the women, we were getting a little bit of camera break up there, but the women were making the turn there at Upper J, starting the hilly portion of the course, and that has me licking my chops to see this woman on camera, Paula Finley, get to work.
Look at this.
Yeah, I was
She's
gonna
erased
say,
the gap.
We went back to the men, but as the women started that climb, I thought watch for Paula Finley. Like, this is where Paula Finley is going to start to eat into the lead of this woman, and I was right. This is it. She has erased the gap. She is now all 4 women together, and I think it's only a matter of time before we see Paula move past these women and really move to the front of this race on this hilly section of the course. This is the back half of the first loop. We're not to the Bears yet, but basically from here all the way back into the village of Lake Placid is uphill. There are some respites, but by and large, this is the climbing section of the course, and this is where we're going to see, I truly believe, Paula Finley take charge.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's trying to stop herself from taking charge too quickly.
Yes.
Which is a shot across the bows for the women in front of her. There's Sanchez. She'd be 20 metres ahead of Rachel Zelinskas. Then I saw Chelsea Sodaro and then Paula Finlay. So the experienced athletes are in there, and you would be hard to bet against Paula Finlay moving to the front of this race on the uphills on the way home. But then she'll run out of the road that she's used to and will be into fresh air once we go past the 90-kilometre mark, and we'll see whether she has measured the gaps or measured the effort, as much as we hope she has, or Paula Finlay fans around the world will hope that she has. Yeah. But all 4 of these women really putting down some excellent riding, and there's nearly 3 minutes back to our next, or our 5th place athlete, Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who was our swim leader.
I want to see here, Will.
Where is Paula Finlay hiding her bottles? She has no bottles on the back of her bike, which is unusual.
She's got a double mount between her arms. She went over that in one of her pre-race interviews, and I believe she's got one on the down tube. I'm not entirely certain about that, but she is running a dual mount between her arms. That much I know. I want to see, Will, here, who takes the bait as Paula Finley goes past Chelsea Sodaro, past Rachel Zelinskas, and now past Marta Sanchez, and is your new leader of this women's race. As we see, again, that's Chelsea Sodaro saying absolutely not. She is going to take the bait. Women getting a little bunchy here in this gradual uphill section, going to have to spread themselves out there. Race Ranger giving them the indication of where they need to be, but a little grin on Paula Finley's face. Again, enjoying the highs that she's going through right now. A little thumbs up to Rachel Zelinskas, but Paula Finley up out of the saddle, separating herself, takes a deep breath. New uncharted territory as race leader in her debut Ironman for the Canadian Paula Finley.
How good for Canadian athletes. I saw Tyler Mislachuk just came second in Edmonton in the World Cup, and another Canadian veteran out the front of this race here, which is fantastic to see, and it's just a huge fan base for her and for Chelsea Sodaro as well, and of course how good for Rachel Zelinskas and Marta Sanchez to be there and amongst them. But we're at about the 60k mark, and she just put in a little bit of work there, Paula Finlay, to catch this group once she could see them in her sights, and it didn't take long for her to go past. We're like, oh, she'll get up definitely on the hills, and then the first little hill came up, and that was the end of it. She's gone straight past and out the other side. So Paula Finlay in the lead of her first Ironman, and and you can see some athletes out front there mopping up a couple of the pro men at the back.
Yep.
And going past a few.
Key for Paula Finley right now is not to get too excited. I mean, obviously she's feeling pretty good. She's just overtaken the lead. And so now she's just got to keep to the mindset she's had since the start of this race, is that not too much too soon, measured persistence, keep an eye on that power. She had mentioned that 230 watts for the climb. Hold true to that, and hope for the best when she gets to the run. But yeah, really hard for Paula Finley right now not to get too excited. You know, Will, it's been super exciting for someone who's been racing as long as Paula Finley has. I think she started triathlon at 16, came through a very long short course career, really difficult Olympic experience, almost took her out of the sport. Came up to the middle distance, had some injuries and some setbacks, and actually went back to school and finished her degree for a year and a half there, and really thought about her future in triathlon. And then found a new coach, met her husband, Eric Lagerstrom, and everything seemed to really fall into place for her. Got herself healthy and had a really, really good patch there through the middle distance, and has just absolutely excelled. And again, some injuries at the end of last year, but this Ironman experience seems to have rekindled her love for triathlon. Not that she ever fell out of love with it, but it really does become a job. And when you have a new experience like this Ironman has been for Paula Findlay, there's a new energy and enthusiasm that I've seen in her interviews, and I like to see it. It's exciting for an athlete who's been at work as long as Paula Findlay.
Yeah, I mean, when you're happy at home and you're happy in all other areas of your life, it seems to be a great platform to move forward and to reignite your love with triathlon, because it's such a slog out there, training every day and training for these distances, that if you're not happy with how things are in your life, it's very easy for that to be, one of the things that just doesn't come off. So it's more of a symptom of everything else going well, and she has a great partnership with Eric, it seems like, and she's very comfortable in the skin that she's in, and she just looks absolutely gorgeous in that TT position. And a little bit more movement at the back as now Marta Sanchez is going to go past Rachel Zelinskas at the back and tuck in behind Chelsea Sodaro.
And it seems like Zelinskas wants to go with Sanchez. Although they've got to be careful here. Zelinskas has to be careful, monitor that 20-meter draft zone. You cannot slot in here, so Sanchez is going to have to go all the way past Paula Findlay. This is a big match for Sanchez to be burning. Choosing that moment to make that pass.
Yeah, that's true. She's really had to dig in now to make sure the onus is on her, as you say, well, I mean, obviously Zelinskas has to go back, but she doesn't want to come back to the group. But you're right, maybe just not making a decision that's good for her necessarily. Sodaro at the back taking on a little bit of nutrition, but the four of them still together, just trading a few barbs back and forth.
Lisa Perder continues to linger at about 3:20 back. At her pace, actually projected by the end of the race to stand atop the podium. We'll see if that holds true. Laura Hernandez-Tomé actually turning in a great bike for her. We saw her dominate the swim at Arizona, but kind of fall off the map after that. But she's holding in at about 3:17 back. So she's with Perder. No doubt Perder will go through her, I would anticipate. And Grace Tech, the consistency of Grace Tech, so admirable to see. She sits at 4:20 back as the women approach the start of the Bears momentarily here at Ironman Lake Placid.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Welcome back to Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and it's really heating up out here on the bike, and we bring this to you thanks to Experience Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination, Experience Oman. And Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. And there are some big movers on the bike right now. As you can see, the work being put in, and Trevor Foley is one of them, moving solidly through the field. 6.5 minutes or so back now, but has been taking 10, 15, 20 seconds at each split, and taking Cam Worth with him. In fact, has gapped Cam Worth by about 20 seconds. So it's kind of a two-paced race here with Marquardt, Van Riel, Foley and Worth all kind of roughly around the same pace. And then Jason West, Rudy von Berg, Ben Canute are kind of a little bit slower out there. So Foley about 6.5 back, but Van Riel holding steady out the front. And I was looking at our race projections of how we think things are going to pan out. At the moment, based on projections, Van Riel and Marquardt are there, but Foley's going to move himself up onto the podium if they continue at the same pace. And it's interesting how the graphs work, and our win percentages, if you like, at any split. And this is how it works in terms of our race projection, because we often say, okay, so we project according to our race projections that this is going to be the way it works, and we show it up on screen. But at each checkpoint, our data boffins run 10,000 simulated races, and for each simulation, the remaining disciplines of each athlete are sampled from a distribution centered on their projected time. So then the win probability is a fraction of simulations where each athlete finishes first, and then the second place is a probability of the fraction of simulations where they finish second, etc., etc. So the computers in the background are running 10,000 simulations per athlete per checkpoint. And we also factor in some uncertainty modelling as well, which obviously shrinks as the race is completed. And it shows right now that this man, who is a winner in this race before, he's going to finish third overall. He's going to have a cracking bike. And in fact, let's hear from him right now about this bike course in Lake Placid.
I think I'm not going to hold back. I have 2 Pro Series wins, signed up for Ironman Kalmar, so if I crap the bed tomorrow, aka today, when you're watching this, I'll just go race over in Kalmar. I have a Kona slot. I have all these things working for me, so I'm kind of playing with like house money. It's been, win a Pro Series 70 in an Ironman, like it's been a pretty good year, job done. But so yeah, I'm going to go for it on the bike. It's my only way. I mean, I don't think you're going to run down a guy like Martin Van Riel. I mean, he's one of the best swim bike runners in the game. So yeah, I'm going to try to get as close as I can, if not to the front on the bike. If I blow myself up in the process, I will be proud of myself for at least getting in the mix. I always tell myself I'd rather get into the race than have never been in the race. So kind of my mantra. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. We'll see.
This is a guy that has not experienced a Pro Series non-win yet this year, having taken 2 wins from 2. He won all the way back in Ironman New Zealand in the opening race of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, and then he backed that up as well in Happy Valley. So he's had a seriously good start, and with a good result here, he could put himself right in the mix for the Ironman Pro Series big money, which means putting himself amongst the Norwegians, and they won't like that because they're 1, 2, and 3 right now.
No, absolutely. And to add an American to the mix would be absolutely unheard of. But Trevor Foley, he's an interesting character. He, just by observation of his, habits around Boulder, he splits his time between Boulder and Florida. He's got great training groups in both places. He comes to these races, though, and he really embraces a pretty, you can tell just from, his interview, he's a pretty laid-back guy. He likes to, it's a different game board now, but he likes to rock the PlayStation. Like he's a big video game guy. He does that to unwind, but he's not the guy who's out at 6 a.m. to tackle his training. He's been seen to do sort of his long run at 8 o'clock at night. He just lives by his own schedule. He goes to these races. His coaching group, he likes to hang out with the athletes that they coach. They often will rent a house together. Doesn't like to separate himself from the age group athletes. He's really a man of the people, we'll call him. He really embraces his relationship with the age group athletes that they coach and likes to hang out with them. It calms him down. It keeps him sort of at the level that, he likes to be at, coming in with a pretty chill vibe to these races. And right now working for him is 8 minutes down out of the swim. He's 6.5 minutes down now to Martin Van Riel, who's 5 minutes down to Marquardt out of the swim, and now 4 minutes down. So continues to chip away and do the work as we catch up here with Rudy von Berg.
Yeah, I mean, he was sharing a house, Trevor Foley, with all of his Foley Athletics age groupers in Happy Valley, and he just seemed like in his element, So, like, we remember that we all do triathlon for fun at the end of the day. So, to bring the fun to it, I think that's when he has his best races. So, especially when there's a level of expectation that grows with every race that he does, and right now he seems to be in a good position and travelling really well. Moved himself up. He was about 14th, 15th there for a while, the first half of the bike, and now he's moved up into 5th, and he's right behind Rudy von Berg, who continues to push his way along the river here in the Adirondacks. It's a beautiful place, and they're just about to come up on about 80 kilometres on the bike. And there is Paula Finlay again now at the back, or not quite at the back, but third wheel in this group of 4 women at the front, who are roughly around 65 kilometres right now.
Yep, this is the long straightaway and a very gradual climb that will take the athletes back into the village of Lake Placid. They'll come through this sort of bit of a section. They'll come up along the river, which is when things start to pitch up in earnest. Before you get to the notorious 3 bears, the baby bear, which is the longest of the 3 climbs, but also the shallowest. The mama bear gets a little bit steeper, but she's a little bit shorter. And then you get to Papa Bear, which is the steep kicker. Right by the school there, you'll make the right-hand turn. But the women starting this hilly portion of the course, Marta Sanchez there still riding real strong. The 4 of them together look absolutely fantastic. Lisa Perder still stalking at 3.5 minutes back. And we had mentioned briefly Grace Tech. Gosh, the consistency of Grace Tech. She's had top 5 performances across all her races. She's super steady. The consistency of Grace Tech is absolutely admirable. Great swimmer, solid cyclist, and a real threat on the run. So she is still very much in the mix. Tamara Jewett, unfortunately, continues to move backwards. She, at last check, 9:45 back. But again, keep in mind, she outran the women's pro field by about 20 minutes last year. So if she can do that again, she could run her way to an exciting place, at least in the top 5.
Was it 20 minutes? That's insane. That's an insane gap to everybody else. That's crazy.
She outran all of the men save 2.
I thought it was over 10.
Yeah, she outran all of the men save 2. Yeah.
You're right. Yes, I remember now. I watched the race rewind the other day, and now I remember. But yeah, that's a crazy run. If she can produce anything like that kind of form, 9:45, she can swallow up. But it's still not a great position for her to be in, and she won't be too happy around that. She has, she DNF'd actually in Mont Tremblant, but before that, she's had some pretty strong results this year so far. And Wanaka, she won that one, obviously. She had a great podium in Geelong as well, but that was quite a while ago now. But of course 6th as well in Happy Valley, which was only in the middle of June, so not too long ago. Tried to go back to back the next weekend at Mont Tremblant, but didn't manage to make it onto the run even, so unfortunate for her.
And here we are with Cam Worth.
Cam Worth, the first time we've seen Cam Worth today.
Yep, absolutely. As big a personality as he is an athlete, stomping through this bike course. An impressive athletic resume for this guy, from rower to pro triathlete to pro cyclist, back to pro triathlete. The man can seemingly do it all, and it's a pleasure to be around. He's a big personality with a good sense of humor.
All Australians are, DD. Just want to say that. All of us. 7:14 back at the moment through the 80-kilometre mark, and I mean, this is a guy, and we talk about Paula Finlay being not used to doing these long distances. I feel like Cam Worth could ride at this pace for 2 days straight if he wanted to. if he's like, sometimes you see his Strava, and he's like, he'll do a 300-kilometre ride in Andorra and call it, "My in-laws were at home, so I had to get out of the house." So if his in-laws stayed for a week, I think he could do like 10,000 kilometres. He seems to have an unendingly strong engine. He loves the bike leg, obviously, being a former pro cyclist with Team Ineos Grenadiers. In fact, let's hear from the Aussie right now on the bike leg.
Have you raced this course before?
No.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I've always wanted to. I think I've entered it about 5 times. And but generally I get a little bit antsy in the summer in Europe, and I always do one of those races, and then I'm, obviously maybe a bit tired or something, and I don't make the trip all the way over here to do it. So this year was always something that I planned to do. I did plan to do Frankfurt as well, but obviously skipped that. So I'm here, I'm fresh, I'm bouncing out of my skin, to be honest. I really can't wait till Sunday. On paper, it looks really good. What I like about it is the bike, it's hard towards the end of the bike. You don't get that, I guess Kona's a similar one. We've got that hard section on the way back, up Kauai High, etc. But yeah, I really like that there's that big long drag back to town. There's the 2 laps. So I'm actually going to go out and, I'll do a lot of the bike course this afternoon. Get a good feel for it, because particularly on that second lap and then, leading into the run, it just feels like it's a real race of attrition. And if you put the work in and you got some stamina, I think you got a chance of doing well here. So I believe that should suit me.
Will, super interesting for a guy who raced 7 times last year, was probably on 27 start lists. We've only seen him race twice this year, right? He was 20th at Oceanside, and last time we saw him out on a race course was in early May at Western Sydney, another 70.3 event. So we haven't seen a lot of Cam Wurf this year, which is unusual. So it makes us kind of wonder what tricks he's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, it's interesting because he drops off every start list. So, he's on every start list. He puts himself down for everything, and then inevitably on Thursday before the race, you get a text message, oh, Cam's dropped. Okay, of course he has. He just likes to keep his options open, right? So, but then to see him actually here is like he's been edging us for this whole time, and now he's finally come to deliver. And he has lost touch, though, with Trevor Foley. They were stuck together for quite a long time, and I think it was more that Foley made a move. So he dropped the hammer there and put some serious time into Cam Wurf, who was about steady at 7:15, but now Foley's gone from 7:15 back of Van Riel to 6:18, so he's actually really pushed there for a section. But whether he can continue that is a big question, whether he can continue to eat into that lead, because he certainly put some time into the lead right now, but continuing that is another question. Paula Finlay leading the women out still.
Yep, she's gone.
Zielinska and Zadaro between them. Lisa Perder is still 3:30 back, which she's been stuck at for, 40 kilometres by now, I'd say.
Yep. And we have Martin Van Riel making his way back into town, completing the first lap of this bike. He will loop back past the high school. Of course, the finish line and that Olympic speed skating oval to his left. He'll wind his way through the Olympic venues here, make that squirrely chicane down past what was transition, and make his way out onto the second lap of the Zoot bike course here. Picked up some nutrition there, and here he goes. Little squirrely section here. Sits with a pretty commanding, at least 2.5 minute lead at last check. Still got some age group athletes spilling out for their first loop of the bike course here. Sticks the knee out, takes the corner.
Oh, how demoralizing.
Or encouraging if you're Martin Van Riel. Hey, things are going well for me.
Yeah,
These
true.
guys still have a whole lap to go.
Isn't triathlon funny like that? Triathlon's a funny sport because you sign up for it and you're like, yeah, I'm stoked. Let's do this Ironman. And then you start training for it, you're like, I'm running. And then 6 weeks out, you're like, I'm running out of time. And then 3 weeks out, you're like, oh, no, I don't want to do this. And then the day before, you're like, oh, no. The morning of, you're like, why am I doing this? And then through the swim, you're like, when's this going to be over? Yeah. And the same for the bike and the run. And then you cross the line, you're like, when's the next one? That was awesome.
100%. Yeah, the heels dig in
It's
deeper.
only good in retrospect.
Yeah, the heels you dig in deeper as the closer you get to the start, and then you wonder you question your life choices throughout, 140.6 miles, and then you race across the finish line to your computer to sign up for the next one. That is 100% Ironman racing. And here we have Martin Van Riel back on course for lap number 2. Grabbed a couple of bottles there through the last aid station at the end of the first lap of the bike.
Everything really seems to be progressing the way Martin Van Riel wants it to at the moment. He looks very good. He looks exactly the same. He's got his nutrition on board. He hasn't had any mishaps, really. I think he dropped a bottle at the start of the bike, but he replenished that pretty quickly, so I'm not sure what was in that. Could have been nutrition, could have just been water. Could have been some nutrition that he could pick up out on course anywhere. But everything seems to be progressing really well, as you can see, as he comes through town past transition. And in fact, as we see the Olympic rings on the right-hand side, we're going to throw down now to Haley to get an update from out on course.
All right, Dee, we are on your favorite hill, Papa Bear. And Dee, you told me they'd be going a little slower up this hill, and I have seen no slow riding. We saw Martin Van Riel come through. He did get out of the saddle. He had about a 2-minute and 20-second lead. And this looks like Christian Hogenhow coming up behind me, right behind. So that's his last year's second place athlete, tremendous cyclist. You can see him out of the saddle. Matthew Marquardt in second place. He was about 2 minutes behind Martin, and he was arrow. He was arrow out of this. He looked very, very focused. Ben Canoe after him had, he was working up the hill. And then we saw Trevor Foley. Trevor was only 6 minutes back, which actually to me felt like he felt relaxed, and he charged up this hill. I think he at least appeared to be the fastest athlete on course. Rudy Vumberg chasing him, and it's fast racing, that's for sure. I think we're seeing a few more. Jason West. So we have some tremendous runners who are still in the top of this field. Jason West coming up, and then right behind him another athlete and a vehicle. But I think we've seen at least 10 men come through, and it's definitely a race. They want to know their splits. I think that was Collins who just came through in the green, but definitely want to know their splits. They want to know where the lead is. They are not letting Martin get away with this. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, even though I might want to think about it. We don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Those men behind him wanted splits. They wanted to know where they were, and they all believe they still have a chance. We still do see some athletes coming up this hill, and as you mentioned, it is a bit of a kicker. They've been climbing for quite a while, and this is kind of the last kicker. They're going to make this right-hand turn, and then they're going to get to go back into town and get that kind of refresh, right? They get to see some of their loved ones, probably get some more reliable splits, and really reassess where they are before they head out on the second loop. For some athletes, the second loop might be a little bit more fun because they get age groupers. There's more entertainment, but for some athletes, it might be a little traffic, so we'll just have to see what happens. We'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Haley. We're just looking, actually, as you mentioned, Trevor Foley looking so good. He's actually been the fastest athlete through the last 3 bike splits out there. And then I looked at Martin Van Riel's splits all the way through, and they've now been through 16 timing splits, and only once has he posted the fastest time through a split. He has just been so consistent. Other athletes are making charges or falling back, but Martin Van Riel has been so consistent in his pacing that he has never been the fastest except for once, and that was on the rapid downhill section because he's such a great descender. But he's always been close to that front or that faster split, and that's seen him sort of eke out this gap. But if Trevor Foley, who now at the moment is fastest out on course, can continue this, he can duck under the 6 minute mark and maybe catch up to Ben Canoe, who is currently in 3rd position overall. And I know I mentioned Ironman leads before, Dee, but even you an Ultraman professional athlete would not be able to get ready in 4 weeks for an Ironman. Maybe from your current fitness, I don't know how fit you are right now, but if you can't, then on September 13th is one of Ironman's most popular races in the US, which is in Madison, Wisconsin. It's a super long-running event. It has a great finish line, just like this one does as well. It's the 2026 UKG Ironman Wisconsin, and it continues to be a real bucket list race, this one. It does fill up quickly. There is still some spots. Register soon. Experience your capital moment. Head over to ironman.com, hit that or scan the QR code on the left-hand side of your screen at the bottom. Secure your spot and go to Ironman Wisconsin as some of our male athletes rip past athletes coming out onto the first lap of the bike in the age groupers. But lovely line taken through there by, I believe that's Trevor Foley. I wasn't looking.
Rudy Von
It's hard
Berg.
to see right now.
That was Rudy Von
Berg, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a fuzzy screen sometimes coming up. But the Bison going through in 5th position. Trevor Foley's actually gone past him now, and so the next man who might catch up to Rudy Von Berg is Cam Worth, but he's losing a little bit of time through the middle part of this course.
Yeah, we see this is, if there is a technical section to the course, it is the part where Rudy Von Berg just came through. Again, extraordinary bike handling. That is not that technical for Rudy Von Berg. I'm remembered to the 70.3 Worlds in Nice years ago, watching Rudy Von Berg, a home course for him, just absolutely destroy those descents. We here in studio were wincing for his loved ones as he took some of those turns in aero. Just a master bike handler, Rudy Von Berg. Again, he's given up a slot here to Trevor Foley, but still riding strong in 5th place. Going to pick up some valuable Pro Series points, definitely atop his agenda here. He is Kona qualified, had a great race at Ironman Texas, finishing 5th, looking to add to his point tallies here. Again, when we caught up with him before, and you can catch up with his A Fighting Chance on the Ironman YouTube channels to catch up and refresh if you missed that. He's been a little uncertain of his bike. I know he had experienced early in the season some back issues coming up off the bike, transitioning to the run. I think they obviously got the better hand of that as he had an extraordinary performance at Ironman Texas, running really well off the bike to secure 5th place. So hopefully those issues are behind him, and he's here to test and tinker before reframing and regrouping going into World Championship season. But Rudy Von Berg looking very, very good.
Is that Trevor Foley in front of Rudy
It
Von
is.
Berg? Because
Yeah,
they were
it
18
sure is.
seconds back on the last split. So Foley was pushing super hard up the hills at the back end of the first lap and has now either eased off or Von Berg has made a move in response and then has swallowed up an 18-second gap on Foley. So these two in 4th and 5th position overall and have now come back together. So whether that's Foley dropping off after a concerted effort or Von Berg finding a little bit extra through the start of this second lap on the bike, we can check the stats for that one. But certainly the pair of them putting in digs, and here is the Morton Momentum Index showing you who has been the big movers. And at the top of them all is T. Foley.
Yeah,
Cam
Trevor
Worth in
Foley.
there as well.
Cameron Worth, yep, rounding out the top 3 here of our Morton Momentum Index, our biggest movers through the field, moving up 11, 10, and 10 slots there. And to me on screen, well, it kind of looks like Rudy Von Berg taking the bait from Trevor Foley, like saying, hey, this is my opportunity to engage. A lot of these guys have been alone for periods of this race, the men more spread out than we're accustomed to seeing. Some Ironman races will see big packs of, up to 18, 20 guys out of the water, and that was not the case here today. So taking every opportunity to chase a carrot out in front, and to me, that looks like what Rudy Von Berg is doing, saying, hey, use Trevor Foley to keep yourself in the game here.
Well, he's always got a second chance drawer because he's got Cam Worth behind him. So if he needs to catch another train, if that train leaves the station, there is a Worth train coming. Although the pair of them, these two right now, Foley and Von Berg, are pushing away from Cameron Worth and Christian Hogenhaug, who is another 30 seconds behind Cam Worth. And that's your top 10 overall. But you're right, Foley, he's the fastest man out on course right now on the bike. And he is continuing to push. Although Von Berg has had something to say about that, whether he's worked extra hard to tack on or whether Foley has just come off in his work rate a little bit, that remains to be seen. The pair of them certainly working hard and working their way through, and very soon he's going to get to the next timing mat, Trevor Foley, and we're going to see whether he is travelling faster than Martin Van Riel, Martin Van Riel is actually travelling a little faster than Mark Watt and Canute out there at the moment, so extending his lead somewhat over Matthew Mark Watt, who is having a very honest race in second position right now. But what you're looking at there is the battle for fourth and fifth. Can they soak up Ben Canute and make their way towards the front of this race? That is the question as we have passed now the halfway mark of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. It is going to be some kind of race at the back end. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Welcome back to the Martin Van Riel Show. I think we'll call it from now on. Also known as the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Van Riel, who led in the swim alongside Fraser Minikin and has turned that into a lead on the bike as well. And it has been as steady as anything at about 2.5 minutes. Now back to Matthew Marquardt, and those two basically travelling just around exactly the same at the moment, putting time slowly into Ben Canute. And Trevor Foley, 6 minutes and 2 seconds back. Rudy Von Berg, 6:06. Cam Worth, 7:43. And Christian Hogenhaug in 7th position overall, 8:07 from Jason West. That is your top 8 at the moment. And in the women's, it's still Marta Sanchez, Paula Finlay, but they've dropped Rachel Zelinskas and Chelsea Sodaro, Didi.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say, during the break there, I saw a little bit of separation in the women's race with Paula Finlay and Marta Sanchez pulling not a lot, but about 15 seconds ahead of Zelinskas, and Chelsea Sodaro sort of leaking off the back even of Zelinskas. But also of note, Lisa Perderer, who forever was hanging at about 3.5 minutes back, is now 4:13 back. She's riding with Lara Hernandez-Tomé, who, by the way, is having an extraordinary race. We saw her in Ironman Arizona, and she lost a lot of time on the bike, but putting in a much, much better bike split. And they have been joined by Grace Tech, who is now just 6 seconds off the back of Perderer. So the women's race sort of bunching up in the chase group, but a lead of 2 making their way back into town here. Again, hugging the Ausable River here. we'll say it again, beautiful scenery on this Lake Placid course, although these women not really enjoying it right now. But Marta Sanchez ahead of Paula Findlay. The two of these women working together as they make their way back towards the village of Lake Placid, establishing some separation. For the longest time, Marta Sanchez, Rachel Zelinskas, and Chelsea Sodaro were riding together, but now that group breaking apart a little bit as Paula Findlay was added to the mix, and she and Marta Sanchez have decided to make a go of it themselves.
Yeah, okay, let me pick your brain here, Dee Dee. You know better than me, but is Paula Findlay, just as she's about to prove me wrong and go past Marta Sanchez, she's in unknown territory now. So the question that I have is that, is she using Sanchez to pace off of? If she knows that she can go a little bit faster, she probably knows she's putting a little bit of time into the others. If she's dropping Chelsea Sodaro and she's dropping Rachel Zelinskas, but she still feels like she could go harder, is it safer to just stay with Marta Sanchez right now?
For now, perhaps. Again, this is still the first lap. They still have a bit of climbing to do to get back into town. And so if Paula is holding to her race plan, which was patience, 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 I would say, yeah, she's probably staying with Marta. But again, time will tell. You know, it's another, 15 kilometers before she's truly in our uncharted territory when she gets past the 90K mark on the bike in a race bit. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad strategy to use someone with more experience on this very demanding course to chart your path, and we'll see what happens when she gets to the second lap if she takes matters into her own hands. I mean, Marta Sanchez, extraordinary cyclist in her own right, so it's not like Paula can easily ride away from Marta, but time will tell as we come back and check in with Lisa Perderer, who, again, we had said, Will, for the longest time, was riding at 3.5 minutes back, but in the last timing split gave up about 45 seconds. She now sits at 4:13 back. She had an extraordinary performance here last year. Again, in light of even the penalty that she served, she got mixed up in the back of the pro men's race and got a penalty that was quite discussed, and yet biked her way back and landed herself on the podium. Things a little bit different here for Lisa Perderer. Let's check in with Lisa Perderer as she talked about this Ironman Lake Placid bike course.
Yeah, on the bike, I think this course you can really ride your own race, and I think it's a course for strong riders. It's much more windy than last year. I can't remember this wind already yesterday. I did the whole course, and oh yeah, it was a little bit sketchy. And I mean, I think it's gonna be the same on race days, so it's good to practice, especially now the way back in the city. It's very hard and a lot of headwind.
If anyone ever wants to ever interview me for any reason, I'm doing it in a TT helmet. Okay? Just so you know.
With a leopard skin buff around your neck?
Without a doubt. I've got one on now. But I'm going to get a TT helmet that looks like that, and I'm going to do all my interviews like that. Not that anyone wants to talk to me about anything, but if they did, because I would feel like I look like a stormtrooper, which is what I want, which is what everybody wants deep down, I think. Every man, at least.
Fulfilling a boyhood
Lisa
dream.
Perderer, not where she wants to be.
Yeah,
totally. 100%. 100%. But she wouldn't be happy where she is right now. You know, I think she was pretty confident with what her bike was going to produce, but at the moment she's still over 4 minutes down, and Paula Findlay's made the move around Marta Sanchez back to the front of this race and just measuring her efforts throughout. And speaking about Paula trying to, I suppose, time herself or pace herself off Marta, that's not to take anything away from Marta Sanchez's bike leg, because that is some serious business as well. It's more to just, I guess, be guided by someone who has more back end of the Ironman bike experience.
Yeah, and let's look at what's happened here. That gap back to Rachel Zelinskas now 30 seconds, and Chelsea Sodaro 44. So those two continuing to get strung out behind the strength of Marta Sanchez and Paula Findlay.
Here is the supplemental stats thanks to AG1. Martin Van Riel. Estimated clock at next split 3:35, 26.19 miles an hour. Gives you an idea of the pace that these men are moving. And he's not necessarily the fastest out on course either. On average throughout the course, Trevor Foley has been the fastest at the moment, at about 43 kilometres an hour. And Martin Van Riel 42.3 if you do deal in kilometres. And now he's got a little bit of traffic out there, but such is the quality of the roads out here that it's not too much of an issue, as much as we've seen sometimes in other courses with more narrow roads. But you feel for these age groupers who are like, oh, I've done 6 months of training, I'm absolutely dominating. Geez, I feel like I'm going fast. And then you see Martin Van Riel and you're like, oh, okay.
90 Ks ahead of you by this point. But of interest in watching our predictive times here, Will, I'm seeing a bit of a change that at current paces, Trevor Foley continuing to chip away at it. Now predicted for second place. That is a switch. Marquardt for a while was predicted in second with Trevor in third, but now either Marquardt falling off the pace ever so slightly or Trevor Foley picking it up. But our podium predictor right now is having Trevor Foley in second, and by my eye, that is a recent development. So we'll continue to watch that. Obviously, a ton of racing and drama yet to come here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, and you say that, and this is predicting Martin Van Riel to have a projected 2:37.20 run, and Trevor Foley to have a projected 2:37.32 run, which would take Van Riel to a course record 7:43.08. But 5 men at the moment are projected to break the current course record and go sub 7:50. Hogenhaug and Trevor Foley, Rudy von Berg and Matthew Marquardt and Martin Van Riel. So it's a fast day today, and it started in the first 100 metres of that swim where Martin Van Riel started to take control of it.
Absolutely. The questions today, honestly, Will, we knew with these cool temperatures, athletes going to have to look after themselves in the opening stages of the bike because it was going to be a little cold coming out of the water into some chilly morning air. The wind, also a question, but at least today it seems like the wind is died down compared to what it has been all week. And then, of course, the final question was some of the wildfire smoke from the fires in Canada, whether that would impact the air quality. But right now, we're seeing blue skies. So it looks like things are aligning for a really, really good fast day. And that's going to carry forward to the marathon as well, given the more temperate climate, the more temperate temperatures, I should say, going to lead to some really, really fast potential running. Not too hot. Again, the East Coast has been under huge heat wave for the last several weeks, but that seems to have broken here in the Adirondacks, and almost unseasonably cool temperatures on this race day. So I think we're in for some exciting racing. Not that we haven't seen it already, but certainly coming on the marathon as well, and conditions lending themselves to what could be incredible course-breaking times here.
Yeah, the tarmac almost completely dry. I still see a few wet patches out there from the earlier rain that we had, and now it's a little bit more difficult to get past the age groupers on these other sections, but yeah, shout out if you've got an age grouper there that you've just seen that you're supporting. I promise you, they're going faster than you think. They're just made to look like that because Trevor Foley's going past, and nobody wants that really. And now we're at the same turnaround point where we get to see a little bit of, or Trevor Foley be able to see the gap that he's put into Cam Worth.
Yep.
And also exactly where Rudy von Berg is, which is just basically on the left-hand side of your screen there. So a little out and back section there, it's sort of the beginning of the second lap.
And you saw the head turn there of Trevor Foley taking a look to peek to see behind him what that gap was. He'll be encouraged by that, moving well, distanced himself even a little bit from Rudy von Berg, and would have had a look potentially at Martin Van Riel. That timing is just about right. That as Trevor went into this out and back section through the sliding center here in Lake Placid, he would have seen Martin Van Riel coming out of it. So potentially would have gotten a peek at the front of the race. Would have been the first time he got to do that all day. But right now, Haley has an update for us from Papa Bear in the women's race. Haley, to you.
All right, I am standing here on Papa Bear, and we are watching this lead women's group. They are about to come by me. It looks like they've been shifting some of the positions, so we're not sure quite yet. I can't quite. Oh, it looks like. Okay, this is a pro male who is coming through, and then Paula Finlay. Paula Finlay looks to be leading the women's race. Here is Paula Finlay from Canada coming right by me. It's close behind her, Marta Sanchez. We are seeing Marta out of the saddle. She is driving up this hill trying to stay with Finlay. And then we have a couple more male pros behind them. After that, looks like Rachel Zelinskis is our third woman. Here's Rachel coming up Papa Bear. She is a little bit off of Marta, maybe like 30 seconds, but she looks controlled, composed, and focused. The next athlete we're expecting to get is Chelsea Sodaro. We're being told she's about 20 to 30 seconds back. So we will keep looking down Papa Bear, and we'll expect to see Chelsea as she comes. I would say from the top three, they all looked pretty good. I think that Paula looked like she was in her element leading the race. Definitely, I think that's like she likes to be in charge. Marta was trying hard to stay that 20 meters behind her. Rachel a little bit further back. Here we have Robert Swan, another one of the male pros. And here comes Chelsea Sodaro. She is staying in aero. We are not seeing her out of the saddle like we did other athletes. Seems very controlled. And here's Chelsea. A lot of crowd cheers for Chelsea as she gets up Papa Bear. We're seeing a little bit of a tongue out look, and definitely looks like she is chasing. She knows where those women are ahead of her, and I'm sure she would like to close that gap and get a little bit closer as they lead into the second loop. But it's pretty cool to have 4 women within a couple minutes right there at the front of the race. And we know those women are also really, really strong second lap athletes and strong runners. So we'll have to see what happens. I'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Haley. It's so good to get the insights from down there on course. And they're just getting more and more professional, Haley Chura, every single time we do a race together. So great to see that from an athlete who's been there and done it, and getting a little bit of insight there. It's funny to see the difference between, whose name escapes me, the athlete, the male athlete that went past was just happy, waving, give us the peace sign. Chelsea Sodaro, all business.
Yeah.
All business, in the work.
Well, funny, too, to see that male pro and say, hey, dude, you're the 3rd place pro female. Good job. But now
Robert Swan, that's who it was. Robert Swan.
Through town now, Paula Finley has actually, if this timing is correct, at 85.8 kilometers. So right before town there, Paula Finley was able to break away of Marta Sanchez. I almost don't believe 3:44.
That can't be right.
I was going to say, that doesn't seem right based on what we saw. So we'll have to get those ironed out, those splits a little bit deceiving. So, but Paula Finley looking great up out of the saddle. Interesting to see Chelsea Sodaro take Papa Bear in aero. I don't know if that's any indication of how strong and controlled she's feeling up Papa Bear there, but she was the only one. Certainly Paula was out of the saddle. Marta was seated, but Chelsea Sodaro in aero up Papa Bear. So kudos to her for that. That is a pretty pitchy little bit of road there. So Chelsea Sodaro may be signaling a bit of confidence as to how she's feeling.
Well, it's always an indicator to me, though, right? Because it's so tempting once you hit a little bit of elevation, because the whole time you just want to pop up out of the saddle because it's an uncomfortable position to be in. I mean, some of them look so comfortable, but and if you don't, and you don't take that invitation when the others around you are, it just seems like you're in the zone and working hard and feeling good about where you're at. And Chelsea Sodaro on screen right now certainly seems to be like that. Our timing actually has her in second position at 54 seconds behind Paula Finlay, and then Marta Sanchez and Rachel Zelinskis are well back. So we're trying to get confirmation on that right now.
I mean, given that gap, would that be
at the moment, Sodaro's all on her own.
Would that be I mean, we didn't receive word on course, but 3 minutes, I mean, it could be a penalty, but I don't want to guess on that, just given the weird time gap. It's either a timing glitch, which we're looking
Not both
into.
of them, though.
Yeah, well, it could be. They could both have been assessed a penalty, but it seems unlikely. So we'll get an answer for that. We're investigating the timing situation. But either way, the top 4 women remain: Paula Finley, Marta Sanchez, Rachel Zelinskis, and Chelsea Sodaro. As we watch our pro women now loop through town, they will get an opportunity at their personal needs, regather some nutrition that they prefer, not available on course, as they make their way through town here. I believe that personal needs section is right up here on the right. And then they'll go past the skating oval and make their way out into lap 2. So our women now back in town, getting their cup filled by the adoring, screaming fans. Any coaches and loved ones giving them splits.
Yeah, just a nice relief because there's some desolate parts, not desolate, but like empty parts of the course out there. The same thing happens on the run. So it's nice to be back in town and be buoyed by the cheers of the fans on either side who are either just out to see the pros and the pro series or also are cheering on some family friends or team members from different triathlon clubs that have turned up here to take on this incredible challenge of Ironman Lake Placid in a town that's steeped in so much history with 2 Winter Olympics here, the most recent in 1980, which, you know, Dee Dee was not even born then. Dee Dee wouldn't have been born for another 15 years after that.
At least, yes,
So she wouldn't remember.
I actually think I watched that on TV in black and white with rabbit ears.
At college.
Yeah, maybe. And here we go, at least optically, there's Paula Findlay coming through. I think that was Marta Sanchez right ahead of her. And a couple of pro men that were mixed in with them. There you go, there's Sanchez
on screen. So
yeah,
she just dropped off the timing there. So don't panic, everybody. They're still all stuck together. And Martin Van Riel now nearly 3 minutes ahead of Matthew Marquardt. So Van Riel's put in a shift in the last couple of timing splits and has opened up a little bit more of a gap. He's been the fastest out on course the last 2 timing splits at 103 and 108.6 kilometres. So he's actually turned it up a bit relatively to the group.
Interesting to see when this refreshes for the men at 108 kilometers. For the chasers, if Trevor Foley has been able to move ever so slightly forward, he has dispensed of Rudy von Berg by about 30 seconds. As our women continue to come through town here.
Ben Canute's having a really solid race, though, too. He has not dropped off. He's 5 minutes back, but he's still holding firm. About 2 minutes behind Matthew Marquardt and a minute ahead of Trevor Foley. So he hasn't got anyone to work with whatsoever. Hasn't seen anyone for quite a good long time. But he's still in his work there. 5 minutes off the lead of Martin Van Riel, who is really turning up the pace. Canute, with his projected run, though, is projected to finish 8th and over 15 minutes back. Such is the pace we're expecting to see on this run.
And if we check in
this is the women's group, so everyone's there.
Everyone is there. I was going to say real quick, if we check in with current Kona slots and where they might fall to, currently Paula Findlay would take one. Chelsea Sodaro would obviously needs to finish just to validate, but Lara Hernandez-Tome sitting at 8:39 back. She is in a position to Kona qualify. And then we drop down to 9th place, and Shiva Leisner is the 3rd Kona qualifying slot, and Fiona Moriarty has moved her way. She rounds out the top 10. If things stay as they are, she would take the 4th Kona slot. In the men, Kona slots would go to Christian Hogenhag as things stand now, Jason West, Matthew Collins, and Fred Funk. So congratulations to Hogenhag and Funk, who are coming off iron distance races just a couple of weeks ago, so got to be some fatigue in their legs, but getting the job done if they want to head to Kona.
Absolutely. Shiva Leisner will be happy. She coming off a very good result in Hamburg. She finished 16th there, but she had her best Ironman bike and run. So she ran a 3:06.10 there to go just over 9 hours. So she actually hasn't broken 9 hours before. Her last Ironman before that, she did 10:34 in Ironman Wales, and then her next Ironman does 9:01. So based on that improvement, she'll do a 7:30 today. So that's actually very impressive. She might be the world record holder by quite a way. But she's on track to go sub 9 hours. So she's an athlete that's on the up and up. There's no doubt about it. Hasn't done only her 3rd Ironman this one, and could qualify herself for Kona at 17 minutes back at the moment. She did a 1:04.02 swim, so that's a 1:40 pace, and she'll. What did she do in Hamburg? 1:02.46. So didn't quite have the same pace today, but she's having a strong bike, and she's got a kind of qualifying slot right now, sitting in 9th position overall. Men's lead on the left. I want to see the quad box soon. Surely it's nearly time for the quad box. We've got the 2 box right now, but we're building up to it. We don't want to go too early with the quad box, but looking forward to that watershed moment. in every telecast. Martin Van Riel on the left, just ripping past age groupers like they're standing still. No time for anything but to just shout out to Martin on his way by as he rockets past the Belgian. And enjoying this course and these beautiful roads. And then on the right-hand side, Paula Finlay, who is back in the lead of this one. And our timing has gone a bit wonky, I think. I think there's a group of 4 still out the front. And there is Marta Sanchez proving us right.
Yep.
She is in second position at the customary, a bit over the 20 metres at the moment. Although our timing has her as well further back than that. So once they go through another timing split, it will re-correct itself, no doubt. And Rachel Zelinskas and Chelsea Sodaro should be there or thereabouts.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait for visual confirmation.
Yeah, Papa Bear Zelinskas was ahead of Sodaro. We'll see if Sodaro makes a move here. This is the section, remember, on the first lap where Chelsea Sodaro is fastest on course.
Stop talking. Look at what we got. Almost as if I asked for it. It's the quad box. Outstanding.
Dude, you scared me.
Stuff.
Don't do that. Oh my God.
Everyone's fine. No one's crashed. Nothing's wrong. No one's hit an ambulance. It's just a quad box. I'm excited, okay? As a
Let's
TV
throw it
guy.
to the YouTube chats, hashtag quad box. The moment certainly at least Will's been waiting for all day.
One of them's frozen. Unfortunately, one of them's frozen, so...
It's a try box.
Perfect.
It's a try box.
We're 75% of the way there. Last time we had the quad box, there was a bridge in one, but here we are. We've got 4 athletes all putting the work in, and it's great to see the different positioning and the different work and the different sections of this course. I think I'd like to be top right, please. On a nice sweeping sunny downhill through the pine trees here in the Adirondacks.
But we can see that Martin Van Riel has already made that left-hand turn at the bottom of the descent. And so, again, just speaks to the commanding lead he has over the rest of the field, that he has already made his way through that section of the course. I believe, I could be wrong.
Sorry?
Yep, it looks like Foley there. We have top screen right in the midst of the descent there. And again,
on the left.
Yep, speaking of how great this course is, again, beautiful road conditions, but also wide roads, and age group athletes doing a fantastic job here of staying to the right, making way for those pro athletes to make their way through. Can be a bit of a dicey situation when you're descending and you don't know who you're descending past. So kudos to the age groupers for keeping right. Things tend to get a little bit spread out here, even amongst the age group athletes back this far. So giving pros ample opportunity to use the full course of the road in that descent.
Yeah, beautiful to see. What do you think the chances are, Dee Dee, of in the future an 8-box? What would you call that?
The octobox?
Look, after you get to quad box, you pretty much got octobox.
Octobox.
I think the octobox. Look, I mean, I think like that. Basically, you're just at a mega wall situation by then, and then it's just all screens.
Exactly.
Everyone has their own camera.
And the future would be a touch. The future would be a touch screen where you could touch any one of the octobox and zoom in on it, but not this day. Right now, full screen. Paula Finlay on Ironman debut, sharing the lead of this race with Marta Sanchez out of Spain, the veteran and the rookie, leading the way for the pro women. That gap back to Rachel Zelinskas, that timing Matt has updated 22 seconds, although Chelsea Sodaro appears to have given up quite a bit of time through that last segment. She now sits 120 back as Paula Finlay takes on a bit of nutrition.
Oh, thanks for pulling me back into line and going through the splits again. I was getting too excited there.
Octobox will do it to you.
See that. Just even the concept of it is raising the heart rate over here. But yeah, Chelsea Sodaro losing significant time through that last split. We've just gone through and started the second lap, and now Finlay doesn't well, she has Sanchez with her still, but she's taken control at the front of this race, and it's great to see. And meanwhile, Martin Van Riel is still putting more and more time into Matthew Marquardt. Now 3:07, Ben Canute, 5:31, Trevor Foley, 6:24. So Foley put in a big shift at about the 80 to 90 kilometre mark to get it down to 6 minutes. It's gone back out again, but he's still got 30 seconds into Von Berg, and then 8:39 back to Cam Wurf in 6th. So Van Riel just making everyone just look bad at the moment, because he kind of eased off there about 40 to 70 kilometres, and now he's found another gear again.
You know the rate at which he must be moving. You know, you talk about how, you know, the pros make the age groupers look like they're not moving very fast, but right now Martin Van Riel making it look like the rest of the pro men aren't moving that fast either, particularly some of our Uber bikers, as we like to refer to them as. Trevor Foley, Rudy Von Berg, and Cameron Wurf in particular. When you put 8.5 minutes into Cam Wurf, I mean, granted, a lot of that was in the swim, but Cam Wurf not making headway at all to Martin Van Riel. So Martin Van Riel having it all his way so far.
Yeah, so he's travelling up to this point, after the last split. He is travelling at an average of 43.5 kilometres an hour. Matthew Marquardt, 42.9. Trevor Foley, 43.6. So he's actually the fastest man out there, and he could end up taking the fastest bike, but he was back in the swim, so he's taking a little bit of time back out. But it is starting to balloon further out again as we look at who's the fastest through each split. And through the last 3 splits, Martin Van Riel has been fastest out on course. So he started to properly take control of this bike in the second half of the bike, and when it gets harder, he's starting to put time in, and obviously the second half of a 180 kilometre bike, especially this type of bike, is very, very hard. So at the moment, 2 short course athletes come long course athletes are at the front of these 2 races, and so much swim, bike and run experience. But for here right now, Paula Finlay is in absolute fresh air, new territory for her. Never been past that. Looking at the Morden Momentum Index right now, and Paula Finlay is one of them out there. Skold, Rauoka, the other 2 who have moved up 5 and 4 spots respectively.
Yeah, just looking at our bike detail here, and fastest splits, fastest movers on course of the 16 bike segments so far. Paula Finlay owns 6 of the fastest movers of those 16. The only other athlete, Lisa Perder, had 3 fastest movers earlier on in the bike, but Paula Finlay definitely coming into her own. You can see her patience strategy literally graphically, as she was not the fastest mover through the first 6 segments, but in the 10 since then, she has been the fastest mover across 6 of them. So just shows that the poise and patience of Paula Finlay, the rookie, making herself look like a veteran so far here in Lake Placid. On debut, the 70.3 dominant athlete, the former Olympian from Canada, leading the charge for the pro women.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Welcome back to Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and this fantastic broadcast brought to you by Factor, Let's Eat Real, and Roka. Find faster with Roka. And discussion here between Ben Canute and the technical official. It's been going on for a little while now. I'm not sure what the result of that was.
I didn't see a card,
Little
although
nod
we
there,
just...
though, so maybe nothing.
I was going to say, I did not see a card shown, so it could just be a conversation. We didn't have it from necessarily the beginning of that interaction, but definitely some words back and forth between Ben Canute. But so far, so good. Sorted itself out. Ben Canute back in motion. Could have been an instruction, given how far wide he's moving, that he wasn't moving wide enough to pass the age group athletes. That's just a guess.
Yeah, obviously got across the line there to sometimes they're three abreast, but mostly well behaved here in New York. And they've got the space to be, I suppose, as well.
Yeah, I've been super impressed
our
with
age group athletes.
Super impressed with the age group athletes on the swim. Sometimes they can spill out into the middle of the course there. They really did a good job of staying to the outside, letting the pros have the inside line. And almost every age grouper I've seen here on the bike course so far really doing a great job of staying to the right. Not only a rule, it's just for safety purposes. So yeah, great opportunities for both pros and age groupers. Again, happy-go-lucky Ben Canute, so I don't believe there was a card shown there, just a conversation with the technical officials. But he seems to be in good spirits this deep into the bike, and that's a good sign for Ben Canute.
Well, he should be. He's having a strong race thus far, and he's got a triathlon podcast, and where they put the athletes in different tiers, and they always put him in tier 1 because he's part of the podcast. Not this time though. They tier 2'd him on his own podcast, which was extremely sad to see. He didn't like it either, but they did it anyway, and so maybe he's got a little point to prove out there that he's a tier 1 athlete, and he can go head to head with these big names and draw on his wealth of experience to do so. And right now he's doing just that, sitting in 3rd position overall on a seriously strong start list with Van Riel, Marquardt ahead, Foley and Von Berg and Werf and Hogenhaug behind, and they are the only athletes that are within 10 minutes at the moment as Van Riel continues on his way. He's just passed the 125.5 kilometre mark, which means Marquardt and Canute are coming up on that very soon. And they'll all be happy to be in the sunshine. It was a very cold start to the day today. Warm in the water, very cold in the air, around 54 degrees Fahrenheit or 12 degrees Celsius. So dealing with that early on in the bike, and then getting into this second lap and dealing with the age groupers out on course and measuring your efforts, knowing you're going to have a very hilly Hoka run course coming up. It's actually gotten harder since 2022 when the Pro Series came here. And the thing to look out for is the long downhill coming out of transition, out of Ruby T2, can really be hard work on the quads when you've come off a 180-kilometre bike, and then having to go back up the hill and then down and up again can be really tough on your sort of muscle durability.
Well, not only that, but it's going to test your patience again, which I think is the theme word for this Ironman Lake Placid course. Not only the steep downhill out of T2, but the entire first 10 kilometers all the way out to the end of River Road is a pretty quick downhill, and it can make you feel deceivingly good for that first 10 kilometers. But if you're not careful to hold your horses when you've got to make that U-turn and head back into town, it can be a rude awakening. So the lesson of the day is patience, although someone needs to tell it to Martin Van Riel because he continues to drill at the front of this course. 3:09 ahead of Matthew Marquardt at last check. Matthew Marquardt now approaching 125 plus kilometers. Martin Van Riel already through there. Really unusual to me, Will, to see the pro men's race. There literally are no groups out on course. I think we have Jason West and Matthew Collins together. But other than that, all of these guys at the top of the list, the top 10 riding on their own. This is probably one of the most honest Ironman Lake Placids I've seen in terms of there are no group dynamics to speak of. They really have been out there on their own since the swim exit. You know, the two at the front, Martin Van Riel and Fraser Minikin were really the only two, and they have been really spread out, which is super unusual for professional men's racing in this day and age.
Yeah, it's so true. We said it even earlier on. As soon as the swim turned out the way it did, we thought this is going to be a true test of an individual's athletic ability over swim, bike and run, and the tactics will be taken out of it somewhat. And I certainly think that has been the case and continues to be the case. There may be, there's some lead women who are getting a tow from some of the slower professional men at the front, but that's probably spread equally around those that are in the mix for the win anyway. Whereas, especially for the men, you just go out and do a nice 4-hour solo ride in the TT bars, please, and then come back in and you can have a marathon.
Which it sounds crazy because Ironman is such an individual sport, but in men's racing in this day and age, we see these massive packs coming out of the water together, and it becomes so much about group dynamics and managing your own race in light of what's going on in the group. And this is a really unique opportunity for a lot of these guys to test themselves really individually across this course. It's something I haven't seen in a pro men's field in a very, very long time. And it's great to see on a course as demanding as this, as honest as this. Martin Van Riel said it. He wanted an honest race, and he's absolutely getting it.
Yeah, he came here because he wanted to really test himself ahead of Kona. And obviously Kona's got a different set of circumstances. It's not as hilly as this. It's going to be different weather conditions, etc. But he wanted to push himself deep, especially on the bike, to see exactly where he was at and what he has. And there's no time to stretch when you've got Martin Van Riel behind you and an age group athlete. Do not sit up and stretch.
Yeah.
Just move out of the road.
And I don't know if you could,
but he's certainly doing that.
I don't know if you caught it, Will, but there on his bum it says "Keep it real." Obviously a play on Martin Van Riel, but Martin Van Riel absolutely keeping it real to the pro men behind him. Matthew Marquardt's 3:07 behind now through 125.5 kilometers. We'll next expect Ben Canute, but Martin Van Riel is so steady, so strong, and as it says right there on his bum, keeping it real.
Yeah, very much so, and he's basically given himself a very, very hard day on his own, and that, I think that he'll be happy regardless with the test that he's given himself in this race up to this point, regardless of what happens. Obviously he wants to have a great low 2:30s marathon. Everybody does, but regardless of what happens, I think he's got 66% of a very, very strong Ironman World Championship performance in the bag here. Marta Sanchez now on the front of this race for the women. Those two, Sanchez and Finlay. Sanchez, the only one who has stayed with Finlay once she came through the group and then split it up with Zelinskis at the 100k mark, 47 seconds back, and then Sadaro 158 back. And Lisa Perderer has blown out to over 6 minutes back.
Yeah.
And we'll see, that was at 92k. She's going to come through the 99 kilometre mark, and we'll see whether that's gone even further. But Lara Hernandez-Tomei is stuck with Lisa Perderer, and Grace Tech is there as well as 5th through 7th. So Lisa Perderer's march through the field has stalled somewhat, and we'll see the AG1 supplemental stats in just a second. On there we go. This one, Marta Sanchez's supplemental stats. Nearly 23 miles an hour for her. And she's been very, very strong. As we said, the only one who could stick with Paula Finlay once she came through and started to sort of blow it up a bit.
Yeah, and for the first time all day, since, it started to leak out on the climbs back into Lake Placid, but Rachel Zelinskis riding on her own for the first time today. She's had company all day, so now forced to settle into her own rhythm. And it's always sort of interesting to see once the women, when they're in a group dynamic, whether the focus shifts, whether they keep the pace, whether they settle back a little bit. I mean, riding with Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez and Chelsea Sodaro, certainly Rachel Zelinska is a hugely qualified athlete, but I guess on paper, I would put the other athletes ahead of her in terms of bike strength. So now that she's on her own, we'll see how she fares and what that gap to the lead. But certainly she is doing a job on Chelsea Sodaro as she has extended her lead there up over 1:10. So great performance from Rachel Zelinska. This is a girl who has taken a bit of a beating in the last couple of years. Had the crash at Ironman World Champs in Nice a couple years ago, broke her collarbone, came back from that, suffered a broken elbow in another crash, had a surgery to repair that, pins and screws in her elbow, and then developed an infection, had to have them removed and fight the infection. It's just been a really rough couple of years, but she is back on the mend and has all of the tools in her gearbox to be an outstanding athlete. Her run has come a really long way in the past couple of years. Let's check in with Rachel Zelinskis and her thoughts on this Ironman Lake Placid bike course.
The bike course is pretty brutal, lots of elevation gain, lots of climbing, but beautiful roads, not very technical, one really fun descent. So I think it just helps having a good knowledge of the course and just knowing those sections where you can really roll quickly, and then just trying to stay super strong on the climbs. And honestly, the mental toughness is the thing that really matters the most on this bike course.
Well, mental
she's
toughness
going to have to
is,
dig deep at the back end.
I was
Sorry,
going to
go
say, mental toughness is something we know Rachel Zelinskis has based on the obstacles that have been put in her path, and she just stands up and battles back time after time after time. Again, it all started in Nice at the World Championships when she had a crash early on the bike course, was taken out of that, and just a series of misfortunes coming since then, but had a great performance at Ironman Arizona where she finished second, career best 3:05 run there. So her run is certainly moving in the right direction, and we're looking forward to seeing what she can put together here today.
Well, it's a question of whether the run is doing well. Over the shorter distance in Mont Tremblant, she ran at 1:29, so she lost time there, but obviously that's over a 70.3. So if she can run at that pace, obviously she's on course for a three hour mark, which is back sort of a little bit more like what we saw from her in the middle of last year in Arizona. But as we know, and as she would know, as she continues her rebuild from her mishaps that she's had, that a year is a very long time. So at the moment, things on course for Rachel Zelinska, sitting in third position overall, 1 minute back. Chelsea Sodaro 2 back, and Lisa Perderer has now ballooned out to 7 minutes back. So in that last timing split, between the last two timing splits, Lisa Perderer lost like another 45 seconds. So she's really starting to fall back. And let's have a look at who needs to qualify for Kona right now. There's some big names there.
Yeah, these are some of the people who have competed certainly in Kona in the past. Fiona Moriarty, Anna-Marie Strelo, they're still in need. Chelsea Sodaro only needs to validate. Paula Findlay, obviously, rookie Ironman performance here. And Shiva Leisner needs a slot as well. These are the women who notables that we anticipate gunning for their Kona slots on the men's side. Christian Hogenhaug yet to qualify. Jason West with an unfortunate DNF at Texas. He's still looking for a slot. Fred Funk needs a slot. He's coming off of Roth a couple of weeks ago, so he's got some fatigue in the leg. And Dominic Suija also needs a slot. Colin Such was on the start list, did not start this morning, so either he is planning on Kalmar, or perhaps he has changed his focus away from Kona for the year. But again, 7 slots remaining per gender by the time the Ironman World Championships come, for those up for grabs today. So high stakes for those not yet qualified.
Yeah, at the moment, most of those athletes that we've mentioned there are in the KQ positions. Hogenhaug, Collins, West, and Funk are your 4 that are likely to qualify. And in fact, all of the athletes that are already for qualify, all in the field who are already qualified for Kona on the men's side, they are the top 6 athletes out on course right now. Van Riel, Marquardt, Canute, Foley, Berg, and Werf. The only other one in this field who was qualified for Kona was Rasmus Svenningsson, but he pulled out during the week. Colin Such, we thought he was going to race up until this morning, yesterday, didn't rack his bike, and is not racing. Finlay and Hernandez Tomei, Leisner and Moriarty are your current KQ athletes at the moment. Moriarty on the bubble there with Rhiannon Hughes 2 minutes back from her at the moment, and they're fighting for the last spot as it stands at the moment. And then the imposing figure right now of Matthew Marquardt is cruising past a host of age group athletes on their first lap. Marquardt continues to hold it at about 3 minutes, just a tick over 3 minutes from Martin Van Riel, and the pair of them are travelling faster than just about anyone else except for Trevor Foley, who himself has dropped off a little bit, 6:31 back now as well. Ben Canute, 5:45 back, and then Rudy von Berg is in 5th position behind Foley at about 7.5 minutes. But, I mean, there's not many better sights than a nice rolling road like this in green countryside. Perfect conditions now, not a lot of wind anymore, and a beautiful place to do an Ironman, and just getting squeezed a little bit there by the motorbike. He won't be happy with that, who now moves out of the way of Matthew Marquardt as he powers up this climb. He's just such a focused athlete. He almost always looks like he's in pain, Matthew Marquardt, because he's right on the edge always, and he can sustain it for such a long time. Gets absolutely everything he can possibly get out of his body, and he's one of those guys which is just meticulous in all the little 1%ers to get the most out of himself. And I think he does that in all aspects of his life, and he shares a lot of that, which is good to see. It makes him relatable, at least relatable until he gets out on course, and then in no way is he relatable to most of the age groupers out there because he's moving at such a clip. But it doesn't really matter because he's feeling the same pain as everybody else. Just because he's going twice as fast doesn't mean anything. He's still hurting the same as everybody else is.
But I tell you, Will, the thing that the athletes tell themselves is that if they're hurting, everyone else is dying, right? I mean, that's what you tell yourself when you're an athlete like Matthew Marquardt. If he is dropping the hammer the way he is right now, his mindset has got to be, hey, I can't worry about Martin Van Riel right now. He's on a different plane today. He's just having a day, and I am up here drilling it. So if I'm hurting, Ben Canute, Trevor Foley, and Rudy von Berg are absolutely struggling, and that's the confidence you have to have when you're up against a field like this.
Absolutely, and all of the, I mean, he's been there and done it. He's won races. He won races this year. He's won Pro Series races. The same for Trevor Foley. The same for Martin Van Riel. These are guys that are tested time and time again and have continued to show exactly how strong they are. But this is where it really starts to bite, and it's a brutal run course out there as well. Who has left a little bit in the tank to be able to not just survive this run course, but to win this race, you really have to thrive and to put down a super, super fast time. And these men have a history of doing that. Our projections at the moment still have Van Riel to win this one from Marquardt and Foley. Rudy von Berg to finish 4th and then Ben Canute in 5th. That would be your top 5 on the projections at the moment. And our projections for the women's have Paula Finlay to take it out by a minute from Marta Sanchez and Chelsea Sodaro in 3rd. But they're changing all the time as these athletes put in big shifts to get closer to the pointy end of this race, which at the moment is held by Findlay and Sanchez in the women's and Martin Van Riel in the men's, as it has for the entire race thus far. Martin Van Riel came here to bury himself, and he's doing exactly that here in Lake Placid in upstate New York. We are getting very close now towards the back end of the bike. Martin Van Riel at about 140 kilometres. We're going to come back and continue to take you through to T2 and beyond for the Hoka Run Course. It's Ironman Lake Placid.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve. Then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready. And every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Welcome back to Ironman Lake Placid, brought to you by Athletic Brewing, and this race really heating up and very impressive from Didi Griesbauer to make it all the way to the bathroom and back again in the ad break. Well done. Your pace has not lost you.
No, I train for it every day.
Yeah, you do. Well, if a day goes past and you haven't trained for it, you should probably see a doctor.
Exactly. As we check in with our women's leaders, this is Paula Finley and Marta Sanchez. They are on the descent headed back out of town here into the second loop of the bike course. They continue to build their lead, 1:06 ahead of Rachel Zelinskis and 2:13 ahead of Chelsea Sodaro. I did get a question, Will, about when we talk about these Kona slots, why Chelsea Sodaro doesn't necessarily need a slot. She only needs to validate. So let's just spend a minute talking about that. As a former Ironman world champion, of course, Chelsea Sodaro won in Kona in 2022. She is granted one of the benefits of being Ironman world champion for the next 5 years. She is granted a Kona slot. She's invited to race in Kona. All she needs to do is what we call validate her slot. She needs to race an Ironman, complete it, show fitness, display that she is fit and ready to compete at the Ironman World Championship. So she doesn't necessarily need to finish in a slot position. There are 4 slots available, but Chelsea Sodaro will not get one because she is an automatic qualifier. She just needs to, what we call validate, display fitness, and finish an Ironman in the lead up to the Ironman World Championship. So that's a little bit of a difference there, and the difference between Kona qualifying and Kona validating. Thank you for that question. It's a good one, and I wanted to address it for those that may not be aware. It's a great position to be in for a former world champion.
And that's just part of the benefits package you get for being a former world champion, because we want those former world champions on the start line if they are indeed fit. So, yeah, part of the benefits package for them, but at the same time, it lends itself to us not knowing what kind of race Chelsea Sodaro is trying to have today. Obviously, if she's up near the pointy end, she wants to win a race, right? But she doesn't want to win a race. She doesn't want to go to win a race and then blow up and miss her ability to validate because she doesn't finish, because you have to finish for validation. So she's here for validation first, and probably to just put together a solid race after what's been a really rocky 18 months or so for her. But also, very tempted to get to the front of the race and race to win, because that's what she's there for. She's a competitor. So I think validation first would be the mantra, but logically, but maybe emotionally, if you're somewhere near the front, you want to win an Ironman whenever you are doing one.
Certainly, I mean, no doubt, and especially if you're someone like Chelsea Sodaro, who is a fierce competitor, you would have to be a Ironman world champion. But I think Chelsea had said pre-race she really just wants to put herself in a good position to have a great build into Kona. She knows she's a little shy on run mileage, but leans on a huge depth of run history. But so she's got a strange combination of the freedom to just need to, and I say air quotes, validate her slot, but there is pressure there to have a smooth race, no mechanicals, no physical malfunctions throughout the race. So there is a degree of caution that you have to have as we watch our men's race leader, Martin Van Riel, navigate some age group traffic. And this is an instance where the age groupers are not doing a great job of staying to the right. So if you are an amateur competitor watching in anticipation of your first Ironman or your next Ironman, Ironman. Just a reminder, riding to the right, very, very important for the safety of all of the athletes on the course. Stay to the right unless you are passing. And when you're doing so, keep that width of your pass reasonable so that passing traffic can pass you, as Martin Van Riel does a expert job of navigating a little bit of congestion here on the course.
He's doing very well at going over to the right too. I wonder if he's listening to you, because now it's like having a driving instructor in his ear saying you must go over to the right. So off he goes. No one's overtaking you, Martin. Okay, it's fine. You don't have to go all the way over, because I don't think anyone is going to make a charge from the age group pack and retake position.
Force of habit, right? That's muscle memory, you know, ride to the right and muscle memory for sure. But yeah, he swoops left every time he needs to make a pass. Not slotting in between the age group athletes. Well done, Martin.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of slotting in actually in the women's field today, around when Marta Sanchez was trying to push up that hill, and we were asking whether that was a good idea or not. But that one seems to have escaped any penalty or issue. But Martin Van Riel, who just nearly has to swerve his way around someone just then in the left-hand side box, as negotiating his way through. And the thing about being in the front of the field too is when you're the first person of the pro field to start to come up on the back of these age group athletes. So it's the first time they've really had someone rip past them. When after that, they're going to be a little bit more cognizant of it.
Yeah, it's a nice reminder to them. Occasionally, if there is a lead moto, several hundred meters up the road, they'll do a light beep to alert those age group athletes that the first pros are coming through. But certainly in this instance, Martin doing a great job of just navigating that. Again, wide roads, only a couple of instances where it's been a little bit bunchy in there, but just spectacular venue here. Again, this course closed to traffic in the direction that the athletes are going, but because this course covers such a large, square number of square miles, the course is open to traffic going the opposite direction. So that's why you see some oncoming vehicles, but very few. I think people in this area are quite accustomed to this Ironman Lake Placid. It's been 27 years running, so certainly the locals know every Sunday in July when Ironman Lake Placid is in town. So locals love this race, supportive, great opportunity for them to get out and cheer these fantastic athletes on as well, and oftentimes volunteer. Back in the day, a lot of locals offering homestays to some of the professional athletes, so a great relationship has been built over the years between Ironman and the host community of Lake Placid, and we appreciate their hospitality.
Absolutely. And here's the 2024 winner of Lake Placid, Trevor Foley. Picked up his first Ironman win there, backed it up with Ironman New Zealand at the start of this year, and then went on to win the North American Championships in Happy Valley and continues on his merry way. He's 6 minutes and 30 seconds back. He's capable of an absolutely outstanding run, Trevor Foley. He looks so smooth in Happy Valley. Of course, that was over a shorter distance, and he's capable as well of incredible bikes, and he's had to come from behind almost every time he's in a race because his swim's not quite with the front men. He's doing that again here today, or at least holding strong with Martin Van Riel, and it's taken him from about 15th to 4th at the moment with about 40 kilometres to go. Let's get another listen from Trevor about the back end of this bike.
Mentally, I won't tell everybody how many watts I pushed last year. I think I split like 202 through the first lap of the bike last year. That's the most power I've ever pushed in a 70.3. And then I had to do 90K more. Mentally, obviously, I would love to be in the race, with 2 hours to go and then kind of chill and play bikes with the boys. But probably like the smarter thing to do is, wean a 5-minute gap down over the course of 112 miles, not 42 like I did last year. So we'll see. See how I feel.
That's a political answer. That's saying something without saying anything. You know?
He's been successful.
I'll just see how it goes.
He's been successful in weaning it down to everyone but Martin Van Riel, right? Like he didn't jam it really in the way that he did last year, and it does seem, at least versus everyone but Van Riel, to be a little bit more measured. But when you're Trevor Foley and you can push the kind of power that Trevor Foley can push, I think it's hard to exhibit that patience. Perhaps the veteran Trevor Foley should take a lesson from the rookie Paul Finley on how to be patient. But so far today, at least, it doesn't look like Trevor Foley has overspent in the first lap of the bike, and he is holding that gap at around 6 minutes, at least up until this point, to Martin Van Riel, who's just on another level. But Trevor Foley has put himself in a great position. I don't know that he's got the legs to run down Martin Van Riel, who is certainly an outstanding runner as well. But certainly Trevor Foley in a position to land on the podium, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, since the 100-kilometre mark of this race, only 3 men have been fastest through any splits, and it's either Martin Van Riel, Matthew Marquardt, or Trevor Foley. And there's no surprise in that. They are the 3 class bike riders in this field, probably joined by Cam Worth and Christian Hogenhaug, who are currently in 6th and 7th. And if you add the one fastest split to Rudy von Berg, those 4 together haven't been bested over any of the last 12 or 13 splits since the 70-kilometre mark. So it just shows you that over the course of 180 kilometres, the quality comes to the top. And it's been a lonely old day for Martin. The best kind of lonely old day, but still a lonely old day out front. He hasn't seen anyone behind him. He hasn't overtaken anyone except for running through transition. And then in the very early parts of the bike where he took Fraser Minikin, and that was the end of that. And he continues on his merry way.
This is how, Will, we take a look at the Precision Fuel and Hydration course record pacing. Current course record by Matthew Marquardt back in just last year. Just over 7 hours, 50 minutes, 8 seconds to be exact. Right now, Martin Van Riel on pace to absolutely shatter that, embarrass the course record. And Marta Sanchez, if we look at the course record set by Solveig Loveseth last year here at 8:43.29, right now, Marta Sanchez just off of the pace of that, but only by a handful of seconds. And an extraordinary opportunity for the women here today as well, given the conditions on the day. Absolutely, we could see some course record performances.
We've just seen some absolutely ridiculous drafting from some age grouper on Martin Van Riel, who's just been like, this is my moment to shine. But throw this 12 metres out the window. I don't care, this is on camera. I'm out. Normally you see that in the run, right? You see in the run, someone runs alongside someone, but not in the bike.
If you're going to get a drafting penalty, you might as well get it off of Martin Van Riel when you have the opportunity. Am I right?
Totally. Years from now, you'd be like, you know what ruined my race? I got this drafting penalty. I was just tucked in behind Martin. And they'll be like, Martin who? You're like, oh, Van Riel. It doesn't matter. And then just go on with your story. So, you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it for that guy who just saw all green lights there for a second and he was off. But then Martin dropped him, as is the case.
Good job, Martin.
It reminds me of
feels good about that.
I remember doing Long Beach Triathlon. I think I did Malibu Triathlon, and I came out of transition, and Hayden Wild was doing the bike leg of a relay, and he said, "Just hang on my wheel. I'll draft you around." It was a non-drafting race, and I lasted for about 300 meters, and then he was gone. I didn't see him for 40 k's after that.
You put that on your athletic resume, did you?
Yep. Yeah, well, no, I just thought I'd save that up and then I'd say it on the Ironman broadcast to make myself seem better than what I am, which is what I just did.
There you go.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good stuff. Martin Van Riel continuing to go here, making his way through an aid station. Again, good concentration when you're navigating these aid stations with the age group athletes. Again, I mean, look at that. A little bit of congestion. He makes the turn in. This is what we did not see in Frankfurt, as you'll recall, our race leader, who bounced bottles at every single aid station. That was a very patient Martin Van Riel, navigating some age groupers there, coming almost to a complete stop, making a 90-degree turn in to grab a bottle out of the hand of a volunteer. So very, very good aid station execution there from our men's race leader.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? Because you can come in hot and just try and back yourself and drop 6 bottles, and then you're in a real trouble. So it looks cool. It looks good, but sometimes slow is smooth and smooth is fast when it comes to the long-term goal of making sure you don't completely bonk later on because you didn't quite get it.
Yep, absolutely. And back we have on the right-hand side of the screen, our women's race leaders continues to be tit for tat between Paula Finley and Marta Sanchez, riding legally but taking turns here at the front, setting the pace. They are now a minute up on Rachel Zelinskis, 2:15 up on Chelsea Sodaro. That's at 120 kilometers. Paula Finley tucking the head in there. Nice aero position. Spends a lot of time in the wind tunnel, really perfecting that aero position. Something they've been working on for years, just nipping and tucking here and there. She looks great on a bike, no matter the distance she's racing. But she looks just so smooth, poised, in control. For a woman who I think puts a lot of pressure on herself to perform. I think there's a certain freedom here for her in this Ironman race, her debut race, where she's trying not to put expectation on herself. She has absolutely no idea what her power should be. I mean, obviously she has an educated guess and she's riding to that. But it's a whole new game for her, and that's exciting for her. And I think she seems, given the task at hand, at least outwardly, has seemed very relaxed, more relaxed than she does in a 70.3, where she's got so much experience, but with that comes the burden of expectation. And here I don't think she has that, and that's been really liberating for her.
I think she's an athlete too who sometimes has peaks and troughs in her motivation for certain races and getting up for them. And I think this challenge has come at the right time for her. It certainly seems to, and from what I've heard from her and what she's been saying, I mean, I haven't spent an hour on the phone with her or anything, but I've been watching a lot of her content, and it just seems like last year wasn't the right time, and now is the right time, and she's racing with freedom and without that level of expectation. And if she could walk away, I imagine if she could walk away with a Kona slot, that would be a huge win. At the moment, she's in the front of the race and in a commanding position. And I suppose as this, she's breached that I've gone past 90 kilometres, now I'm in Ironman bike distance. The longer this bike goes on and she remains in the front of the race, and maybe she's getting a couple of splits from Eric, who I know tries to do a really strong job of giving her splits when he can, or someone out on course is saying where she is, and she can see that maybe the gaps are getting greater to the people behind her, the more her confidence is going to grow at twice the rate of anybody else, because she's like, oh, maybe I can compete at this longer distance, or maybe I am doing a good job and I feel good and I'm putting time into the people behind me. So that she's been thinking about this untested zone of 90 kilometres, and of course the second untested zone of 21.1 through to 42.2 kilometres on the run. But as the more she tackles well, the more her confidence is going to rise across the race itself, and she throw a little bit more caution to the wind. Of course, the bigger one is 30 kilometres onwards on the run.
Right, and I think, I agree with you, Will, that confidence breeds confidence, and to be at the front of the race, and I can't wait to hear from her in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone after the race, assuming we get to talk to her, how she's feeling at this stage. Like, is she still really holding back out of, I'm not going to say fear because it's a negative connotation, but out of respect for the full marathon, which she has yet to run. I mean, her longest run, 2 hours. She hasn't run longer than that in training, so she really is mindful of that. And that was the one thing, I think, if she had a doubt in her mind, it was how her body would hold up there. Not so much on the bike. I don't think there was as much trepidation about covering the full 112 miles on the bike as there was, covering a full 26.2 miles of running. So my hope for her is that she is still feeling good and controlled and holding back. She had said she would rather, not get a Kona slot and have a positive race experience and feel good about racing the Ironman distance. But obviously getting the Kona slot, she didn't want to have a negative race experience and be fearful of what's to come on the Big Island. I think tackling your first Ironman is a huge challenge, and to come away with a positive feeling about your experience there and your ability to execute that again in what will be more challenging conditions in a much more deeper field, I think would be the ideal scenario for Paula, and she's looking to script that today.
I think you're 100% correct. Unfortunately for her, the biggest test comes right at the end. So there's no nice, I've achieved the biggest test of this race and now I can relax. Basically, it just gets worse and worse and then it's over, which is no good. It's like if you have exams, you want to get the hardest exam out of the way first and everything after that is gravy. Unfortunately, the hardest exam is last. So she's going to be thinking about that for the next couple of hours as we return triumphantly to the quad box with Martin Van Riel and Paula Finlay on the left, and I think Ben Canute and Chelsea Sidaro on the right, I want to say. And, I mean, these two on the left who are leading these races just look so strong and so steady, and there's no wiggle, there's no snake in their head or in their shoulders at all. They just look so strong, and they're on, obviously, flat parts of the course, which makes them look nice and fast and very aero as well.
Upper right-hand corner, we're behind Ben Canute, but ahead of him is Trevor Foley. That pass has been made. So Trevor Foley now into third place. And our predictor actually has things staying as they are in the men's race with Van Riel, Marquardt, and Foley rounding out your podium. But we'll see if that holds true. Right now, Trevor Foley licking his chops a little bit because he is now in podium position. Can he run down Marquardt? That battle between Marquardt and Foley now 3 years running. It'd be fun to see that play out as we make our way towards the marathon course for the men. Martin Van Riel continuing his dominance here, although Marquardt 2:45 back. At one point, that was upwards of more than 3 minutes. So perhaps Marquardt chipping slightly away at that. But Trevor Foley making the move into third place past Ben Canute.
Okay, we're starting to see some movement then. There, and I was just, I was looking back at my Pro Tri News tips for today, and I had Martin Van Riel, Trevor Foley, Matthew Marquardt, Rudy Von Berg, Jason West. I'm still reasonably confident in that. Finlay, Grace Theck, Marta Sanchez, Lisa Purter, Tamara Jewett were my women. I don't know. Put your tips in. I don't want to go to the chat. I don't want to go to the chat again. It's a dangerous place to be.
Is that a been there, done that, or you just feel confident? If you have a Is that a been there, done that, or is that a been there, done that, or are you just feeling confident after just being there once?
Well, yeah, and I want to quit while I'm ahead, I think, and I don't want to go back and look at it, please. Thank you so much. I feel like I need to take a shower after I've been in there. But, so instead of that, just send me like an Instagram DM or something and say, this is my tip for this race, and we'll see if you're right or not. What do you think, Dee Dee, right now? Is Martin Van Riel, when you asked me whether Martin Van Riel would win, and I said yes, are you more, from that point to now, is Martin Van Riel's chances of winning this race gone up or down?
I think it stayed the same. Is that an option? Can I choose C?
I don't remember mentioning it as an option.
I'm going to say it's the same.
But you're probably right, though.
To me, yeah, has he given up a couple of seconds to Matthew Marquardt here? Yes. Is that indicative of anything? No, not necessarily. I think I have a hard time believing. Yeah, I'm going to say I'll take it. I'll take your bait. I don't want to, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to say, yeah, I think his odds are better now. Yeah, they've gone up.
I think he does. He can't. He has to bottle this run. Now he's got a better run on paper than Matthew Marquardt, who's got a great run. Don't get me wrong.
And I think he's got enough of a gap on Trevor.
Past him.
And I think he's got enough of a gap on Trevor Foley that even though Foley's got the potential to run in the same zip code as Martin Van Riel, I think the gap is enough. So maybe Martin Van Riel is saying, like, hey, I don't need to throttle it anymore. Let's save it. Let's save it for the run and lock this thing up. And so yeah, I think his odds of winning have gone up since we last discussed that. But like we said, I don't want to call it now because it's too exciting. Anything can happen. Yeah.
That's so true. 100% true. But as soon as he gets off the bike, his destiny is in his own hands. So, Martin Van Riel fans would breathe a sigh of relief because he's not going to get, run into by a squirrel or an age grouper or an alien spaceship. He's going to be running. So he's got, his destiny is within his own hands and what his fitness is at the moment. But the more time that goes past and these gaps stay the same, although just through the latest split, just popped in, it's gone from 2:45 to 2:22. So just in that last Let's see what was the distance between those two splits? Not very much. From 147.3 to 152.9. So a tick over 5 kilometres, and Matthew Marquardt has taken out 25 odd seconds. He was travelling, Marquardt, at 35.1 kilometres an hour to Martin Van Riel's 33.7. So Van Riel was quickest of anyone between 103 and about 120 odd kilometres, and then he has dropped off, and it's Marquardt from 120 kilometres onwards who has been just about the fastest out on course, or if not the fastest, it was Foley, but only by just, whereas Van Riel has dropped off somewhat. And at that, if they continue at those current speeds, then they're going to come in much closer together, which, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see them come out together and run together. I mean, how good was that? Probably the best Ironman moment I've seen in years was Van Riel, part of that 5-man group who all ran together in Nice.
Yep.
So it's always good to see people running together, but also I'd like to see Van Riel, rewarded for all the hard work he's done up to this point in the race.
Well, especially since the swim split was snaked there at the last second. Paula Finley and Marta Sanchez continuing at the front of the women's race. The Zoot bike course continues here in Lake Placid.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Welcome back to Ironman Lake Placid, brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by Experience Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. Well, here we are with our men's leader. This is Martin Van Riel. He, if you're just joining us, dominated the swim. He dragged one athlete with him, but has been in command of this race ever since. He had a lead of upwards of 3 minutes at one point on the bike over Matthew Marquardt, but Matthew Marquardt made a little bit of a charge. He's now 2 minutes, 22 seconds ahead of Matthew Marquardt. Trevor Foley brought it to within 6 minutes of the lead, now sits at 6:38 back. He just went past Ben Canute, who is at 6:44 back. So a really interesting start through the first 2 legs of this race of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, where historically we've seen our men's field really bunched up together. Big packs of men. And this time they have been extremely spread out as we check in with Chelsea Sodaro, who is having a tough time getting a bottle back into her rear bottle cage. She sort of looked to the moto there to see what to do with it because she is not near a trash zone. So she's had to triage a little bit and figure out what to do. She was really struggling to get into that back cage. I think she's got a tether there, Will, and I think just struggling to get the bottle into the back cage. So now having to sit up with the bottle. We'll see if she takes another go at tucking that back into the cage. She's certainly trying to empty the bottle, but she is assuming she is not sure where the next aid station is. So she's either got to figure out how to put that back. There we go. Well, she's got to figure out how to put that into the back cage, or get herself to an aid station. But a little bit of technical difficulties for Chelsea Sodaro, who is sitting now more than 2.5 minutes back of the lead of Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez. Paula Findlay has pulled just 8 seconds away of Marta Sanchez, which doesn't seem like much, but that's the biggest gap they've had in quite some time, Will.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And this is where things really start to tell, isn't it, Dee? Towards the back end here, and whether you've got everything right. And just on Chelsea Sodaro as well. I mean, sometimes when you see these things, you never want to see someone having trouble like that, and it can bring them out of their, especially mental game as well. And she's now 3 minutes back on Findlay and Sanchez, which, as you say, the biggest gap between the two of them is just 8 seconds at the moment. But it is quite heartening because, all these things go wrong for an age grouper. Sometimes when you see the same things happen to the pro, you just feel a little bit better about yourself. But certainly not so much happening for Paula Findlay at the moment, who is looking extremely strong and getting stronger as this race continues on. Projections now say that she's going to win by over a minute from Marta Sanchez if things stay the same, with Chelsea Sodaro in third position. Lisa Purder has dropped out of the predictions there. She's now 7:30 in arrears. And meanwhile, Martin Van Riel just, as you say, keeping it extremely real. Last split was 2:22 between him and Matthew Marquardt, who honestly we haven't hardly seen on screen at all, Matthew Marquardt. Seen him a couple of times. He's been super strong, but he's just been sitting there this entire time. Foley's moved into third position, then Canute, then Von Berg, then Werf is your top 6 right now. Hogenhaug hasn't had his strength on the bike we normally see. Jason West, 13:48. He'll be thinking about his run and where he can run his way up to from 8th. And then Freddie Funk and Matt Collins is our last Kona qualified athlete. 16 minutes back, and he's got a nice little 4-minute buffer on Fraser Minikin. But how quickly things can change. And slotting in behind some age groupers, Van Riel making sure he gets everything he needs. Just manages to swerve his way out of a slowing down age grouper there. Makes use of the litter zone and back into the work again.
Yeah, the fact that he got that bottle, took a sip of it, discarded it, and did not go down with a swerving age grouper there. Excellent bike handling skills from Martin Van Riel. As we start to project a little bit here, Will, and into the run, obviously we have our race predictor that's going to help us out a little bit, but is Jason West in a good enough position to run his way into the top 5? Perhaps. He had the fastest run split here last year at 2:37. Certainly could replicate that, perhaps go faster given the cooler conditions. So eyes on him. As you said, Christian Hogenhaug hasn't had the race we thought he would on the bike. A little bit of fatigue in the race, in the legs from racing just 2 weeks ago. So he's not had the day. Fred Funk also a little bit sluggish. We'll see if he can turn it around on the run, which is Freddie's strength. He's currently sitting in a Kona qualifying position. So see how Fred Funk can fare, if he can run his way up the ranks a little bit. Who is vulnerable in our top 10 right now, run-wise? We haven't seen Cameron Werf run in a while.
Werf and Canute.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Cameron Werf, like his last Ironman run was 2:51:40, but that was nearly 12 months ago at Chattanooga. Yeah. So where he's got, well, I mean, he's usually around a 2:50 guy, but he has been quite a long while. Whereas Rudy Von Berg, he can run a sub 2:40 on the right day. He's around a 2:40 guy. Canute, again, 2:48 was his last one, but he's run a 2:37 before, but that was at Roth, which is renowned for fast runs. So I would say Ben Canute and Cameron Worth are the guys that Jason West would first look to go past. Christian Hogenhaug in Roth did a sub 240, but again, that's Roth. Before that was Texas, was 246. And Placid here last year, he ran at 246. So if Jason West can run sub 240, he could probably move up to 5th position. And then if someone's having a bad day, he could find himself higher than that. But what we need him to do is finish in exactly 5th position for me, because that's where I put him in my tips. So if that could we
Which
work
is
out, that'd be great.
precisely why I brought it up.
Thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page.
You know, again, sentimentally, I would love to see Ben Canute have a better run, coming from his short course background where he was known for his blistering run. And that seems to have been the piece that hasn't quite clicked into place for him, is a strong run off a really strong bike. I think his bike has moved up to next level, and I'd like to see him again. I'd just like to see him put it together with a good run here going into Kona. Again, he's got no worries for Kona qualification, but a boost to the confidence that he can run, you know, closer to that 240 than he's been able to do anywhere other than Roth a few years ago. Would be great to see. But as we come back to our men's leader, Martin Van Riel, continuing to make his way towards town. And of course, Paula Finley on the right of the stream, looking as smooth as ever, in command of this women's race.
I'm getting a bit bored of this. I've got to be honest with you. I'm getting a bit bored of the 2 box of Van Riel and Finley looking awesome. We could have run a shot from a 30-kilometre mark of the same thing as what we're seeing now, such as the basically the consistency of these 2 athletes just continue to do exactly what they've been doing, and that is why they're at the front of this one. And we've been promoting Ironmans across the course of this one. We've done one in Leeds, we've done one in Wisconsin. You don't want to go to Leeds or Wisconsin. You go somewhere else. You go somewhere even nicer than Leeds, if you can believe that. The world's best Ironman swim course is calling. The tropical paradise of Langkawi in Malaysia provides. It's an amazing race experience, this one. Crystal clear waters on the swim. The bike course takes in all the scenery of the island, and a run that showcases the beauty of Malaysia, and it's a great place to relax afterwards. It's basically a tropical oasis, so it's nothing better than that. And you've got a nice lead time, November 21st. It's going to be getting cold and miserable in the US and Europe. Now's the time to start telling your significant other that you're taking them on a nice trip to Malaysia, and just happen to mention later on that you're sneaking in a quick Ironman while you're there. But mostly it's about them. So you can do that, scan the QR code at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, or go to ironman.com, sign up, and then tell your partner that you're going on a trip for them to Malaysia, and do an Ironman while you're there. It's going to be absolutely outstanding, and you'll probably look exactly like Martin Van Riel does right now, or Paula Finlay. Super fast, super aero, super TT, super attractive. Couldn't be better.
And I just wanted to offer a clarification. We've spent too much time on this, but I misspoke, so I want to clean that up about the validation. We had talked about Chelsea Sodaro needing to validate, and I had said that there was a 5-year validation window where the defending champion simply needed to demonstrate fitness and finish an Ironman in the build-up to the Ironman World Championship. That policy has not been in place since 2023. So Chelsea Sodaro is actually our last athlete that gets that 5-year window. And so she will cycle through that at the end of next year. Laura Phillip, who won after Chelsea did, had to earn her qualifying slot. So that 5-year window, that policy is no longer valid, but the athletes that won Kona when it was still enacted get to ride that out. So Chelsea is one of the last athletes to be able to do that. So I wanted to clean that up because I misspoke about the 5-year window. That's no longer the policy. I thought there had been a change there. And I'm sorry, Will, the fact that you won, you have to requalify.
Yeah, that's okay. Just win again.
Yep.
No, you were right. It's just an additional piece of information. So, for example, like Christian Blumenfeld had to qualify, had to validate this year, but that's the end for him.
Yes.
Because 2021, and anyone beyond that, 2022, doesn't get to do it anymore, and it just makes it more fair. But so the benefits, like with anything, eventually end.
Yeah, they revised the benefits package. That's basically what it comes down to. Yeah.
But you get extra bragging rights, though. So
forever.
And you get a compulsory tattoo as well.
I hope not.
You don't get a choice with that. You just get to choose where on your body you get it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyone you can't see it on, it's under their hair. Okay, just assume. Anyway, Van Riel continues, and we're going to stop just talking absolute nonsense and get back to the race at hand. And only 5 men are within the 10-minute mark of Martin Van Riel, who continues to be basically spot on 2:22 ahead of Matthew Marquardt at the moment, and still on track for a 7:44 now course record. We had it at 7:37 there for a minute. 7:43.08 is what we have. But regardless, he's going to destroy the course record, which is a tick over 7:50. If indeed he has the run that we are predicting, which is a 2:37.20. When you look back at the predictions, and we talked about the guys who potentially are vulnerable to a Jason West coming through. Predicted run times for Matthew Marquardt, 2:39. Ben Canute, 2:45. 2:45 as well for Cam Worth. And then 2:42 for Christian Hogenhaug. 2:37 for Jason West. So West will be moving up into 6th based on these predictions. But, you know, they're just predictions based on statistics. And if we know anything about Ironman, it's that predictions and statistics will only take you so far.
That's true. And then when we start to factor in sort of the conditions on the day, it certainly lends itself to some really fast run times. It's not as hot as it has been in years past. The humidity, because the temperature is down, the humidity is somewhat less of a factor for these athletes out there today. But the fact that there's no wind or less wind than there has been all week, could it be a bit warmer? But I think we're going to see some really, really fast run times. But the question becomes, have the athletes biked harder as a result of pretty ideal conditions out there, and therefore we might see not quite the run splits we have, because these bike times are absolutely absurd, the rate that these guys are going, and I think we're going to see the complete package, and I think we'll actually see, I'm going to call it faster than 2:37.20 predicted for Martin Van Riel today.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He's predicted as well for a 4:11.55 bike, which is very close to, but not the course record. The course record was set last year by Trevor Foley, 4:10.45. Foley this year on for a 4:12.29. Fastest man predicted out on course right now, though, is Cameron Worth, a 4:11.42. If indeed he can continue in the pace that he has been going at the moment. He is 10 minutes back. So it's between him and Martin Van Riel as to who's going to be the fastest out on the bike, although Trevor Foley not too far behind. And it just takes a little bit of extra effort, a little bit extra time to get around the age groupers on your second lap out here. He's not got far to go now. He's just been through the 164-kilometre timing, and Matthew Marquardt has as well. He's gone from 2:22 back to 2:16 back, so a few more seconds taken out, but not enough to really challenge towards the back end of this bike. But we've seen, you know, a minute or more taken out of athletes just in transition alone in T1. Right. So, yeah, there's also that to think about before we get off on the run. And Martin Van Riel wasn't the fastest through transition. He was made to look slow in transition compared to Fraser Minikin, but he still wasn't too tardy either.
I think this next segment here, Will, is going to be really, really telling. These are, you know, they're coming up to the final three. Again, the bears that we talked about, baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. And if you have mispaced this bike leg, I think the differences in splits from the first time through here to the second time through here will be very, very telling as to who has played their cards properly, who has nailed their nutrition properly. If we see a huge degradation in pace from the first loop to the second loop, I think that's a good hint that maybe the athlete has overspent, and those sort of chinks in the armor are going to show up through this next segment for the pro men, where the hills really come at you. If you have burnt too many matches, I think we're going to see those paces bleed. So it will be telling and perhaps a foreshadowing of what's to come in the marathon if we see a huge fall off on the pace for some of these athletes through this next bit.
Yeah, by far the fastest man in the last 15 kilometres of the first loop was Trevor Foley. He was absolutely hammering it through those climbs last time around. He was well faster than Martin Van Riel, Matthew Marquardt as well. And he's continued to put in some faster splits throughout, Martin Van Riel, of the 30 splits now that they have gone through, has only been fastest in 5 of them, which is significantly less than Matthew Marquardt. It's way less than Trevor Foley. It's equal more with the Cameron Worth. But he's just been consistent throughout. And now Paula Finlay retakes the lead from Marta Sanchez again. They just continue, and now it's on Sanchez to drop back. You can see the red flashing light of the race ranger there. She's got to drop back within 45 seconds to the 20-metre mark. 12 metres for the age groupers, 20 metres for the Ironman Pro Series. But we'll see if Foley does the same job here. He made about a minute back in the last 15 kilometres of the first loop because he really pushed it through these hills. He's now 6:38 back, and we'll see whether he can take away some of that time again and put himself in the mix for potentially having a huge run and maybe even taking the lead of this race at some point.
I guess the one blemish that we have to give to Trevor Foley is that he is in contention to lose his first Pro Series race of the year. So that's tough for him. He'll have to live with that, I suppose.
What a huge disappointment for Trevor Foley.
He'll have to take that one, unfortunately, but I think he'll survive.
Well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. He's been so fluid. When he has a good run, he has a really good run. And, a marathon can find you out. Doesn't matter whether you're Martin Van Riel or Matthew Marquardt or anybody else. In the women, it's 1:21 now back to Rachel Zelinska, 3:20 to Chelsea Sodaro, 7:14 to Lisa Perderer, and Sanchez and Finlay have been stuck together for the last probably 90 kilometres, I would say.
Yep.
The pair of them working together to try and put time into the chases. Paula Finlay in her very first Ironman triathlon, and whereas Marta Sanchez has, let me see how many, 8 she's done, most recently running a 2:59.41 for third position in Ironman Texas. Just a wildly consistent athlete, Marta Sanchez.
Yeah,
and
super.
She's in the driving seat for this one.
Yeah, super extraordinary. Again, that 2:59.41, first time under 3 hours there for Marta Sanchez. And we can only guess what Paula Finlay is capable of based on some of her 70.3 pacings. We might guess that she would be just under that 3 hours too. Really the only huge threat on this course run-wise would be, Tamara Jewett because of that, by virtue of that 2:40 unbelievable run split from a year ago. But she is sitting at last check in 8th place. She's 16:48 back. If she could replicate that 2:40 run split, would certainly put her on the podium. But right now predicted not to run quite to that ability this year, but time will tell. A lot of racing still to go, and we don't know what's going on with Tamara Jewett. We haven't had a camera on her. She's a bit back, as I mentioned, at 16:48, but I've been keeping an eye on her because of her performance last year in the marathon was so extraordinary. And if she could replicate that here today, this race will look very different at the end than it does right now.
No, you're absolutely right. And Tamara Jewett, we also get a win percentage from our stats as well. And Tamara Jewett has still got a 5% win percentage. Like, she's got a 5% chance of winning this entire race overall, such as her incredible run. And it's actually gone up. At the start of the race, it was 3.3%. Now it's gone up to nearly 5%. Because she's projected to have such a fast run, even though she is nearly 17 minutes back. And the only other athletes that have got a decent percentage is Grace Tech, still nearly 9%, Lisa Perderer, 19%. I mean, realistically, though, I think it's very hard to go past one of the top 4 women, Sanchez, Finlay, Zelinska, Sodaro. Zelinska would be the least likely, based on her run times, to be able to win this race. Sodaro is a little bit of a unknown, I suppose, in some ways, as is Finlay. But we kind of know what Marta Sanchez is going to be able to produce
Yes.
because she's so consistent. So she's going to throw out the 3-hour marathon, and let's see what everyone else has got to bring today, because Sodaro and Finlay could run anything. It's very hard to know.
And Will, we had talked about this section of road being very telling for how well these athletes had paced. I think this is Trevor Foley we have on screen. It's kind of hard to tell. Again, our coverage out here in this remote part. That's Martin Van Riel. But I do want to say that Trevor Foley has lost a little bit more time through this section. At one point, he was 6 minutes back. He's now 7:05 back. So Foley is actually losing more time to Martin Van Riel. Perhaps his first loop through this hilly section where he made up the most amount of time on the last lap, certainly not putting that on display here. So if we look at that as any indicator of how the athletes have paced, it could be a little bit of a warning sign that Trevor Foley maybe went a little too hard through this section last time. But again, time will tell. Matthew Marquardt continuing to stalk and chip away at Martin Van Riel. So could be lots of things could happen still. Last aid station coming through here as the athletes make their way back towards town.
Yeah, we make all these predictions and we say what things we think is going to happen, and then it never happens like that. I don't even know why we do it. I don't even know why we have statistics, because it's right at the first 2/3 of the race, or the first half of the race seems to be raced on logic, and the second half of the race is raced on pure emotions and guts and feeling and all of that. And you never know who's got a little bit extra to give on that day, and you can go back and crunch the numbers as much as you want. It gives you a nice overall picture, but when it comes down to it, you're racing a marathon at the back end of 5 to 5.5 hours of exercise. It's outrageous.
It's an absurd
It's an outrageous sport.
Exactly. It's absolutely absurd that people do this and do it for fun.
Well, says you've done even longer distances than this. So you've got to be a bit mad to do it. Like, there's got to be just a little tiny streak of self-hatred in there, to be able to push yourself to that kind of level.
Yeah, certifiable, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely. Again, but it's just such a beautiful...
That's okay, though. We've all got it.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Such a beautiful course here, such a beautiful part of the world. And Lake Placid showing off today what could have been a really rough go of it between wildfires and rain and temperatures and wind has certainly proven not to be the case. These athletes on record-breaking performance here today at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy.
The thing about
and
challenging
time
yourself
precious, but we need to stay on
you're
course.
always looking for
We
what's
ride,
next.
We practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready. And every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruby and practice on your course in advance.
Welcome to upstate New York. Welcome to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid 27th edition. It's been going since 1999, and this one is firming up to be another absolute classic, and one in which we wave goodbye to the old course records and usher in a new era of racer. And at the moment, That era is Belgian. However, Matthew Marquardt has just gone under the 2 minutes behind Martin Van Riel, taken out a little bit of extra time with about 10 kilometres to go. He's 1:54 back. We're looking at Ben Canute right now, who is just behind Trevor Foley, who's ahead of him. They are third and fourth overall at about 7 minutes in arrears. And then Rudy von Berg is just under 10 minutes back. They are your top five in the men. In the women's, Marta Sanchez and Paula Finlay continue their battle at the front at about 150 kilometres into this 180-kilometre bike. Rachel Zelinskas is hanging tough, 90 seconds back. Chelsea Sodaro, 3:15 back. And then Lisa Perter, 7:13 back. Your second place getter from last time out here in 2025. And it's all set up, Didi Griesbauer, for a cracking T2 and start to this marathon.
It absolutely is. And that last camera shot where we had Canute coming up on Trevor Foley, I think. Things moving backwards, at least at this very moment for Trevor Foley. He had stormed through the second half of the first lap and put himself at as little as 6 minutes down to the lead. He had ridden a little bit away from Ben Canute, but Ben Canute's starting to reel him back in as we come back to our women's race. And Chelsea Sodaro, who her deficit has fallen to 3:15 and change back to Marta Sanchez and Paula Finlay. So again, controlled for Chelsea Sodaro. She's got a different agenda here today. Assess fitness, swim and bike, and really get through the run healthy and strong. She's got not as many miles under her as she might otherwise have had by virtue of the surgery she had back in March. So she's got the leisure of having to just validate her slot from her win at the Ironman World Championship back in 2022. So she is putting good fitness on display here, but needs to keep it safe. Keep not only her performance safe through the end of the bike, but keep her body safe and put herself in a good position to launch forward towards her campaign towards the Ironman World Championship in October. Paula Finlay, also perhaps racing with a bit of caution here because this is the unknown for the rookie, but she is making herself look like an absolute veteran out here on the course.
Do you reckon she's getting bored? I've
Yes.
never done this before.
Yeah, she said, actually, she did say in some of her pre-race interviews, like she had done it when she did her 2-hour run. At one point, Eric had asked her, like, how you doing? She's like, I'm bored. Like, I think when you're used to just pushing at red lines so much in your training and in your racing, that to have this more measured pace might be just a little bit boring. Yeah, it's a good word.
It is kind of. I mean, if you're going from full-on, full-gas short course racing where everything unfolds so quickly to why don't you go off on a 5-hour solo ride? It's you got to keep your mind occupied. You got to keep yourself focused in it because, especially on this second lap, it's very easy. And I've seen Paula. I remember being at a race in China and Paula was there, and she had a massive crash going on a straight line on a highway, like in a straight line, because she just lost concentration for a second and hit a white line, and that was the end. And the next minute she was in hospital. We had to go to hospital with her. And it's very easy, to, lose concentration in a monotonous, in some ways monotonous thing like this, where you're riding way further than you've ever ridden before. And yes, it's a race, but it's a race in a different way that comes down to this part of the back end of the run. It's a race of durability and a race of consistency. It's very easy to lose concentration for 2 seconds and then see your race finish. So
yeah,
boredom is a real problem to deal with out there.
Certainly, that's where I think the nutrition kind of comes into play, that if you can execute your nutrition well, that helps with your focus, right? If you keep the calories coming in, you keep that blood sugar up, that helps you maintain that focus. Certainly smart dosing of caffeine, getting those caffeinated gels in at the right times to keep that sort of arousal up, that focus on. But it also gives you something to focus on. A lot of athletes will set a timer on their bike computer to remind them to fuel quite as much. I think, again, not only is the pacing strategy different for Paula Finlay, but the fueling strategy has to be much different at a different effort level, but across a much, much longer period of time. So putting your focus on that and taking those sort of smaller pieces, as was advised to Paula Findlay by the likes of Kat Matthews and other women at the top of her sport, reached out to her before the race and gave her, pieces of advice. Race the kilometer you're in. Stay in this very moment. And I think Paula really, it sounded to me in her interview that was flattered by the fact that some of the sport's best at this point in time were reaching out. It wasn't old has-beens, saying, oh, back in the day, this is what I would do. It was, the current best who want to see Paula in Kona, want to race an athlete of her caliber, really offering her bits of advice. Stay in the kilometer you're in. And I think so far, Paula seems to have done a good job of that. We'll see if that can continue as our men back now into town, coming around Mirror Lake, will be dismounting shortly.
Yeah, you're right. Got to stay present. If you start thinking, oh, I've got 140 kilometres to go on this bike, it's a bad position to be in. Or, oh, I can't wait to get out of this marathon that I'm about to take on, which is where the men are right now as we look at the race weather and how it's changed. Presented by Roka. Not much wind to speak of. It was much more windier earlier on. And also, it's a nice, very pleasant 20 degrees, which is a little less psychotic than the weather usually is here in Lake Placid, where it's either hammering with rain, really, really humid, wind from the side, etc., etc. It's probably quite nice right now. Hardly any wind to speak of. Good conditions for a very fast marathon. And we are coming into transition 2 with our men. Martin Van Riel has led this from about the 1,500 metres into the bike. He saw off Fraser Minikin, and he has led since then. Matthew Marquardt in the last 15 kilometres has taken about a minute out of Martin Van Riel. At the last split, he was 1:27 back, and we'll see what the split is when they come into the dismount line here in Rouvy T2, but it's not going to be much. I think it'll be a little bit less. So Marquardt has just maybe conserved a little bit more than he expected and then given it a little bit more coming in to stay in touch with Van Riel. We all know what Martin Van Riel's run legs are like. If it's a good day, he might not be seen again, but there are some quality runners behind him, and if anyone knows how to dig as deep as possible, it's Matthew Marquardt.
Well, absolutely. And the other thing that's going to be beneficial for Marquardt, again, these guys have spent a lot of this day on their own. But Marquardt's going to they'll be in transition together. I mean, Van Riel will be in there. He might be in the tent as Marquardt comes in, but it's a big transition, a lot of real estate to get through. So, listening over the loudspeaker, Marquardt's going to hear the announcer calling Martin Van Riel out onto the run when Marquardt's actually there in transition as well. So knowing he's got a whiff of the lead, I think is going to be a huge boost to Marquardt.
Yeah, and it's really a mental game at that stage too, isn't it? It's like as soon as, in any kind of racing, as soon as you're out of sight and out of mind, you can worry less about those behind you. But yeah, the announcer will do Martin Van Riel dirty here, and the crowd will too, because Matthew Marquardt's going to be able to hear that, as that's where he would have taken the second lap, but instead he goes back into transition. He's off the bike. No doubt we'll throw down to Haley in just a second, but right now he dismounts and leaves his bike behind, and he is going to make the long run up into the change tent and get ready for 42.2 kilometres or 26.2 miles. And the first question is, which one of these bags is mine? We've seen athletes fall foul of this before. It's easier for him, and still has to take a second to make sure that he's got the right one.
And we can see it takes a minute for those hip flexors to open up. He's a little bent over, but no doubt that stride's going to open up as he sort of shakes out the legs at the conclusion of the Zoot bike course. Makes his way into the change tent. Some great volunteers in there, no doubt help him get his gear out of his bag. He'll get those shoes on, grab that nutrition as we await Marquardt.
Yeah, it's the trickle now of athletes that soon, in an hour or two, will turn into an absolute flood of age group athletes that'll be running through there and prepared to take on their own last leg of an Ironman. We're going to go down now to Haley Chura, who is down in transition, I believe, and get a proper first eyewitness account.
All right. I did just watch the top two men run into transition. Martin Van Riel handed off his bike, ran very, very smooth into transition. Just about a little more than a minute later, Matthew Marquardt hands off his bike, and he ran, I would say, aggressively into transition. I think there was a little bit of a grimace on his face, but I think it was a grimace from effort and not necessarily pain. It looked like he knew the gap was reasonable, that he had made up some time on that second lap, and he wanted to chase. He did hit his watch. It seems like he really wanted to save that bike split, as most triathletes would, and save that data. We know Matthew loves his data, so he was either getting a split for himself, saving that split, and definitely chasing down Martin Van Riel. We'll have a little bit of a gap now, I think, before we see Trevor Foley and the rest of the men's field come in. The nature of this run course is that it's going to be several out and backs. These men are going to be able to see each other, and it's even like this first one is a pretty long straightaway, and I imagine it won't take much for Matthew Marquardt, if he does feel good, to have Martin Van Riel in his sights. It'll be interesting to see if he presses that early downhill and he tries to make up some time, or if he's a little more patient and tries to take the whole 26.2 miles to close that gap. I believe last year he took the patient approach and it paid off for him, so it'll be very interesting to see what he decides to do this day. We also have some really, really strong runners coming in the chase group, so if anyone in that front two, if they falter, you know that this chase group, they want to get up there. There's also that third podium spot that's definitely up for grabs, and those Kona slots, as you mentioned. Several of these men in this chase group, they still want a Kona slot, and those Pro Series points, of course. So there's still tons of exciting racing going, but those first two men, they looked like they were gonna be running very, very strong. I saw no hesitations, no signs of limps or just any sort of pain, and I think we're gonna see some really, really good run splits. The sun has come out. It has definitely warmed up. I'm no longer shivering, so I think they'd probably like it on the cooler side for the run, but we have some cloud cover, and it's definitely not as hot as we've seen on other Ironman race days. We get a little breeze that comes through every once in a while that cools things off, which will feel pretty good when they're on the run. But for the most part, it's pretty pleasant out here. I would say it's a pretty nice, for Ironman standards, a very nice run conditions, and I expect we could see some really good run times on this course today. I think that what we'd also like to see is this gap from Trevor Foley. I was surprised when I learned that Martin Van Riel had opened up more of a gap to Trevor. When I saw them on Papa Bear going into that first lap, or at the end of the first lap, I thought Trevor looked the fastest. I thought for sure Trevor was going to close the gap more. So to see that Martin has opened up that gap and it's in minute more than it was at the end of the first bike lap is a little bit of a surprise to me. So we'll see how Trevor's feeling when he comes off the bike, if maybe he pressed that first lap a little too much and maybe he suffered a little bit on the second lap. But sometimes even when you're done that, you're able to come into transition, regroup a little. We know Trevor fuels very well. He can take his 7 gels that I think he can take at one time, regroup, refuel, and get back out there on the chase. It's still a really tight race behind him too, and we mentioned Rudy Von Berg has had some excellent Ironmans in recent years, so he's definitely one to watch. Jason West not far behind, and I think he had, if not the fastest, one of the fastest run splits here last year, and he's always fun to watch on the run. So it's definitely, no one in this chase group should be counted out. I think it's going to be really, really exciting, and we'll hopefully have a good idea of how they're looking when they come off the bike here in the next couple minutes. But it is, we have bike catchers here. If you can see the volunteers behind me in the green shirts. This is a unique thing in Ironman racing. When you are coming off the bike as a pro athlete, it's very nice. They're able to grab your bike. The athletes run to my right, and then their bikes are taken to the left, so they do not have to run with their bikes, which is one of the nicest things that you'll find, because it's quite hard after you've been on the bike for 112 miles to then run with your bike and manage all the dexterity involved with that. It helps make this transition a little bit smoother, a little bit less moving pieces that they have to deal with, and they're able to get into transition and also think about what do they need. They need to get into transition. They need to put on those socks if they need them, running shoes. What kind of nutrition are they going to carry? I do love seeing the ways athletes carry nutrition these days. We see a lot of gel floss. We see a lot of pockets on bibs or on their kits where they're able to stash a ton of nutrition, a ton of gels, a ton of trash when they don't want to toss that off and get a littering penalty. So we definitely are thinking about that as they're running through transition. They're thinking about what's next. How do I have an efficient transition? It doesn't have to be the fastest transition, just efficient. All right, here we go. Trevor Foley coming in. He is looking pretty good. He already has his socks on. We're expecting a great quick transition here. He did definitely give us a little look. He's very aware, cognitively there, which is a great sign. Ben Canoe right behind Trevor. We have the two American men right there together, working together. And Ben looked great too. I will say Ben looked really, really good too. They looked controlled. They looked like they've been here before. Calm breathing, rhythmic breathing, good arm swing, and they looked cool, not too hot, definitely ready to go run a marathon. I think that now that's our top 4 that we have through here now. So we have a race on our hands. Hopefully Trevor and Ben can kind of work together. They get to be together and maybe chase down Martin Van Riel and Matthew Marquardt, our early leaders. But for now, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
That was an absolute outstanding marathon effort from down there in transition. That allowed me to take on all of my nutrition too. I had 2 muesli bars and a muffin during that cross, which is outstanding. Thank you so much, Haley. I kept thinking that you were going to stop. My mouth was full, so I appreciate that. Got lots of carbs in there. Dee Dee hasn't eaten a single thing since we started this, and that was like, I don't know how many hours ago, 6 hours. I'm concerned for her. I think she's going to bonk in the marathon, but I, on the other hand, have been carb loading majestically since the beginning, so I'm going to be on fire, as is Matthew Marquardt. And when you look at that, we had a double box there, which I loved, between Marquardt and Van Riel. Now, it looked like a lion chasing a gazelle. Like, Marquardt looks like he's fighting the road as he's running. He looks like he is in a fight with the road, whereas Van Riel looks like he's floating across the top of the road. He's just got a more fluid running style, but they're both just so fast, and it's so interesting to watch the different running styles and yet the paces that these guys are running at. And there is Trevor Foley, who's out on the run, as well as our third place man, and he is 7 minutes and 9 seconds back, so he's going to need to have a sub 2:30 run there, I think, if he's going to win this race. And I'm not saying that's out of the realms of possibility, but it's probably out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, it doesn't seem hugely likely, but time will tell. Trevor looks like he's moving very well. He's opened up a bit of a gap on Ben Canute out of transition, about 20 seconds between the two of them. Interesting differences here. Van Riel running with the bottle in his hand. Matthew Marquardt, as Haley mentioned, a lot of these kits now with pockets and stowability. Looks like a little bit of a chipmunk. He's got all things tucked into different places for a long marathon feeding effort, but he had a bottle in the front. He had a lot of gels in the back. So Martin Van Riel carrying that bottle in his hand, easy access to it, and Trevor Foley heading through the downhills now, smashing those quads, seeing how he shakes out coming off the bike and getting into the marathon.
Yeah, Ruby T2, there's the top 3 fastest males. T. Foley, fastest through transition by 9 seconds. Ahead of Canute, and Van Riel was a little more tardy. And I have to say, Martin Van Riel eased off the pace there in the last 20 kilometres. And I don't know whether that's an indicator of anything specifically. He went really hard during the other 150 or 160 kilometres, but certainly Matthew Marquardt made time up on him late on, although Trevor Foley didn't necessarily, so maybe more down to Marquardt than it is to Martin Van Riel, but a little slower in the last 20 or 25 kilometres of the bike, a little slower through transition, and now he heads out onto the run, and he's just gone through the 2.1 kilometre mark, and we'll see where we're at. I think Matthew Marquardt was about just under 2 minutes back, and now he's 1:31 at 1.3 Ks.
I was going to say, looking at the timing splits and the paces, Marquardt is moving not a lot, about 4 seconds per K faster than Martin Van Riel through very, very early. I mean, we're talking 2 kilometers of the race, but right now, Matthew Marquardt setting a slightly faster pace than Van Riel. Of course, too soon to tell for Trevor Foley. So far of the top 4, he was the fastest mover out of transition through the first half a K, setting that pace out. But, you know, too soon to tell as these guys fall into their paces. Again, those opening kilometers right out of town, really steep downhills. Van Riel now running past the horse grounds. This is still a gradual downhill here. They'll have another steep bit of downhill upcoming as they run past the historic ski jump here in Lake Placid, where they'll make that left-hand turn out onto River Road. So this is a bit of a flatter section where they can kind of find their paces, and then upcoming another downhill section that'll allow them to sort of fall into their hips a little bit, pick up the foot speed before they take on the much more rolling section of the course along River Road. But that is, of course, also the section that I call it peaceful and idyllic, but it's a little lonely out there. There will be very little crowd support other than the aid stations, a couple of people living out there, but significantly once Martin Van Riel at the bottom of this upcoming hill makes that left-hand turn onto River Road, it's going to be a lot more quiet. Here we have Matthew Marquardt fist pumping some of the age groupers out there, shows great presence of mind for Matthew Marquardt. He's got that funny left hand that is just his signature move, his little swishy left hand. But he is obviously looking and feeling pretty good, engaging with the age group athletes out there, and spirits high. Definitely a confidence boost that he ate some time into Van Riel, and at least so far, the opening stages was moving a bit faster, but a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, that's right. And what kind of advantage do you think based on this one? Because it's a unique course, it's a hilly course. You know, you can go too hard on the downhills at the beginning and then really fry the quads for this long, lonely, usually very humid, flat sections with no one around, and then a long run back up into town. Having been and done it the last couple of years and finished first and second, big advantage for Matthew Marquardt knowing what's coming versus Martin Van Riel, who doesn't really know what's coming necessarily, because even if he's been out in sections of the course, he's never raced it.
Yeah, true. And having that course knowledge, I think definitely advantage Marquardt. But when you have a guy like Martin, I mean, the talent alone, I wouldn't necessarily mark it as a huge negative. He would have previewed the course. Whether he ran the entire the thing in its entirety is doubtful, but certainly all of these athletes study and preview the course very, very carefully to know what's coming. But to your point, Will, it's one thing to study it and another thing to have raced it. So time will tell. But Martin Van Riel looks like he's finding his paces now, averaging through the first 3 kilometers at 3:30 Ks. Matthew Marquardt slightly faster. Trevor Foley, again, really early, too early to make a judgment, but the fastest mover on course at 3:17 Ks as we come back to Chelsea Sodaro in our women's race.
That's right. Sodaro now moving, 4:27 back at the moment, and Sanchez and Finlay still together. And the downhills continue for Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, so this is that steep. This is that steep downhill I talked about. If the camera were to pan out, you would see that majestic Lake Placid ski jump off to the right. This hill is absolutely brutal. I think the hill in town is slightly more sinister because it's more steep, but this is a very, very long and grinding hill. As thank you, cameraman, we take a look at how beautiful is that. I don't think the athletes are appreciating it, but again, it just speaks to the nostalgia and hard to be a sports fan and not be romantic about this village and this town and the history of sport that lives here and is ongoing here today. Matthew Marquardt going to make that left-hand turn now, leaving the crowds of town behind onto the quiet but beautiful River Road.
I know, let's listen to it for a second. There's nothing out here.
I mean, this will be the end of it. Martin Van Riel had finished that bottle in his hand, now finding his groove.
No, but isn't there a change between you come out of transition, you're going downhill, everyone's cheering you, and then suddenly this is all you can hear?
Yeah.
Then you know you're in a race, you know.
But I will say,
suddenly it's quiet. It is for long sections here.
Nice to only hear your footfalls and not the footfalls of Matthew Marquardt running up on your shoulder just yet. So at least certainly Martin Van Riel has that going for him. The solitude of your own footfalls, all of these guys pretty well spread out at this point. Martin Van Riel, 127 ahead of Marquardt. Trevor Foley quite a ways back here. As they get underway here on the marathon course. But yeah, it is a little bit of a slap in the face because you have that rush of getting off the bike, running through town, the speed of the opening kilometers of this and the boost that the downhill gives you. And all of a sudden you get to River Road and you're like, oh, okay, I'm all alone now.
Yeah, and that's the kind of footfalls as well that you'll hear if Matthew Marquardt's getting closer to you. And he looks like he's in race-winning type of form. Let's have a listen to part of the fighting chance that you can see on Matthew Marquardt on Ironman's YouTube.
You really just have to be ready to go the whole distance because none of it's easy. It's really just a suffer fest out there, truthfully. Yeah, I started this in Nice and then basically didn't touch it for like 10 months. This is bag 13. I think there's like 21 bags. So, we'll see. Happy to be here and, you know, looking forward to another great race, hopefully. And whatever that end result is what that end result will be. Last year, I think I was within 10 seconds of breaking 7 hours and 50 minutes. So would really love to try and break, you know, to go faster than that this year. And how exactly that will play out, I don't know. Like if that's going to come from the run or from the bike or whatnot, we'll have to just wait and see. But I certainly think that it's possible to go in the 740s on this course and would love to do that. But, you know, the goal always is just to kind of put together the best race that I can and, you know, really just kind of feel like I'm improving on last year. And last year was a super good performance here. So in some ways that's, I guess, a lot to live up to. But, you know, even last year, like we had cramps and things like that. So that's some time that was left out there that we can improve upon. And yeah, we'll just see. Like, I think it's going to be a hard, gritty race as it always is. And, you know, that's the kind of race that I like. So I'm always excited to race against everyone. I think it's great that Martin has made the trip over here. You know, it's a hard course to get to for Europeans, and so anytime that a European comes, I think I have a huge amount of respect for that because it's not easy to get to. And of course, like Trevor and I have had battles the last 2 years, and so, you know, we'll look forward to going at it with him again this year, and, you know, we'll see what happens. So where do I see the race being won is super hard to predict, because, I mean, as we've seen, like, you know, it could be anywhere. Like, it could be early on in the run, or it could be, I mean, Trevor passed me 2 years ago with like 1.5 miles to go. So it really could happen anywhere, and you really just have to be ready to go the whole distance.
There you go, some insights there from Matthew Marquardt, who's a calm individual most of the time and races with his heart on his sleeve and, like you say, the swishy left hand. It looks like he's conducting a symphony there as he's going along on his own. Maybe that's what he's doing in his head. Maybe there's some music that's playing in his head at the moment.
I'm sure people have tried to correct that and said that there's an inefficiency to it. It is signature Marquardt, but to your point, conducting an orchestra, keeping his own rhythm, certainly keeps his momentum moving. And some things you can change, and some things there are general run form cues, but everyone's got their own stride and their own way of getting it done, and that is Matthew Marquardt. But we come back to Rachel Zelinskis in our women's race, as our leaders are now through 153 kilometers. Sanchez and Finley continue to lead, with Zelinskis, who is sitting 2:26 behind. Sodaro at 4:27 behind. Lisa Percher at 7:44 behind. She has dispensed of Grace Tech. They were together for a while. Grace Tech at 9 minutes back. Lara Hernandez Tome at 12:22 back. And Tamara Jewett right on that 20 minutes back. 19:35 back for Tamara Jewett, with several kilometers still to ride for the women.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez, Paula Finlay are riding well faster than just about anybody else. Lisa Perter is there or thereabouts, but through the last few splits, those two are at least a kilometre, if not 2 or even nearly 3 kilometres an hour faster than those who are chasing them, and they're the only two that are together. So there's obviously they're great athletes, but it also helps when there's two of you working together, and between the two of them, Sanchez and Finlay, they've got about a 50% chance of either one of those two athletes winning in our projections at the moment. Whereas athletes like Lisa Perter, Chelsea Sodaro, Grace Tech, as we're running out of race to have, are starting to lose a little bit of potential victory in terms of percentage anyway, as Van Riel continues on his way, and he's not having any of the fastest splits at the moment, Martin Van Riel. Matthew Marquardt is consistently at least 3 and sometimes as much as 8 seconds a kilometre faster than Van Riel is at the moment. Foley's picked up a few faster splits as well. So Van Riel is slowly being Van Rieled in. There you go. I didn't even write that one ahead of time. I just rolled it out.
You've been saving that all day, haven't you?
No, I haven't. That was just a bolt from the blue, just a bit of inspiration from the gods above, and he's being Van Rieled in by Matthew Marquardt, who's now 1:15 back and taking a few seconds each kilometre out. It's slowly Matthew Marquardt, who doesn't want to be denied a victory, a back-to-back victory, and if anyone's going to break the course record, he wants it to be him breaking his own course record. He doesn't want a European coming over here and stealing it. This is Matthew's place. We will see. And we're going to have a look soon at the Hoka Run course and exactly what these athletes are going to face. In fact, we're going to do it right now. Obviously 26.2. It's 2 loops. There's rolling hills, steep pitches as well. We've been past the ski jump. You saw that. It's go out on River Road. It's completely serene, and serene's the same word for lonely. They've had a really fast downhill start. They'll have to do that again. They make a 180-degree turn at the end of River Road. They climb all the way back. There's plenty to look at. Whether it be along Mirror Lake, you can see there, or along the golf course as well. And then they finish at this historic Olympic speed skating oval, which is where the transition is as well. And so plenty to look at, but also plenty of lonely places to find out exactly how good you are against some of these other men and women.
Yeah, you talk about...
Right now, it's Martin Van Riel's losing time.
Yeah, you talk about this run course and how it changed when this became an Ironman Pro Series race. The section that was added was that section along the golf course. What they did was shorten the out and back along River Road, which is the flatter, kind of more rolly section. But by adding that golf course out and back, that is another hilly section that will throw added challenge at these athletes. This is one of the more hilly courses on the Ironman circuit, second only, I believe, to Ironman Wales. So coming off what is, I think, the 3rd hilliest bike course on the Ironman circuit behind Lanzarote and Wales as well, the 1-2 punch of a hilly bike with a really challenging run is something else for these athletes. So yeah, by swapping out a little bit of a longer out and back on River Road and adding in that golf course section, added some elevation to this course, added challenge for the athletes out here today. Scenic, but hard.
Scenic but hard. That sounds about right. That sounds about right for almost every Ironman. As we go back to Paula Finlay again, who is gathering more data about whether or not she's a good Ironman athlete. And I think at the moment all signs point to green. And she, as a result of that, is now got her largest gap at the front of the field yet. It is only 9 seconds to Marta Sanchez. Those two have been stuck together the entire time. And that's the biggest gap we've seen. We saw Marta get 8 seconds in front of Paula and then get reeled back in. And they're putting more time, though, the pair into the chasers. Zelinska's 2:23 and Sodaro 4:24. We're at the 164-kilometre mark for the women, which means it's climbing time again. And the question is, does Paula Finlay go soft pedal up the climbs as she's been told to do or has told herself to do, or whether she goes, we've got 15 Ks to go, I'm off, I'm out, let's go, let's put some time in, I'm feeling good. We're going to find out with the splits as they come in. But during that time, during that last 15 Ks in the first loop, she was the quickest out there by quite a margin too in some of the splits. So we'll see if she does that again.
Yeah, definitely would set herself up well to be able to tackle the opening kilometers of the marathon at her own pace, perhaps without the stress of Marta Sanchez. But you have to weigh that against, burning a match to tackle those climbs on what have to be pretty tired legs at this point, no matter who you are, and no matter how well you've biked. I think these last climbs into town can be challenging. So you weigh that out. I think in your first Ironman, it would be a blessing to be on your own in the opening kilometers of the run course. So for Paula Finlay, she's got to weigh that again against storming these hills. And again, even if she does, there's no telling that she's able to get away from Marta Sanchez, who has proven that she is a very, very solid cyclist indeed.
Yeah, true. And we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be with you all the way into Transition 2 for your leader in this one, a debutante at the Iron Distance, Paula Finlay of Canada, debuting at 37 years of age. Love to see it. We'll be back very soon from Lake Placid.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to Lake Placid and the 27th edition of the Ironman here, brought to you by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience, and by Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with precision, fuel and hydration. And just looking at the splits, I've discovered a new screen on our timing data, which I didn't know was there. And it shows the splits coming up and down on each timing. And Matthew Marquardt started this run 135 back. Through the last split, 111 back. He's running 335 kilometre pace. Martin Van Riel running 337, so it's not much difference. But you can see the time slowly going down. So we've got, no doubt, a projected, at some point, a projected pass based on these speeds. Trevor Foley as well running 6:33 pace. So he started 6:56 back. He's 6:36 back now. And in fact, there you go. Look at that projected pass popped up just like I planned it, which I did not at all plan it. But it just shows you the pass at coming up 22 kilometres or 13.7 miles. So not much between them, but at this pace, if it all stays the same, there will be a pass. Jason West coming through now too. He is running 3:29 pace. He's the fastest out on course at the moment. The only running sub 3:30s.
I will say that he's still quite a ways back, and that includes a heavier percentage of that steep downhill out of town. So that might be a little deceiving, but we'll see if he can hold that once the course flattens out. But he again goes through his next timing segment at 3:35K, which is the fastest of any on course through that segment. So of the 5 segments that Jason's run through, he's been fastest on course through 2 of them. So, giving the indication that Jason West is moving well and moving quickly and could move up the rankings pretty considerably throughout this marathon.
Gee, it sounds lonely out there.
It does.
Could hear a pin drop out there right now.
100%.
I just like listening to it. Just thinking left, right, keep going, keep your form good, keep your shoulders up, keep the turnover good. And now it's an honest performance required. And Martin Van Riel will be getting splits out there from the odd random passerby from time to time. And he'll probably know that he's lost about 20 seconds in speed to Mark Watt, who is still conducting his own little symphony here and doing so with quality speed. And, sometimes you feel like he's right on the cusp in terms of the way he runs, but he'll just continue to run exactly like that for 42 kilometres. And that's seen him get there before. And then you look at someone like Trevor Foley, who looks, when you compare him in a one-on-one shot to Mark Watt, it looks like he's jogging compared to Matthew Marquardt, but he's not at all. He's actually running faster or equal to. He's just got such a fluid running style.
So efficient, such a quiet upper body in the way that he moves, especially when you compare it to Matthew Marquardt there. And excellent job running the tangents here. As the athletes, this is a very sort of curvy section of the course, a little windy, and shortest point between shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So athletes mindful at this point, and that's again something that excuse me, if your concentration lapses and you fail to run those tangents, you can add just seconds here and there. But
you sound like you're going to cry there, mate. Is everything all right? Don't cry.
I got a piece of cheese stuck in my throat. You told me I wasn't fueling properly, then I go and eat, and now I'm going to choke. But Trevor Foley
didn't eat for 6 hours. Now she's choked on a piece of cheese.
Trevor Foley, also a veteran on this course. He's been champion. He's been on the podium. He knows this run course well. Let's see what Trevor Foley had to say about this Hoka run course.
I think, like I said, when you're racing a guy like Van Riel, and then obviously, Mark Watt, won this race last year, you're going to have to go under 240. I think going under 240 here, probably it's going to take 233 to 236, definitely running right around there, which I'd imagine is probably a 230 low on a flat course. So yeah, probably in the mid 230s, which on this course is going to be a mother to do. So yeah, that's if you want to take the win, that's what it's going to take, I'd imagine.
He reminds me, if you shut your eyes, he could be Matthew McConaughey, an early Matthew McConaughey. Super laid back. He's like, all right, I'm going to run 233. I like him. He's got a laid back attitude, and we've talked about that before. And he looks good. He looks good right now, and maybe he's not going out as hard and fast, and he's learning as an athlete and growing and making the turn right now.
And we'll just
and
for
it's
one
just so empty, isn't it?
Yeah, just for 1 second, I want to draw your attention back to the women's race where Paula Findlay has opened up through 170 kilometers, an 11-second gap over Marta Sanchez. Now, that's not a lot of time, and we have seen that balloon out to 7-8 seconds in both directions with either woman at the front of that. But I think 11 seconds, again, we're talking seconds, but is a slightly bigger gap than we had seen between the two of them. And again, they are on the hilly section coming back into town. So it could be Paula extending her lead. We'll continue to monitor that. So far, those are the only two women beyond 170 kilometers. Rachel Zelinskis will be next through at 3:19 back. We'll see how that gap has moved, but slight separation in the women's race between Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez.
And Martin Van Riel seems to have steadied the ship somewhat. So he was 1:13 ahead at 5.6 Ks. Then he was 1:11 ahead only at 6.6 and 7.6. And now at 8.5, he's back at 1:13 again. So it stayed basically steady, the gap between Van Riel and Marquardt between 5.6 Ks and 8.5. And I think it's Van Riel slightly getting into his run rather than Marquardt dropping off the pace a little bit. And Van Riel's just gone down to an average pace of 3:35. So he's taken about 4 or 5 seconds a K out of his run pace, and he started to move a little bit harder. Maybe he wasn't as pacey down the downhills as Marquardt, and now he's on the flat.
Yeah,
he's just feeling a little bit more. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say that actually is probably just really smart pacing, because the net downhill on the way out, he is now net uphill running back. While it is mostly rolling here along River Road, the net is downhill, outbound, uphill, inbound. So the fact that he's picked up the pace on the net uphill portion of the race, to me, says that this was a pacing strategy to really take the downhill nice and easy. And it could be that he's just falling into his rhythm and it took him a few Ks to get there. But that is a very positive sign for Martin Van Riel.
Yeah, it's probably he's just heard a lot about. There's a lot of chat pre-race around, you can fry your quads on the downhill, and then even if he hasn't thought about it too much, he's probably it's sunk in and just thought, I need to take it easy on this downhill part. And Matthew Marquardt just does he does everything at 110%, and his quads are twice the size of Martin Van Riel's. So he's like, I'm fine, I'm going to head down here, no problem. But now it's kind of evened out, and he's put time also into Foley. Van Riel has as well. And but the big move is still Jason West, who's moving in on Cameron Worth.
The other thing that's super interesting is you had mentioned it when we reviewed the course map here. This entire course is a section of out and backs. So this is really the first chance Martin Van Riel has had to see how strung out the men are behind him. Right? Not only is he getting splits since he's made the U-turn on how close Marquardt is, how fast Trevor Foley is moving, but he's going to see all of these guys and I think be astonished by the time gaps that have been sort of defined this race almost from the start in the swim. How spread out these guys are is very, very unusual.
Yeah, you have an out and back, you turn around at 5 miles roughly, and then another one at around 10 miles, and then another one at around 12 and a half. So, and then you do that twice. So you do get regular updates and intervals on where everybody is. And I think you're right. It's and he'll feel as well that he is steady with Marquardt. If he is indeed between the first and second turnaround. So he'll know what he needs to do to manage this race from the front as we go back to the women's. And we continue to see a little gap now between Findlay and Sanchez at the last count. They're into the last 10 kilometres of the bike now, and the last of the big hills. And then Paula Findlay will come into Ruby T2 leading her debut Ironman. And this bodes well, really, for seeing, because she's one of these athletes that people want to see at the big races. So not only will she, if things continue well for Paula Findlay, she'll qualify for Kona, but no doubt doing well in a race will continue her appetite for continuing to do long course racing at this level, as well as all the 70.3s that she does, because she's still got a good few years left in her in terms of, she's 37 years of age now. But it's not a 37 years of age where she's been doing Ironman racing since she was 26, and putting a lot of stress on. She's done a lot of 70.3 racing, But in terms of Ironman, her career is just beginning.
It really is. And the thing that's sort of interesting to me, and not every athlete necessarily feels this in their career, given the amount of success that Paula Findlay has had at the 70.3 distance. But when she talks about Ironman, she talks about it almost as if it's been her destiny. Like, she can't retire without doing an Ironman. This is just something that she felt she had to do in her triathlon career. And not every professional triathlete will feel that way, especially one that's been as successful at the 70.3 distance. She could continue to race 70.3 and win races and stand on the podium, but she really, really felt that it was her destiny to race Ironman. And could we see, the next superstar at the Ironman distance in the making? She certainly has all the tools to make that true as we come back to the men's race. And this is Cameron Wurf coming up on Rudy von Berg.
Yeah, Wurf in 6th. Yeah, about 12 minutes back on the leaders. Rudy von Berg is just ahead in 5th position. So the race for a top 5 spot is on right now. Jason West 3 minutes behind these pair, but travelling faster. But you heard from Cameron Wurf, if you missed it earlier on, he hasn't raced much this year, and he just said he was absolutely... Is frothing just an Australian word? Like, no. Super excited.
Yeah.
Frothing to race. So because he's Australian, I'll use that one, but couldn't be more excited to race. And he's well into his 40s now, but he hasn't lost any of his enthusiasm for pushing himself as hard as possible, has Cam Wurf. And now he's tracking down Rudy von Berg for a 5th spot. They don't have to worry too much about the Kona qualifications, this pair. They're both qualified already. Behind them, though, West, Hogenhaug, Freddie Funk and Dominic Suija are your Kona qualified athletes at the moment. Diego Mentrida is in 11th and the first person who will miss out on those 4 spots. And, of course, then there's just 3 left. And if you miss out by 1 spot, well, just go book your ticket to Kalmar.
You're off to Sweden in a month's time. And I'll just say, coming off of Rudy von Berg and Cameron Wurf, that duo there was a time not that long ago where I don't think we'd have seen Cameron Wurf running stride for stride with Rudy von Berg. That man's run performance has come leaps and bounds. There was a time that Cameron Wurf was known as, he can ride a bike. And obviously he put that on display riding for a pro cycling team. But the amount of work he's done to have that run come along and for him to be matching paces with Rudy von Berg, I think is telling of the work that Cameron Wurf at his age especially, and I hate to say that because as someone who raced professionally into their 50s, that age shouldn't be a consideration, but to be improving your run performance in your late 30s and early 40s as a male, I think is extraordinary. So just wanted to tip my hat to Cameron Wurf for that.
If you're improving your run performance at age 42, you need to start from a low base if you're going to keep improving, and you've got to also have an incredible work ethic and a love for it too. And he's 42. He's going to turn 43 in August. And as a man who is 43, I can tell you it hurts me getting out of bed. So Cameron Wurf, full respect to you, my friend. Incredible athlete and has done so much. And if you don't know much about his history, just go Google him, and you'll see how good he is at all endurance sports, pretty much. All right, we're at the top end of the last climb here, and back to seeing some people out there on the road for the age group athletes in their first loop for Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez in their second loop, which means we're very close to being at the back end of this 180-kilometre bike, the first 180-kilometre bike that Paula Findlay has ever done. So however she's feeling right now, I bet it wasn't what she expected to be feeling. She might be feeling much better than expected. She might be feeling much worse than expected, but no doubt we'll hear from her and she'll say, it wasn't like I thought it was going to be. It was like X, Y, or Z, and probably better than expected considering the position she's in right now and the time she continues to put into such accomplished athletes behind her. Chelsea Sodaro, for example, 5:20 back. She's put time into Chelsea Sodaro in just about every single split across all of them, and she's had so many of the fastest splits out of anyone. In fact, her and Marta Sanchez have basically taken out of maybe 33 splits, I think, between them. They've been the fastest in about 27 of them. So those two have been superb.
Absolutely, and a little bit of congestion here along Mirror Lake Drive. They biked past the Northwood School, made that left-hand turn onto Mirror Lake Drive, just not far now, less than a mile or two to the end of this Zoot bike course for these two women, just being mindful of the traffic around them. Paula Findlay certainly not going to get away from Sanchez at this point. Just too much congestion to do that. She's got to start thinking about what she's got to do in T2, hand that bike off, get her nutrition, et cetera, and set about. Their minds are definitely fast-forwarded to transition and what needs to be done there, but heads-up riding through here. This is the one narrow section of the course, and athletes being extremely careful through here, which is great to see. But Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez rolling into T2. We'll go down to Haley Chura for her update on that, but still waiting on Zelinskis to get through 175 kilometers. At last check, she was 340 back to Chelsea Sodaro, 520. Lisa Perter, 827. So as the women come to the end of the bike course and start to think about that run that's ahead, big question marks. We know what Marta Sanchez can do. I would bet money on the fact that she's going to run in and around 3 hours, just under, just over. But given her history and her consistency, that seems highly likely. Paula Findlay, never run longer than 2 hours before in her life. Big question mark. Chelsea Sodaro, coming off surgery, injury, also big question mark. So Rachel Zelinskis, not the strongest runner amongst the top 5 right now, but had a great performance in Arizona. Could we see that again? And of course, Lisa Perter, who is considerably further back at 827 back, but has the ability, if she's on a day, to put together a good run split, could run her way possibly onto the podium at this stage.
Yeah, and just looking back at some of the others, I mean, Grace Thex, she's done about 750 million 70.3s. But she's only done 2 Ironmans, and one of them was a 253. That was in Roth, and then a 303 in Texas. So, and she's about 10 minutes back. And I mean, now we're getting too deep into the weeds, I suppose, as we focus on these two. But Sanchez, I mean, she'll know exactly what she wants to do, and she'll go out and execute a race plan exactly how it always happens. And she's so consistent, as we keep talking about. But Paula Findlay is a total wild card at this point. We don't know what she's done to her legs over the course of this time. I mean, she was, as we heard her say herself, she's more worried about muscle breakdown and muscle durability than she is about her lungs. And so she'll feel fit in the chest, but whether or not she's got the legs to deal with coming off this 180-kilometre bike and then running downhill and then into a long straight stretch and doing it twice, the whole thing, plus the uphill on the way back. I mean, it's all blue sky for Paula Findlay. So Marta Sanchez will just go, well, roll your dice, and you know I'm going to be here if it comes up snake eyes for you. You know I'm going to be there to take this win.
Yeah, super consistent athlete, Marta Sanchez. I would say one of the most consistent athletes in our field. We're going to throw it down to Haley, who's right there in transition, going to catch these women as they come in. Haley, down to you.
All right, here we go. Paula Findlay off the bike first. We saw a little grimace from her, but she looks like, honestly, she's running great. Marta Sanchez right behind her. Marta has that quick turnover, and they are headed into T2. I think they both look happy to be off the bike, but truly happy to be at the front of the race. I think that when we saw them come off, I mean, they have each other. They've obviously been able to ride together. I think that that helps take the mental load off of pacing, and I think that they are somewhat evenly matched athletes on the run. These aren't athletes, as you mentioned, that we've seen race the Ironman distance together before. Marta raced here last year, as we've said many times, Paula's first Ironman marathon, first marathon today, but maybe having Marta with her as a more experienced Ironman athlete could help Paula. We'll have to see when they get out on the run, but I think it is kind of nice for Paula to have Marta right with her as she heads into transition. And like I said, Paula gave a little bit of a grimace, but I think that's Paula. She's a very honest athlete. She's not going to sugarcoat anything, and she did just swim 2.4 miles, rode 112 miles, and is leading her very, very first Ironman. She knows the challenge that is in front of her, but we have Paula-like conditions here. The Canadian athlete has said she likes the cooler temperatures. We have a little bit of a breeze. The sun comes out every once in a while, but it is a little bit of a breeze. It's a little bit on the cooler side still. Marta Sanchez, she's from Spain, but I know she has fans here in Lake Placid. This morning at Bike Personal Needs Checked-In, I actually met Amy, who had traveled from New Jersey to volunteer and cheer for Marta. So just because she is from Spain, the people in Lake Placid, they know her, they appreciate her, and they are cheering for her. We're sitting here waiting for Rachel Zelinskis, is our expected third athlete who will come into transition, and we know she is a couple minutes behind. Dee Dee, I know earlier you mentioned Rachel maybe not being the strongest runner in this front group, but I kind of take issue with that. I actually think Rachel is an incredibly strong runner. I texted with her mom, Susan Zelinskis, earlier today, and Susan herself is an incredible Ironman athlete, has already qualified to race Kona as an age grouper. Susan said Rachel is healthy and incredibly motivated. She would not show up at this race unless she was ready to compete. So I think we're only seeing the beginning of Rachel's string of healthy races, and I'm excited to see how she can put together on this run course. She has run this course several times before, been just off the podium, so I think motivated might mean she would like to be in that top 3 today, if not, you know, as high as she possibly could get. So we'll wait for Rachel to come in. Behind Rachel, we're looking for Chelsea Sodero. Again, possibly the fastest runner if she's healthy. Her coach earlier, Neil Henderson, said she is, so we'll see what kind of split we can expect from Chelsea. For now, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
And we won't say that there's a bias there from a fellow Georgia Bulldog to another Georgia Bulldog swimmer between Haley Chura and Rachel Zelinskis, but Haley putting her money on Rachel. Again, my comment, no, again, as we take a look at our experience at Oman, first off the bike, full respect to Paula Findlay from Canada, 4:50.26. But again, on paper, Rachel Zelinskis has not yet turned in a marathon performance that is close to 3 hours, 3:06. She's closing in on it. Today could be the day. Again, no slight to her, but at least her past results do not indicate that she could hold pace with a Marta Sanchez or possibly a Paula Findlay. We don't know what Paula Findlay can do so far, but cheering for you, Rachel, truly.
2 points there. Number one, yes, Haley is wildly biased towards Rachel Zelinskis, and that's fine. That's okay. You kind of pretended that she wasn't, and there's Zelinskis on screen, but we both know that she was, and that is completely fine. And more power to her. And Rachel Zelinskis obviously off the bike and into her work. And secondly, that was a bike course record from our debutante, Paula Findlay, who takes the bike course record from Marta Sanchez, who set it in 2025. Sanchez set a 4:51.25. We have now gone into the 4:50.26 category. So she has set a record, and then Sanchez has responded by going out a fair bit harder down this hill. And Findlay more cautious over this one because, you know, Sanchez has been there and done it. She knows exactly where her pace is and what her pace should be. As Chelsea Sodero now comes off the bike and into transition, completing her first 180 kilometres on the bike in a race in quite some time, having DNF'd in Hawaii last year. We go back to August 2025, so nearly 12 months ago when she went to Kalmar and finished third overall to make her way to Hawaii. Of course, didn't finish the bike there last year, but Marta off the front and working nice and hard for this win here. And it's when I was going back to look at where she last had a win, and it was in 2024 over the full distance in South Africa at Ironman South Africa. The same race that was won earlier this year by Matthew Marquardt. She's won a couple of Ironman. Oh, no, I lie. Actually, after that, she won Ironman Barcelona at home in Spain in the back end of 2024. Didn't get a win last year, so that was her last victory, and she backed it up with Ironman 70.3 Western Australia. So had a good end to 2024 and a good 2024 in general. Hasn't won a race since then. So she'll be looking to end that. I wouldn't call it a drought. It's very hard to win a long course race, but
I
put
tell
that
you, Will,
18 months to bed and win another one.
for as hard as Marta Sanchez charged out of T2, got a little bit away from Paula Findlay. Paula has kind of reeled her back in. Whether Sanchez has sort of settled in her pace, I don't know, or Paula picked it up a little bit to staple herself to the back of Sanchez, but that gap was a lot bigger, and Paula has now reeled her back in as they settle into the work here, the steepest of the downhills kind of behind them now. Again, this will be flat and rolling past the horse grounds, and then they'll have that downhill section past the ski jump onto River Road. And as these women headed out on the marathon course, I did catch Matthew Marquardt running back into town. So he is now along the golf course as these women head out of town.
Yeah, so they'll head out. It's about 4.5 miles at the turnaround point, and Findlay, as she has been doing, is going to try to pace herself off the back of what was a hard-charging Marta Sanchez. And she was about 15 seconds quicker for the first half a K as she went out on the downhill, but now that's kind of righted itself, as it tends to do. Meanwhile, Martin Van Riel, over the last few splits, has been putting in consistently faster splits now than Matthew Marquardt on the way back. It was 1:35 when they left. It went down to 1:11 at 6 kilometres, and now at 14 kilometres, it's back at 1:35 again. So the time that was taken out has been put back in by Martin Van Riel. Trevor Foley started 7 minutes back, went down to 6:36. Now he's at 7:48 back at the 12.5 kilometre mark. So he got quicker and then dropped off as well. Ben Knute's gone from 7 minutes to 10 minutes back. Rudy von Berg from 11 to 13. Cameron Worth from 11 to 13 as well. There's not much between those two at the moment. Jason West is the only one that's putting time into Martin Van Riel at the moment. He is in 7th position still, and he's moving though. He's taking time out, and he looks like he'll probably mop up Worth and Von Berg, potentially. Meanwhile, this battle at the front, as it has been for the last 2 hours or more.
Heck, they're even taking nutrition in unison there as Marta Sanchez dips into a gel, as does Paula Findlay. Paula comes up on the shoulder, goes right past Marta Sanchez. Marta Sanchez takes the bait. The two are locked in.
Let's have a look at the Ruvi T2 fastest times for the women. And just as we expected it to be, 1 second between the pair of them, in together, out together, and both of them putting more time in as they're spurred on by each other to Zelinskas, who was all on her own, with Sidaro a little bit further back. But these two are in a ding-dong battle at the moment, and neither of them really particularly seem to want to lead. Both of them relinquishing the front spot to the other one a couple of times. But Paula Findlay looks like she knows what she wants to do out there, and we know that Sanchez is extremely aware of her capabilities over the iron distance, and she would not want a debutante, even one as, I suppose, accomplished as Paula Findlay, to come to a race where she was on the podium last year and deny her the same way Solveig Lofseth did this time last year. I suppose, and then obviously she went on to win the Ironman World Championship, so there's probably not too much shame in that one, but Sanchez wants this one, and she doesn't want anyone to come in on debut and take it. Meanwhile, Martin Van Riel's holding more than steady at the front. The only man faster on course is Jason West. So he's at another of the turnaround points, so he'll get a look back now at exactly where Matthew Marquardt is. He'll be happy with it too. He'll be happy with where he sees where Marquardt is at the moment. It's around 125 back.
Here goes Sanchez back up onto the shoulder of Paula Findlay. You'd think these two were training mates out on a day together, the way they've been locked in since very early on the bike. Women's race absolutely heating up. Sidaro now settling into her paces, back and forth. Can she run her way up onto the podium? The marathon continues.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to Lake Placid, where we are witnessing one of the great jewels at the front of this race, a debutante and a veteran over the iron distance, Paula Finlay of Canada, Marta Sanchez of Spain, doing battle in upstate New York on what has turned out to be a beautiful day for racing. And the pair of them will not be separated. They came together on the bike. There was a pack of four for a good long time with Chelsea Sidaro and Rachel Zielinskis before these two drew away on the second lap and have continued to put time into those two. And those four right now are the only four who are out on the run. Zielinskis is in third position, nearly 5 minutes back now. So these two have gone out at a reasonably faster pace. Chelsea Sidaro is 30 seconds back on Zielinskis. Lisa Perter are currently in T2, 9 minutes in arrears right now, ahead of Grace Thick, Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who's turning a great swim into a great race in 7th and will pick up a Kona qualifying slot with that. Tamara Jewett is doing is about to do what we are used to seeing her do, which is take the run by storm, but she's 22 minutes back as we speak. Fiona Moriarty of Ireland, nearly 30 minutes back in 9th, and Shiva Leisner is 30 minutes back. Those two will also pick up kind of qualifying slots as it stands. Martin Van Riel now 2 minutes ahead of Matthew Marquardt, so he has really brought an extra gear to the middle part of this marathon. Van Riel, it got down to about a minute, but he's now put a minute back in, and he's put that same time into Trevor Foley, Ben Canute, Rudy Von Berg, Cameron Worth, your top 6. Jason West is coming for Cameron Worth, though. He's about 1:45 behind Worth right now, and he is the only one who is running quicker than Van Riel, and he's running about 3:32 average to Cam Worth's 3:47. So they're getting closer together. That is your top 6. As it stands at the moment, you're looking at Martin Van Riel of Belgium on the left. You're looking at Marta Sanchez and Paula Finlay on the right. And at very different stages in this race, but all looking supremely confident to be up the pointy end of a race with untold. How many pros are there? Lots. 80 plus
more
pros
than 80
out there.
plus, yeah, 80 plus pros. And again, this downhill section we see on the right-hand side of your screen, it was the downhill out of town where Sanchez tried to stretch Finlay. Finlay doing her best to hold on here, but Sanchez definitely rolling these downhills. We'll see once they make that left onto River Road if Paul is able to get right back up onto her shoulder. But Marta Sanchez definitely rolling these downhills like a boss.
Yeah, she certainly is. She knows how to tackle the peculiarities of this course here in Lake Placid, site of 2 Winter Olympic Games. Beautiful place in the middle of the Adirondacks, a 6,000 acre national park, and very much a sporting feel here, even though it's been nearly 50 years since the last Winter Olympics. When I say nearly 50 years, that freaks me out, because that's 1980. That doesn't seem that long ago. That's nearly half a century ago. Like another half a century before that, they barely invented cars.
I mean, like I'm embarrassed to admit, I actually remember the 1980 Olympics, so let's just not go there. The fact that it was that long ago is disturbing. As we check in with
that in public.
Chelsea Sodaro, who is now running up on the shoulder of Rachel Zelinskis. Again, Chelsea Sodaro reveling in a healthy body and a strong mind here. You can't keep an athlete like Chelsea Sodaro on the sidelines. She just needs to be out there racing. It's been a long winter for sure, as the saying goes, but Chelsea Sodaro now making her way into third place, running up to Rachel Zelinskis, and momentarily will move herself into third place. Let's catch up with Chelsea and her thoughts on this Hoka run course here at Ironman Lake Placid.
Yeah, it's a challenging course. You know, it has some kind of rolling hills on it, which I like. I think it will really favor strong runners, especially in the second half of the course. And you really can't have a weakness here. So I think that, you know, some of the people who maybe overbike on a hard bike course like this will really pay for it on the run course, which I like, but I'm starting to hunt people down.
There you go, Chelsea Sodaro has gone past, and she initially put a surge in to try and get rid of Rachel Zelinskis, although it's kind of steadied off at the moment. She looks good though. She looks like the Chelsea Sodaro of old, and we know how much running pedigree she has. Only started running back again after ankle surgery at the end of May, so a couple of months into back running. So that's not the long-term mileage that you necessarily want, but it doesn't seem to be holding her back just at the moment.
Certainly not, and I think she'll lean on the deep running history she had. She was a runner for the University of California at Berkeley. She's got that in her back pocket for sure, and with that legacy of running behind her, I think that brings confidence. I think that also brings confidence that it wasn't that long ago she was the best in the world, having won the Ironman World Championship, and I think she still draws on that confidence. It's been a tough road for her since then. She did not follow that performance up in 23 with a performance that she would have liked. She was well back on the bike in Kona later that year, did run her way back into 6th place. And then, of course, the following year, she's just really struggled to put together a performance that reflects the magic that happened on that day. But I think she absolutely believes in her soul that those performances are still within her. Again, the stakes in this race, not as high for Chelsea Sodaro. She simply needs to validate, display fitness, and start her march towards the Ironman World Championship in October with a healthy body. And for her, it'll be a relief because it'll be the first time in a long time she dealt with those foot issues for so long, which is why she opted to have the surgery, took a step back to hopefully take 3 or 4 steps forward as we check in with Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, Marquardt losing time now to Martin Van Riel. So put in a surge. First 10 Ks was strong for Matthew Marquardt. Now 2:23 back at 17.7 kilometre mark. He's still got a healthy buffer over Trevor Foley. He would hate to see himself on the second step of the podium again after 2024 to Foley, but I think there's, I mean, in whatever combination, Van Riel, Marquardt and Foley, I mean, you'd be mad to bet against those three to be the podium today. There still could be some movement here and there. We've still got a whole half marathon or a little bit more to go, but it's going to be a fast one. Projected time now for Martin Van Riel, 7:41.28, which is nearly 9 minutes faster than the current race record time. Matthew Marquardt looks like he might turn in a race 5 minutes faster. And there is Jason West, who is the fastest out on course at the moment. I love Jason West. I love that he sets himself a running pace that will put him on the podium. And then he just keeps trying to run at that pace until he blows up. And I like that from him. He's not a conservative guy, and I appreciate that. But rather than let me tell you about it, let's hear from the man himself.
It's just constant up and down. I feel like last year, the amount of downhills was tough, and I remember looking down at my watch, and I was at 28 Ks, and I thought, oh my gosh, I might not make it. So I did a lot of hilly, harder run preparation in the lead up to this event. So yeah, I feel like I'm definitely a lot more prepared than I've ever been. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Jason West,
There you go. Maybe he can go longer.
Yeah, such a likable guy. He's not flashy. You don't see him bragging, boasting. You don't see him out on social media. He really keeps to himself. He trains by himself largely, doesn't have a big training group. He really just gets the job done, and one of the hardest workers you'll find in the sport, and great to see him moving up to the full distance. Another guy who came from a short course background, didn't make the Olympic team, but moved up to 70.3 middle distance, had great success there, and has come up to the Ironman distance. And with the weapon he has at the end of his races with that run and his ability to run people down, it's something to watch. Continues to work on that bike to keep him in close contact with the front of the race. It's just not there yet, but over time he is definitely building in that direction, and great to watch him run as Finley now taking a couple of strides lead ahead of Marta Sanchez down on the River Road.
Yeah, just talking about West, I mean, he's only done three Ironman races, and he hasn't finished his last two. So he'll be his main goal. He hasn't finished one since Lake Placid last year, where he finished 5th and he ran at 2:37. Then he DNF'd in Nice, and he DNF'd again in Texas. So I think his main goal will be to get to the end of this race in one piece and put together a solid top 10 performance, which he's on track for right now. But maybe he's not setting that pace, that blow up or podium pace. Maybe he's toned that down a little bit. We'll see how it's going. But right now he's the fastest man out on course. And you're right, Finlay has just stolen 5 seconds or so out on Sanchez, but they're still very much glued together at the moment. But Finlay happy to run out the front on her own just right now. Of course, there's still very much early doors in this one. They've gone past just about 4-5 kilometres now. And Finlay running at around a 3:52-ish pace. Sanchez around 3:51, so there's nothing between them. But the pair of them both running significantly faster than Rachel Zelinskas, but not quite as fast as Chelsea Sodaro, who's slightly faster out there. Lisa Purder are running around 3:56. Grace Tech running around 4:10s at the moment, which is unusual.
Yeah.
Don't often see 4s. And then Laura Hernandez-Tomei, 3:58 pace. Tamara Jewett is tracking her down now for 7th overall. But there was a lot of trepidation, but excitement and nervousness around this race for Paula Finlay, but especially around the run, and especially around the back end of the run, which she is approaching right now. Let's hear what she had to say earlier on.
Yes, I've ridden 180K. I've obviously swam 3.8K every day of my life, pretty much. But the run is like unknown territory. I've never done more than a 30K run. So that scares me a little, but I know I'm fit enough to do it. It's more just like the muscular fatigue and like what that'll feel like. And obviously there'll be some low lows where if I'm imagining the whole thing as a 42K, it's overwhelming, but breaking it into pieces of like, okay, we're just going out and back on River Road. That's 8K. You can do that. And then think about the next 5K. Think about the next 5K. So if my mind can handle that, breaking it down and getting through the low points by taking a gel or just like looking forward to the next thing, I think I can make it through. Although it's really hard to imagine finishing a marathon, but I know I can do it.
It's good advice she's giving herself there, I think. And it's kind of nice for this one, if it's your first one, because you've got 3 out and backs, that you can really segment the run into manageable mental chunks.
It is a great course for that, given the looped nature of the course, you know, swim, bike, and run. And particularly when you get deep into it and those mental hurdles seem harder to overcome, the fact that you have so many out and backs on the run, that you can break it down even to less than laps. You can break it down into minute mini laps within the out and backs. And it's one thing, the one thing I've been impressed with is we talk to these athletes before the race and they tell us sort of what they want to tell themselves, but whether or not they're actually believing it. And so far today, Paula is absolutely executing it. Conservative start to the bike, building her way through that first lap, really strong second half of the bike. And she really is executing what she said she wanted to and was planning to. So it's one thing to think that that's what you want to do, and then another thing altogether to have the poise and the patience to execute in that manner. And so far, gold stars for Paula Findlay on that.
Absolutely. And as we said before on the bike, the longer the run goes on, if she feels good, the more the confidence will grow and grow and grow. Although that little the post 30K mark is obviously in her head, as it is for anyone who hasn't run a marathon. And we're talking about Jason West being the fastest out there. At the moment, he can run himself back into fourth with the current paces, although there's going to be only a minute separating fourth, fifth, and sixth, which is kind of that Trevor Foley, Ben Canute, Rudy Von Berg, Jason West level, maybe Cam Worth in there as well, depending if he can have a better run. But we're going to head down now to Haley, who no doubt is going to see some of our athletes go past right now.
All right, I am standing right at mile 13.1, 21 kilometers, the halfway point of this Ironman marathon. And here comes Martin Van Riel, our men's leader. He is running this downhill. He'll be making the turn. He just got to pass Trevor Foley, is headed on the uphill. So Trevor Foley here is about, I'd say a little over a mile behind, and they just got to cross paths. They got to make eye contact. Trevor knows exactly how far behind he is, and Martin knows exactly how far ahead he is. Martin had the definite advantage of being the downhill athlete in that situation where Trevor is headed uphill. We are going to wait a couple minutes and we'll see Matthew Marquardt come through. In the meantime, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Doing a great job out there. There is Cam Worth, there is Jason West. So Jason West has moved himself up into sixth position, and he looks really strong. He's got that forward lean, and he just looks like he's hunting. He's got that kind of body positioning that looks like he is hunting people down on the run like he always does, pretty much. And Cam Worth's just like, more power to you, pal, off you go. I'll see you later on.
Yeah. Cameron Murph was holding pace there with Rudy Von Berg for a while, but that gap 30 seconds. So next on Jason West's agenda will be Rudy Von Berg, who will be about 30-ish seconds up the road. In fact, here's our cameraman going to get eyes on Rudy Von Berg.
Again, you can see him there coming into shot.
Yep, coming back into town along this golf course. This is downhill. They run uphill to turn around on the golf course. This would be downhill. They'll make that right-hand turn, and they'll have that really steep incline up towards running past the oval, and then a nice flat section along Mirror Lake out and back. But I don't think Rudy Von Berg will be super pleased to see how aggressively Jason West is moving at this point. It seems like a pass to Rudy Von Berg may be inevitable, but Rudy Von Berg doing the job. He's got his Kona slot. He's here for points. So he's trying to minimize the gaps to the front to pick up as many points in the series as he can. This is all about points for Rudy Von Berg.
Absolutely. If you look at the Pro Series standings right now, if it stands as it is, Rudy Von Berg is second overall in the Pro Series standings. If it finishes right now as it is, Ben Canute moves up into third overall in the Pro Series standings. Casper Storms drops to fourth. Trevor Foley moves into fifth, and Gustav Eden drops into sixth. So lots of change coming potentially. And Rudy Von Berg will think to himself, going into championship season, that's a potential $130,000 US, which is not nothing. Even for a high-powered media personality like Didi Griesbauer, 130,000 moves the needle a little bit.
I mean, that's what I'm getting for today. I don't know about you.
I'm actually on work experience. That's going great.
There you go. Matthew Marquardt running through town again, past the oval, hand up in the air, little fist pump, acknowledging the crowd, drawing in that energy from the crowd as he heads back out of town. Martin Van Riel already clear out of town on his way back out.
Yeah, Marquardt just still waving to the crowd, still enjoying it. We're getting reports down there that he's still getting some energy from the crowd, which is always a good sign. When things aren't going so well, you can get the blinkers on and just be in your own little pain cave or red zone. But these two looking good, just as they were on the bike, leading, as they are now on the run, leading. Van Riel continuing to put time into the rest. He's gone past the first half marathon, now into the second half marathon, and he's 2:37 ahead of Matthew Marquardt, which is the greatest the gap has been since probably about the 150 kilometre mark on the bike. So he's eked it out. It was 1:35 at the start of the run, so he's put another minute in over the first half marathon. Trevor Foley, he's put 3 minutes into Trevor Foley, who is sitting in third position, and he's put 5 minutes into Ben Canute, has Martin Van Riel. So he is showing the Americans how it's done here in America. Paula Findlay, meanwhile, is running about the exact same pace on average as Marta Sanchez, but has a little advantage over her at the moment.
Yeah, she made the U-turn there on River Road and in a pure veteran move, checked the watch so she could get some splits. Marta Sanchez still right there, a mere 9 seconds in arrears to Paula Findlay, but it'll be quite a bit up the road before they see the pair of Chelsea Sodaro, who has now put a gap of about 1:10 between herself and Rachel Zielinski. So again, the women fairly well spread out as well. As we check Matthew Marquardt as he comes out of town, and let's check the Athletic Brewing podium prediction for our men at this stage of the race. Predicts Martin Van Riel, Matthew Marquardt in second, and Jason West, if he can keep this up, into third. But there's a lot of running, and I will say this second half of the marathon, not only is Paula Findlay leery of this, but even the veterans are leery of this last half marathon on this course. This marathon will chew your legs up with the hills off a challenging bike. So our podium predictor, as of right now, Van Riel, Marquardt, Jason West. We'll see if that holds true through the next 13.1 miles.
Oh, Jason West, big call by the Athletic Brewing podium predictor. Huge call. He must be absolutely flying. I mean, we know that he is, but he's 15 minutes and 40 seconds back. Can he outrun Trevor Foley from this distance away, who's 10 minutes back? So he's 5 minutes back on third place. And can he put 5 minutes into Trevor Foley over a half marathon and a bit? Oh, massive call, podium predictor.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Von Berg, he sits between those two men right now. And he's only 15 seconds clear now of Jason West. I want to look at the pace that Jason West is running. 3:32 to Von Berg's 3:49 to Foley's 3:45. So, I don't know, maybe the podium predictor's right. Maybe the computers are right. Maybe AI is replacing us all, Dee Dee.
Not your charm and personality, Will, I promise.
Please. That'll be the first thing AI does. Straight past that.
As we have Rudy Von Berg stops.
Work.
Rudy Von Berg stopping at the personal needs, not stopping, but jogging through personal needs, gets that personal nutrition there in his left hand, grabbing every cup from every awesome volunteer out there on the Ironman Lake Placid course. These races, of course, not possible without our wonderful volunteers. So to everyone who takes the time to volunteer during race day, a huge thank you. It's a great, great way to get a front row seat to the athletes out there on course as Paula Findlay continues to lead Marta Sanchez by a handful of seconds on debut in her very first Ironman. Again, uncharted territory for Paula Findlay here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Your women's leader, Paula Findlay.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen. It's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Lake Placid as this race continues to take shape, and we're so proud to be able to bring this to you. Thanks so much to Experience Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman, and after that really poetic one, I'm going to say Morton. Get used to it, which is a little bit at the other end of the scale, but no less effective. So there you go. Those two helping us bring you this telecast. And the telecast right now is showing Paula Finlay absolutely in control in her first Ironman, and still running sub 4 minute pace. And just as it starts to get hot and sticky out there, some of the athletes are starting to blow out a little bit. 4:17 average pace for Rachel Zelinskas, 4:06 for Lisa Perderer, 4:36 for Laura Hernandez-Tomei. Tamara Jewett, 3:43. Fiona Moriarty's only just started, but she's at 3:42. That's just the little downhill bit at the beginning. But Tamara Jewett is nearly a kilometre faster than Laura Hernandez-Tomei, and she will swallow her up really quickly if that continues. And Grace Theck, Lisa Perderer, not really running how we would expect them to run at the moment. But at the front, 3:55 average pace for Findlay and Sanchez. Shiva Leisner now out onto the run as well. 33 minutes and 38 seconds in arrears. On screen right now is Marta Sanchez, an absolute study in consistency, Marta Sanchez. And she's a little bit behind Paula Finlay. And there is Chelsea Sodaro, who no doubt main goal, Dee would be to put together a strong Ironman where she feels good in parts and can be happy with the race that she put out on the day. But also, considering that she's now in third position overall, she will be very keen to make sure she stands on the podium at race end.
Yeah, I think today is all about building confidence for Chelsea Sodaro. She's come off a rough go of it. She didn't validate until very, very late last year at Ironman Kalmar. Gave herself an abbreviated runway, had a good build in Dakota, but then pulled out very early on the bike at the Ironman World Championship. Obviously not herself, and had a tough winter, battling injuries, decided to have surgery in March. Again, we haven't seen her finish a race since Kalmar, and even then it wasn't a great performance from her there. It was just enough to get the job sort of done. Was not in the position where she wanted to be. So I think today is all about reestablishing herself, putting together a solid swim, solid bike, solid run, and giving herself a springboard to launch into her Ironman World Championship preparation with an added dose of confidence.
Absolutely. So Van Riel on the left, Findlay on the right. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast, whether you're watching it on YouTube, on DAZN, or one of the other regional broadcasters around the world. And what you're looking at is two supreme short course to long course athletes who are more than doing the job out here. And now, and the majestic quad box, you're seeing first and second at the top, Van Riel and Marquardt in the men's race, and first and third on the bottom. Of course, there's two of them together in Finlay and Sanchez, and then there is Chelsea Sodaro behind, who looks strong. She's 5 minutes in arrears, but she looks strong. She went past Rachel Zelinskas, but she looks in form. All four of them do, actually, and there's absolutely zero crowd support right now. Listen in. The serenity, Dee.
You hear serenity. I hear pain in the legs from every step that's being taken there. Ow, 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 ow. This deep into
What
an
we can't
Ironman.
hear, which is all the athletes are hearing, is
Yeah. Questioning
Yeah,
life's choices
at the
at this
moment.
point, but all four of these athletes on screen having great days out there today. Whether they're feeling as great as they're looking and then as great as their performance is indicating is to be determined. But right now, it has been a fantastic race, different than what we would have expected with both fields ultimately spread out pretty significantly, particularly in the men's race. Of course, Finley and Sanchez have been pretty well stapled together. Although now some separation starting to come with a 14-second gap from Paula Finley as she leads Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, we've had another DNF, unfortunately, in the women's race. So 4 athletes now have failed to finish. Of the 33 athletes that were out there in the pro field, Carolyn Olsen and Basso, Kelsey Barnholt, Brittany Talbot. Barnholt and Talbot didn't get out of the swim in the end. I mean, they did get out of the swim, but not in the race. Yeah. So they're not still there in the water. Don't worry. I know Barnholt was quite ill in the swim, so she ended up pulling out around 1,200 metres. But that's 4 athletes, so 28 athletes remaining in this race. One of them, Caitlin Alexander, is well back, still at the 80.1 kilometres on the bike, but she's still, according to our timing sheets, in this race. So she would have had some issues there and continued on. Emily Pincus, we haven't talked about for a while. She's dropped well back to 20th place. Samantha Skold as well, still on the bike out there in 14th position. Daniela Eberle. Just about to come off the bike, 40 minutes in arrears in 13th position. And in the men's, Paul Lazo and Ross Baldwin, both DNFs, and 4 athletes didn't start today, didn't rack the bikes. Colin Zutch, Dylan Magnian, Rasmus Svenningsson, Matthew Dochnal, sorry. And some names that are well back. Matt Kerr, 6.6 Ks into the run. He's over an hour back at the moment. Pamphile Perrine had a big mechanical. He's nearly an hour back in 26th position. Cody Beals.
Cody Beals.
Only won this race a few years ago. He's 52 minutes back. Tom Gordon was up there in the swim. He's 50 minutes back at the moment in 23rd position. Matt Schaefer, 41 minutes back. Matt Collins, 38 minutes back. Fraser Minikin, over half an hour back in 13th. And Martin Van Riel, 3 minutes ahead of everyone.
Martin Van Riel now going past Tamara Jewett. Obviously, Martin Van Riel on his second lap, Tamara Jewett on her first. But Tamara Jewett looking very determined, running very well to be determined if she can put together the kind of marathon she did a year ago. She is well back in the women's race, but going to the work to accumulate some valuable Pro Series points for Tamara Jewett, minimize that gap. Every second is a point.
Yeah, she's on track for a 6th position at this current speed, which is significantly higher than where she is now. But handy to be able to tuck in behind Martin Van Riel for a little while, and she did outrun every single male pro last year, but 2.
Yep. So Tamara Jewett trying to catch a bit of a ride on the Martin Van Riel train. Again, the first time she'll have had company all day.
There's a joke there with like rails and reel, like the Martin Van Rails, the train, but I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
The railway,
It'll
the
come to
railway
you.
station. I don't know
It'll
what
come
it
to
is,
you.
but something. It's there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
But I think it's gone now. The moment's gone, unfortunately. I mean, we're 6.5 hours into this telecast, and my brain's not working like it was at the beginning. I would have had it for you. But
Again,
a
a look
2:40
of-
last year for Tamara Jewett.
Yeah,
That's
a look of
20 minutes faster than anyone else.
look of real determination on her face, and she is actually holding stride for stride, at least for now, with Martin Van Riel. We talked to Tamara about this marathon course before the race, and here's what she had to say.
Really want to work that run well again. It was good here last year, but other than a general sense of the pace I want to aim for, it's still just that, like, trying hard on the day.
That's easy, isn't it? Just easy. Just try hard and dominate. And she's at the moment the only athlete in men or women that can hold on to Martin Van Riel.
Yeah. Again, nice bit of a carrot to have some company out there. They are on River Road, which can be a quiet and lonely place. So embracing the company.
Still looks so good, Martin Van Riel at the front. Still up on his toes as he always is, and keeping his elbows high, shoulders high, head positions excellent. And he hasn't faltered one bit over the course of the last 25 kilometres.
And Paula Findlay, Marta Sanchez, that gap still at 13 seconds. Waiting for Chelsea Sodaro to get through the 10.5 kilometers.
If you look back at what Van Riel's done, so at 16.9 kilometres, he was 2:19 ahead of Matthew Marquardt. Then he, at the next split, 2:23, then 2:20, then 2:24, 2:37, 2:45, 2:53, 3:01, 3:06, 3:20. So even in the last 1K, he was running 14 seconds a K faster than Matthew Marquardt. So if anything, he's accelerating away from second place Marquardt. We're actually not getting split times from Paula Findlay. So it's hard to tell exactly what she's doing in relation, but we do know that her average minutes a kilometre is around 3:57 to Sanchez's 3:58, Sodaro 3:51, so she is taking time down. She was 5.5 minutes down heading out on the run, Chelsea Sodaro. She's now 4:46 back at around the 10-kilometre mark on these two women, Findlay and Sanchez.
Again, this is the
Tamara
hill I
Jewett,
talked.
meanwhile, 3:40 pace, sorry.
This is the hill I talked about that will absolutely crush your soul. Certainly, perhaps not on the first loop, but definitely on the second. It is not the steepest hill on the course, but is by far the longest. As we see, Marta Sanchez has Paula Findlay in her sights here. This is just a really, really rough section of the course. Not a lot of spectator support. It is a bit of a grind coming up off of River Road and getting back up to the horse grounds. This hill, many a soul has been left on this hill. Blood, sweat, lots of tears. But these women, I don't want to say they're making it look easy, definitely labored here, shows how absolutely challenging this course is.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a long grind up there, and Marta Sanchez is doing the job that she needs to do to stay near the front of this one. And I don't know, it's probably a bad time to promote an Ironman, signing up to an Ironman when you're watching someone just labour up a hill. You kind of want to watch someone who's going super fast, and then people are like, yeah, I'll have a go. But notwithstanding the fact that Marta Sanchez is on a really tough climb right now, you can actually do this by signing up to Ironman Chattanooga, and they're waiting for you to fire up your engine and conquer the ultimate test of endurance. You can race it. It's a really great place for endurance sports. It's got a great swim course, award-winning swim course, a really great community, and of course, there's a lot of legacy there and history as well from the scenic city. So you can still secure a spot at Ironman Chattanooga and take on the iconic course on September the 27th. So register today. Go and scan the QR code, bottom left, and just go for it. And I promise you will not be labouring up too many hills. Okay? Well, you probably will, but that's okay. Don't worry about it now. Just go for it. And then worry about it later. Still got time. And there's the gap between Findlay and Sanchez. You can see it just in the distance there.
I will say,
just slowly growing bigger.
Yeah, Will, and as they got to the top of that hill, I caught a quick glimpse of Paula Findlay's husband, Eric Lagerstrom, at the top of that hill. And in a truly sportsmanlike way, he had a little whiteboard showing splits clearly to Paula, but gave Marta Sanchez a glimpse as well, so she could know how the race is panning out behind her. I think that's a noble move. Again, he's obviously out there supporting his wife in her first Ironman, but sharing the information equally with, at least right now, Paula's closest competitor in Marta Sanchez.
Well, you don't know. Maybe he had on the whiteboard. Maybe he rubbed it out in between and wrote on the whiteboard, Paul is faster than you by 4 seconds per kilometre.
Yeah, wrote nana, nana, nana.
Exactly. Enjoy silver, Marta, etc. Nah, he wouldn't do that. He's a lovely guy. That's not something that would happen. But it doesn't stop me from making it up. Anyway, look at the Water Momentum Index at the moment. Athletes have moved. There hasn't been too much movement because there was such big gaps in between these athletes when they came into the run. Jason West has picked up a couple of spots, and he's going to probably pick up a couple more before this race is done. And on the downhill and just flowing along is Matthew Marquardt, 2025 champion, course record holder.
We're hearing from out on the course that Marquardt is shown some moments of vulnerability. He's apparently stumbled a few times. We haven't actually seen that, but that he's starting to grunt. Clearly, he's grimacing here, feeling the effects of this race here. Little self-talk going on there, but a bit of bother right now, at least facially, from Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, we saw him have a big stumble, actually, in Happy Valley when he came across a raised pedestrian crossing and had a big stumble and did a little, one of those little commando rolls before he got back up. You know, when you stumble, you trip, and you just try and add a few run steps into it like you're meant to do it. It was a bit worse than that.
Usually I'm left down on the ground.
Well, he was up quick and continued into it, but he lives on the edge, Matthew Marquardt, in terms of the effort that he puts in all the way throughout. So as he looks to take on a little bit more nutrition, he's had a lonely old run. He hasn't seen anyone for the entire time except for those coming in the opposite direction. And the same could probably be said of all these athletes. And this is a tale that began being written in the first 400 metres of the swim as it just blew apart.
I'm going to go so far as to say, Will, that I think Martin Van Riel looks better now than he did on the first loop during this segment. Certainly, we were hypothesizing that he was holding back a little bit. But he is absolutely looking smooth and strong. I'm sure it's not feeling effortless at this point, but he is certainly making it look that way.
Yeah, and that's important too when you've got constant out and backs where your competitors can see you. And if you're looking effortless, that's just a little mental blow to those who are trying to chase you down. And he's putting in big swathes of time now into Marquardt. At 23 Ks, it was 3 minutes. At 26 Ks, it was 3 minutes 46. So we're talking 15 seconds per kilometre quicker for Martin Van Riel over Matthew Marquardt, who's still one of the fastest out there. And his pace has picked up. So in the last 4 splits, he has been the fastest out on course. Jason West has picked up a whole swathe as well. And based on that, let's have a look at the Athletic Brewing podium predictor. This one is for the females, though, and they have Paula Finlay out front, Sanchez and Sodaro. And then after that, it's almost pretty similar, although looks like Lisa Perderer will take Rachel Zelinskas. And then everyone else is as they are, such as the gaps between them. But Finlay in control, and Van Riel running, averaging 3:34 over nearly 30 kilometres is an incredible athletic effort. Also under the 3:40 mark was Marquardt and Freddie Funk's running 3:39s right now. Jason West is running 3:32s right now. And he's up into 5th position. He'll probably take 4th from Ben Canute.
In our women's race, Will, interesting to see the splits. And of the last 5 splits, Chelsea Sodaro has had the fastest pace through 4 of them. So that's telling. Again, a big question mark for her is the lack of run miles. Only had 2 months of a build coming off of the surgery. If that's going to show its head at any point, it's probably going to be in the second half of the marathon. But if there are any question to Chelsea's run fitness, at least so far, on display. It's right where it should be. She's running super strong.
This is a big shot across the bow for those who are watching on from around the world who are competitors with Martin Van Riel for the Ironman Pro Series. But not only that, for the 70.3 Worlds and, of course, the Ironman World Championships coming up in September and October, that Martin Van Riel is going to be a factor when it comes to the championship races and, of course, in the race for the $1.7 million in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, because he has had a flawless swim, bike and run thus far and continues to extend his lead at the front of this race, which is getting right down to the business end. We'll be back with more.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Welcome back to watching Martin Van Riel run his way to victory here at Ironman Lake Placid. He has been peerless all day, and we're getting into the final 15 Ks of racing, and he has not faltered where those behind him have begun to falter. And the same could be said of Paula Findlay on debut and measuring her way through this Ironman, and with all of the data that she has acquired and the paces that she has told herself that she should be running, that is right now enough to open up a 16-second gap on Marta Sanchez. Actually, it's just gone up now to 23 seconds, and nearly 5 minutes to Chelsea Sodaro are your top three in the women's. But the question mark is, can she keep it up over that 25 to 42 kilometre section that can really break some hearts in Ironman racing?
And in the women's race, Tamara Jewett continues to be the fastest mover on course. Average pace across the first 8.5 kilometers she's run is 3:40. That is significantly faster than any of the other women on course. She currently is in 7th place, stalking Grace Tech at the moment. She got quite a distance. She's got quite a distance to go to get to Grace Tech. It's about 7 minutes between the two of them. But certainly Tamara Jewett on a mission here on the marathon course.
Yeah, I mean, she's averaging 35 seconds per kilometre faster than Grace Tech, and 25 seconds per kilometre faster than Lisa Perderer, 25 seconds or 30 seconds faster than Rachel Zelinska. So if this run was 60 kilometres, she might end up winning the whole thing, because she's running at such a pace. But I think we're all glad that it's not 60 kilometres long. But Tamara Jewett out there at 3:40 pace is so much faster than just about anybody else. Chelsea Sodaro is the only one who's really in the same ballpark at 3:54 per kilometre, and which is still 5 seconds faster than our race leader, Paula Findlay, at the moment. So I will say, well, Chelsea Sodaro keeps posting the fastest splits through each split, and then Tamara Jewett keeps stealing that fastest split from her as she makes her way through. But Sadaro, the second fastest, out on course at the moment, and is showing us that she is not a spent force. She is back at Ironman racing and will be a factor when it comes to Kona this year, if indeed she can validate and finish, and she's showing every sign that she can.
Back to Marquardt here. His deficit to Van Riel continuing to grow, more than 4 minutes now, but very safely ahead of Trevor Foley. He seems to have relaxed a little bit from the last time we saw him.
I mean, I think he just wakes up every day with this pain face on and continues to dominate every day with it.
Yeah.
He probably has the same face when he's doing his medical work, which would be a bit scary if you're about to go into surgery and the last thing you saw was Matthew Marquardt's pain face. He's like, I will have this operation done immediately. It'll be 20 seconds. I will be the fastest and the best.
But I tell you, if his determination in a medical capacity is anywhere near his determination out on a race course, all of his patients will be in excellent hands.
We won't have any patients. There won't be no one left.
Yeah.
Everyone will be fixed.
Yes.
That will be the end of the American healthcare crisis. It'll be finished. He's a high achiever in every field.
There will be Lego space shuttles for everyone.
Lego is not an uncommon thing for athletes to undertake. Actually, Laura Siddle was messaging me about Lego. She had a whole room full of Lego during her career. She had it when she was a kid, pulled it back out during her career, and it just helps take her mind away from it. And here is Trevor Foley, and he's not looking like the Trevor Foley that we usually see out there at the moment. He was strong for a while, and he's dropped off somewhat in terms of his splits. He's still running 3:44 pace. He's losing time, though. Van Riel, for example, 3:34. And he's not looking too free in his movements.
No, definitely locked up. This happened to him a couple of years ago. Maybe it was last year. I can't remember which year, but yeah, he definitely lost the flow, lost the momentum. But as he said, like he's willing to go and blow. I mean, he obviously wants some good Pro Series points, but he's got nothing to lose here. And to his point earlier, and if you didn't see it, you can go to the Ironman YouTube channel and watch his A Fighting Chance, but he'd rather be a part of the race, go for it, and lose that than have never been in the race at all. So he definitely has taken a swing at it. It's not that he's not in the race, he's sitting in third place, but with this pace degradation, he's not that far ahead of Ben Canute, so he's got to get some nutrition on board and find that flow again.
Yeah, well, he's averaging 3:44, Trevor Foley, but his last kilometre was 3:57, and now it's just updated, and his last kilometre was now 4:12. Yeah. And Ben Canute's was 4:09, so you're going to be more worried about Jason West, who's running 3:52 pace on his last K. It also depends on where they are on the course and what kind of uphills we're looking at, etc. But he's certainly slowed down Trevor Foley compared to Van Riel and Marquardt, at least, who are running still in the 3:40s.
And for as unsure as we were from reports on the course about Matthew Marquardt, it could have been that steep downhill, the Soul Crusher. I'm just going to rename that hill the Soul Crusher. It could have been the Soul Crusher just taking it out of his quads, where we were hearing he was sort of moaning a bit, but certainly has his stride back as he makes his way back up River Road. Sometimes when the legs are that fatigued, the downhill actually becomes far more challenging than the uphill, at least in terms of the sting that it puts into the legs, because Matthew Marquardt looks like he's got his rhythm, he's got his flow. We had heard reports that he had stumbled a couple of times and was, again, moaning, but he certainly looks, other than his facial expression, he looks pretty comfortable. So Matthew Marquardt in control, although still in arrears to Martin Van Riel by more than 4 minutes.
He was moaning?
That's what I was told.
It's very weird.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I do it sometimes.
That was the exact word? Not just grunting? He was moaning.
I mean, it's just a difference.
Give me an example.
It's different in the air force behind a grunt versus a moan. If you don't have the breath capacity to grunt, it comes out as a moan.
Like that kind of thing. Right, okay. Good to know. Oh, okay, that's probably enough. That's enough for now.
We're losing control.
All right, well, on the other side of things, look at Martin Van Riel just continuing as he goes through the aid station, gets as much on board as possible. Great conditions for racing, still got to get as much hydration in as possible and stay on top of the nutrition schedule. And staying cool, keeping it down the top, and it's conditions are prime for fast racing, but you've got to have the body and the nutrition to go with it. Van Riel top left, and second place Marquardt top right, and your first and second place in the women's. They were together for so long, and now they've got their own camera each, is Paula Finlay and Marta Sanchez. Finlay put in, she's about 4 to 8 and now 11 seconds faster than Sanchez through the last 3 splits. So adding time to Marta Sanchez, and it's now 33 seconds. Sodaro strong at 4:46, and she's got nearly 4 minutes on Zielinskis, who in turn has about 2.5 minutes on Lisa Perderer. And Tamara Jewett coming through the field right now as well. And still, though, in 7th behind Grace Tech.
And here we are at the turnaround for Paula Finlay on the golf course section. So she's got a little bit of downhill to bring her back into town. Again, checking that watch to get her splits. She'll be relieved to see a little bit more daylight between her and Marta Sanchez. It's gone up about 20 seconds from the last turnaround point they had. It was about 9 seconds, now up to 33 seconds. Still no sign of Chelsea Sodaro on the road, so that'll bring a sigh of relief to Paula Finlay.
Yeah, Sodaro still, I mean, at this pace, she's projected to still finish 4 minutes and 22 seconds back. So there's a nice little buffer there between Finlay and Sodaro. And it's going to be a victorious YouTube video after this from Eric and Paula, if Paula can come good on this one at the back end. Looking forward to that.
Of course, we saw this a year ago from Holly Lawrence, Ironman debut here at Lake Placid, and made it look like she was so in control. And she reflected to me afterwards. She's like, I sat down in a chair and cried. It was so hard. But then, of course, went on to have a really super solid performance at the Ironman World Championship. So this year, other 70.3 superstar Paula Finlay following that lead, seems to be well in control and making it look easy. Of course, it's not. We know very well it's not. But could Paula Finlay be on the road to having an outstanding performance at the Ironman World Championship as well? And here's Jason West. He is moving up on Ben Canute, it looks like. Is that Ben Canute? Again, Jason West still moving very, very well. Looks like Ben Canute starting to feel the effects a little bit.
Yeah, and he's going to go past nice and fast on Ben Canute. No words exchanged, no words needed. And Jason West finds his way into 4th position overall, and he has seriously run his way through the field. And he's going to do it just before the turnaround and look to accelerate out of this turnaround and try to get rid a little bit of Ben Canute, which he's going to do.
And that was Rudy von Berg, was it, right behind?
I don't think so. He'd be 3 minutes back.
I thought I saw a tall figure in a
similar
blue
looking
kit
athlete
going towards the turnaround, but I could be mistaken.
Similar looking athlete potentially, unless he's on some kind of a charge. Anyway, let's listen to what Ben Canute had to say about the back end of this race.
got to protect yourself, got to take care of yourself, take in your nutrition, and not race the first lap all out. This is a very second half heavy course, whether you're talking about the bike or the run. So no matter how good you feel and what everybody else is doing, you got to really try and take care of yourself and stick to your plan and not get too caught up, because we've seen a lot of blow-ups, cramping, all sorts of stuff happen here in the late stages of the race.
Yeah, just taking it at his own pace, and that pace is not Jason West's pace at the moment. And so West has moved up into fourth, and that is around the 29-kilometre mark. And he's 15 and a half minutes back on our race leader, but only 3 minutes back on Trevor Foley in the chase for the podium. And Foley looked a little hesitant in his movements last time we saw him. He hasn't put in a faster split since the 23-kilometre mark. And if you look at the pace through the last split for Jason West, it was 3:22 through there. And Trevor Foley, 4:02. So there's a big gap between the paces of those two out on course. That is the pace. There's a 40-second gap between the paces in the last kilometre, between 27.7 and 28.7. West is taking huge chunks of time from Trevor Foley and could find himself in third position, as per the Athletic Brewing podium predictor, who I should not have questioned at the time.
Jason West continuing
He
to
looks
look
like
like
he's paced this one well, though, right, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
he looks like he's paced it well this time.
Yeah. Looks like a man on a mission, other than Martin Van Riel, who continues to look quite good in his own right. I think Jason West looks fantastic. Matthew Marquardt hasn't shown many signs of strain, other than the, audible noises he was heard to make.
What, the standard sign of strain that he shows, which is all the time?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it
But
lulls you into a false sense of security, doesn't it? Like, lulls you into this sense of like, oh, he's going to blow up any second. He never does.
No.
Never does. And continues to work that hard.
But Jason West still with that great forward lean, that good posture. Will's favorite quad box. Our lead two men and our lead two females.
And you've got an age grouper on their first lap there with Marquardt, as they're out there now. Some of the quicker age groupers are out on the run. Not as quick as Marquardt, though, who goes past him on the bridge there. Still about 4 minutes back on Martin Van Riel, who is going to be sad. No one wanted to talk to him the entire time. He's been out there on his own since T1, which was about 6 hours ago. And we're still seeing the same shot, which is Martin Van Riel looking supreme as he edges towards the finish of this race. It's not too far away. And looking at the race projection, Van Riel's projected to finish in a 7:40.33, which could be nearly 10 minutes faster than the race record. And that projection keeps coming down because of his continued incredible pace, and his win percentage now 93.4% out of a possible 100. The rest, the other 6.5%, is spread out amongst Matthew Marquardt, Trevor Foley, and a little tiny bit to the others in the top 7. But this is Martin Van Riel's to lose, and he has made his statement of intent all the way back at about 7 o'clock this morning. And he got out of the water and took off. And in fact, his swim as well at 48 minutes and change was supreme. And once he got rid of Fraser Minikin, who now sits well back in 13th position, nearly 40 minutes in arrears from Van Riel, he has been all by himself.
Curious to see an update in the women's race. I don't know if this timing is in fact correct, but it looks like Marta Sanchez had... no, the gap is 45 seconds now. We got some questionable data there, but through 17.7 kilometers, Paula Findlay leads Marta Sanchez by 45 seconds.
She's putting time into everyone, Paula Findlay.
Yeah.
And this is the middle part of this race where it's really going to start to tell. We're going to start to see over the next 45 minutes or so exactly how well Paula Findlay has paced this, because then she'll be into the real business in the last 15 kilometres or so, and she'll tick past kilometre 30, and then she will have never run as far as that, let alone after 7 or 8 hours worth of exercise before that at the pace that she has been. So that's when the muscle durability questions will come into play. Projected pass for Jewett at 33 kilometres over Grace Tech, and she's currently 30 seconds per kilometre faster. And she ran a 2:40 here last year, and she's on track right now for a 2:46.30. Could be faster than that.
Paula Findlay coming through an aid station here on Mirror Lake Drive. Quick little out and back here.
She's not really too worried about picking up any hydration, is she?
Yeah, grabbed a quick water. Actually, she just bypassed the personal needs bag, so it doesn't look like she dropped anything there. Opting for the on-course nutrition. A bit of relief to be at this section along Mirror Lake Drive, because the uphill portion is done, at least for a bit. She'll make the turn and have that nice rolling downhill bit out to River Road. Chance to let the heart rate settle a little bit as we come back to Chelsea Sodaro.
Yeah, Sodaro still dropping back on Paula Findlay, but sort of matching around the same pace as Sanchez. Zelinskas is now 3.5 minutes behind Chelsea Sodaro in fourth, so she's got a nice little buffer there, the 2022 world champion. But she's a long way from being able to see Marta Sanchez, still 4.5 minutes behind. So she might not see anyone again for the rest of this race, Chelsea Sodaro, which would be not a terrible result for her, because that would be a podium.
I was going to say, Will, I think she's actually okay with that. If you fast forwarded to the Ironman World Championship, I would have a different answer to that. But given her recent history, her surgery, her DNF in Kona, I think, she just ran by her coach, Neil Henderson. He gave her some reassurances, gave her a split back to the back and gave her a split up to the front and said, you're absolutely doing just fine. And I think that just fine is great for Chelsea Sodaro after the last, 6 to 8 months. Obviously, a bit of an uphill grind here. She's making her way up to Mirror Lake Drive. This is a brutal section of the course again. Can make even the strongest of runners look humbled. Shortens that cadence.
It's hard to get a sense of how steep some of these climbs are until you see the cadence and the running style of some of our athletes who looked so free a moment ago. And then suddenly you realise the percentage gradient that they're actually attacking, and it's gotten a little flatter off the top here now. Just shows you some of the background there, just how sporty this area is. All you can see for sale is canoes and kayaks and bikes and stand-up paddleboards, and it's a bit of a an athlete's paradise.
It's definitely an outdoor Disneyland. This is for sure.
Questionable music choices, but that's okay. Can't have everything.
Still, I think a great boost to the athletes here running through time. You can see those flags there on the left. Wind has definitely picked up here.
Yeah, it has. That's the fairing on the barriers, which has been allowed to go free there, so the barriers don't fall over in the wind. You can even see the trees there too, they're not prone to much movement. And you can see it has picked up, which, We're off the bike now, so it's not too much of an issue. It's keeping the athletes a little cooler, although they need to make sure they keep staying hydrated. And Finlay's now pushed it out to over a minute from Marta Sanchez. So another 15 seconds over the last split as they come up towards the half marathon mark.
Again, Paula Finlay going to be coming southbound on Mirror Lake Drive. She'll be able to see her nearest competitors, Marta Sanchez, as you said, Will, over a minute now. And Chelsea Sodaro keeping her at in and around 5 minutes. But still, Paula about to dive into the abyss, the great unknown. Racing past half marathon distance for the first time in her life. Said she's tackled a 30K run in training, but certainly never in racing. So we'll see what is to come. So far, all signs are thumbs up.
There is Jason West, and if he hasn't already, he's about to go past Trevor Foley, or he's at least moving up on Trevor Foley as those splits are getting, they're increasingly diminishing. And West could find himself suddenly in a podium position and deny the 2024 champion and 2025 runner-up a place on the podium, which would be a blow for Foley. I think he'd be unhappy. He'd probably be reasonably happy with a podium. I mean, obviously he's got very high standards in this race, but I think that might be Foley up the top. I keep wanting to call him Axel. But I don't know whether everyone's old enough to understand that reference.
I am.
Yeah, I know you are.
Okay, thanks. Just checking. Again, this would be a great.
I can tell from the weird little chuckling.
This would be a great, career best performance for Jason West in an Ironman Pro Series, I believe. 5th here a year ago, moving up 2 spots, landing on the podium. Great
yeah, I mean, when has he had he hasn't had a better Ironman performance than that. He's only done 3.
Yep. And 2 of them were DNFs.
2 of them he didn't finish.
Yeah.
So he's never stood on an Ironman podium before. Although he was 3rd in the 70.3 North American Championships last month. This will be a career definer for Jason West. This man, no, not the least bit concerned about any of that, and he's really getting towards the business end of this one. Last split he went through was 35.7 kilometres. So not too long to go now for Martin van Riel, and it's a real statement. That pun was unintended, but I'm going to claim it. It's a real statement of intent coming into the business end of this season, and I can't come up with enough superlatives to describe what this performance has been like. To do it from the front, out front all day, and go just about wire to wire is a serious business, and he'll take an unending amount of confidence into the biggest races of the season, both over the half and full distance, based on what he's done here today.
He had hypothesized, as we saw in his Fighting Chance series, which you can catch on Ironman's YouTube if you missed it earlier, but he said he was finding the form he had just before Texas, and I would say based on this performance here today, may have well surpassed it. So to your point, Will, huge confidence boost going into World Championship season.
Yeah, it is. And we'll no doubt kick back in just a second to see the battle between... It's not even a battle between Trevor Foley and Jason West. Jason West taking around 50 seconds per kilometre out of Trevor Foley at the moment, that's 2 separate races completely that's going on. So it looks like Foley... I mean, West is obviously fast, but Foley has hit the wall somewhat. That's not happening, though, to Paula Finlay, who is just coming through the half marathon mark. And I think that is that Foley up front there? I think it probably is. that we know is super duper tough on the second lap. You talked about it just a little while ago with Marta Sanchez out there on the first lap. And it's a long grinder of a hill. And there is Trevor Foley, 2024 champion. And there behind him in the red is a man who's never stood on an Ironman podium. In fact, he hasn't finished an Ironman since this time last year when he was 5th. And he's about to run his way into 3rd overall. Jason West, who's threatened. He's threatened to put together a race like this and hasn't quite done it yet. But he's on the way now. And Trevor looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. And now, in fact, he started walking. So, holding his left quad. Trevor Foley does not look good out there. And he said he was going to try and put himself in the race and blow up if need be.
He's done it.
And he's walking. And we're getting reports out on course that Chelsea Sodaro has started walking as well.
And not in an aid station to that end. Obviously, Trevor not walking in an aid station either, but typically the first thing to go, athletes let go, is they'll walk through an aid station to get that nutrition on board. When they're walking outside of an aid station, it's usually a much more alarming situation.
Well, I'm alarmed by the amount of distance that Jason West has put into him already. It's 200 metres, and he continues in the manner to which he has begun and throughout this 42.2 kilometres. And he's travelling right now, averaging still 3:34, setting basically faster splits all the way through. He looks great. We're going to head down now to Haley Chura for more from On Course.
We're here at the halfway point of the marathon, and I'm joined by Alice Alberts, 2023 Ironman Lake Placid champion. Obviously not racing today, but you are heavily invested in this women's race. We just saw Paula Finlay, the women's race leader. Here now is Marta Sanchez coming by. She is pumping up the crowd. Alice, what do you think as you watch these top 2 women come by?
Yeah, I mean, they both look incredibly strong. That is a hard course. It is hilly. They know they have to go do it again. Paula looked awesome. This is the longest she's ever run in a race, so that'll be really cool to see. Marta was hand pumping, so we know she's feeling good. It's going to turn out to be a long, good race.
And we are at this halfway point. You've raced this course. When you are coming through this halfway point, you mentioned this is a nice long downhill, but you know what you have ahead of you. It's the same lap a second time. What is going through your mind?
Well, first off, you're thinking about your quads and how they're faring, because yes, it's downhill, but your legs are pretty tired from that hilly bike. You're also thinking about the fact you have to come back up that hill a few miles later, so hopefully not getting too negative about that. But you're thinking, all right, I'm halfway. I've done it once. I can do it again. So they've seen what they need to see. They know what's coming.
And you've raced here several times. You know that the weather can change quite a bit. We saw it this morning. It was very cold. Now the sun has come out. I think a lot of the athletes that I've seen come through here, there's an aid station just up the hill. They're able to douse themselves in water, and we are seeing that impact athletes a little bit more. The sun is a little bit warm. So what do you think about that, about the changing weather conditions on this course?
Yeah, you know, I've always said about Placid, it always feels warmer than it actually is. The sun just feels really hot here. This morning it was like 50 degrees, freezing cold. I imagine a lot of them were cold getting out of the water, but the sun is really beating down now. They do have their special needs if they want it just up the roads from us, so you wonder if a few of them pick that up, but they're definitely trying to keep themselves cool because they still have that one more lap to go, and it's going to play a role, I think.
Okay, and we're waiting next. We're hoping that Chelsea Sodaro, Rachel Zielinskis, Lisa Perder, the next 3 women, we've seen them run up the hill. When you saw those women go up the hill, what did you think of how they looked?
Yeah, I mean, they all look strong. Again, they're going up a hill, so they're going to slow down a little bit, but truthfully, they all look strong. It's now just like, can they keep it together mentally the rest of the race? No real notes on anyone struggling, although we did just hear news that Chelsea might have just been walking. I'm not sure. Maybe that was just to get her special needs back, but I don't know. We'll have to. It's, you know, there's a ton of race still to come. It does seem like it's stretching out a bit. Things are staying pretty consistent from T2. Like, times haven't really blown up or changed that much from the bike to the run, but so much can change. We have seen at Lake Placid that things can blow up at like mile 23. So a lot of race to come, really.
And when I saw those women come up, I'm one of the people that really struck me was Lisa Purter. I saw her in T1. She looked cold. I saw her in T2. She looked much more in her element, and I just saw her make this turn. And like we said, the sun came out. It's gotten a lot warmer, and she looked great. If Chelsea Sodaro is walking, if she is struggling, maybe it was just to get, go through an aid station. There are times in Ironman where walking isn't necessarily bad, but could we see a mix-up? I mean, this third podium spot, very much up for grabs.
Totally is. Again, it's a long, fun race. Things can totally mix up. I really think that keep on watching because things are going to shift as we get them out on River Road even. And we just saw Grace Steck go by. She looked super strong on that uphill. So there's a lot of players who could play a role here and just fun to watch.
It is very, very fun to watch. And we are going to keep watching, keeping you updated. But for now, we're going to throw it back to y'all in the studio.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I just was looking at the splits just as it was great to hear from Alice Alberts there as a former winner, but Chelsea Sodaro was about 4:40 back. Now she's 7:12 back, so she had a proper walk there at some point.
Yeah, we've actually got that.
Hopefully back into it.
We've got that here, Will. We're going to play that back for you. We were able to clip that back. This happened a moment ago. This was
Perfect.
Chelsea Sodaro, not in an aid station, walking. She on Mirror Lake Drive, looking shoulders forward, looking a bit dejected. She's got to finish this race.
Yeah, well, she looks like she's walking home after the race. So she doesn't look too good right there. I think it was a good couple of minutes that she'd lost. So she got back into it, as we can see there, but did not look good at that exact point. But suddenly it goes from, I'm feeling really good, I'm fastest out on course apart from Tamara Jewett, I'm going to get a podium, to now I really need to finish this race and make sure I go to Kona and then go back and have a look at what happened. Meanwhile, Paula Finlay, again, doesn't concern herself with what's going on behind, keeps putting 10, 12, 15 seconds at each split into Marta Sanchez. It's now 1:23. She's just gone through the 22.2 kilometre timing split, and she is continuing to press her claims for this win rate. It's actually, the percentage is now 55.6. She started at the start of the day, she had a 19.8% chance of winning based on very little, actually, in terms of Ironman data to draw from, obviously, but now 55.3. She is right in control of this one. Sanchez still with a pretty good chance at doing so, because we've heard it and we've seen it again. We heard Alice Albert say it, we heard Haley say it, and you know it as well, that with a course like this, we can see a lot of action happen in the last 10 kilometres as people start to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, this course, I would say above many, many others, just because it is so challenging. In particular, the last 10 kilometers being largely uphill for these athletes after a really, really long grinding day, both on the bike and this very challenging marathon course. Yeah, I think when people blow here, they tend to blow pretty badly. And to see an athlete like Chelsea Sodaro going from, one of our fastest runners on the course for a large portion of the first half to walking almost in an instant. We saw it with Trevor Foley. He didn't just slow his pace and start to struggle. He really kind of blew up. So we're starting to see some of those explosions happening even now.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other hand, on the flip side of the coin, and yes, there's a mountain to climb mentally for Paula Finlay, who is in now new territory for her, running into the mid-20 kilometres of this Ironman. But if she gets to 35, 36, 37 kilometres, she feels good. Well, I tell you what, Solveig Lovseth's race record from last year could be under threat, because at the moment she's on for a projected 8:45.50. And if I go back and have a look at what Solveig did, 8:43.29, so it's not that far away. So if she is being conservative, first of all, she is an elite Ironman distance athlete if she is being conservative and beating these women on this course today, but which we know she probably is anyway, but she could be even better than we think. if she is racing conservatively, by 38 kilometres, she's going to take the reins off and just go because she's so close to the end. Maybe that race record is under attack. But on the other hand, if she isn't racing conservatively, if she is on the rivet, then she could be finding things very difficult come 35Ks. There's lots of questions still to be answered in this one, and that's what we like from an Ironman Pro Series telecast. So much still to go. Chelsea Sodaro's gone from a podium getter to now maybe just a survivor. Martin Van Riel continues. He's very close to the end, so go get yourself a cup of tea and come back and watch the conclusion to Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Adirondacks and to Ironman Lake Placid, brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And Martin Van Riel, let's have a look at where he is on course right now. We are very close to the end of this race, and he has been supreme throughout. In fact, he's just gone through the 39.6 timing map, which means he's only got a couple of Ks to go, and he's on track for a 7:41 finish in this one, which shows you he's about 8 minutes away, and he has really not shown a single chink in his armour, DD, today, and if anything has pressed his claims to be a serious podium contender in Kona.
No doubt. I think if ever there was the slightest of questions, it was in the opening kilometers of the marathon, where it seemed Matthew Marquardt was putting time into him, but it turns out that was just really smart pacing from Martin Van Riel. As we take a look here at Jason West, who is sitting in third place. He apparently a moment ago was walking as well, seems to have gotten it back together. So close now for it all to come crashing apart. Again, Canute not that far behind Jason West, so Jason showing signs of trouble. Try saying that 3 times fast. Apparently, again, walking a moment ago, has it back together. Word out on course, Chelsea Sodaro is moving again. So a lot of cracks starting to show in the armor of a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, well, he's managing to run so far through this aid station, which is a positive sign after walking not near an aid station. As you say, it's easier to start walking again through an aid station than anywhere else. But he's got a nice little downhill section here. And even though Martin Van Riel's nearly finished this race, there's still plenty to go for Jason West. And he's put the hand up in the air trying to just get rid of a stitch maybe, or an issue underarm. Surely he's beyond stitches now. Just
Again,
trying to stretch it out a little bit.
issues, Will, here all over the course. We're hearing, obviously, Jason West walking for a moment. Earlier, Chelsea Sodaro walking for a moment. Marta Sanchez just had a nature break in a porta potty. So everyone, here we go. Jason West on the ground,
Oh, no.
stretching out those hip flexors. We've seen him do this before in races years ago.
Just bashing out a couple of quick push-ups there. And yeah, you're right, stretching out the hip flexors, making sure that he doesn't cramp up too much and trying to fight it off for as long as possible. But he's still got about 6 kilometres to go, and it's going to seem like a very long 6Ks. At his first Ironman podium beckons after 2 DNFs in a row. Hasn't finished a race since this race in 2025 over the Ironman distance. He's had some great results outside of that, but
Canute only 40 seconds down now on Jason West. He cannot afford another stretching break. Oh my goodness, the wheels coming off for Jason West. He's got to find it in himself to get it back together. The slow, no, I don't want to say slow, that was the wrong word. The steady, consistent effort of Ben Canute may be paying dividends. Can he find himself on the podium right now? Our podium predictor says no, but optically, Jason West really starting to struggle here. He's got to get it back together.
yeah, look through the last kilometre. Ben Canute ran a 4:11. Jason West, 4:41. Trevor Foley, 5:19. And here he comes, and he smells blood in the water, Ben Canute, and he smells a podium too, and he's been toiling all day, and now he sees Jason West, who he no doubt thought once he passed him that was the end of a potential podium, and now he's got a second win. And we heard Ben Canute talking earlier on about knowing that you have to pace this one and knowing the carnage that's going to happen at the back end of the race, and don't race the first lap. And maybe if he's taken his own advice, he might have enough in him to finish strong enough to get onto the podium here. He's going to pass him, I think, regardless of whether West stops or not.
They still have that super steep climb up into town past the oval for the out and back on Mirror Lake Drive. If there is any vulnerability in Jason West, it is going to be shown on that hill. Right now, Ben Canute just absolutely licking his chops, willing himself forward, but knowing from experience he can't do too much too soon, or he faces the threat of cramping himself.
Yeah, that's so true. He needs to not worry about it, not be affected by the race. He hasn't been so far. Let's not start now. And I think there'll be a lot of people who'll be very happy to see Ben Canute stand on an Ironman podium today, as there would be for Jason West as well, of course. And that's the battle we've got right now. You just told me Marta Sanchez was walking there for a second, although she looked great when she went past Alice Alberts and Haley Chura earlier on. She looks good now as well. So maybe just a little blip there. She's 1:46 back through the 24-kilometre timing mat to Finlay. So she did lose a little bit of time there. But she's back into it now.
But gosh, Chelsea Sodaro now at 10 minutes back. She's in jeopardy of being caught not only by Rachel Zelinskis, who sits at 11:41 back, but by Lisa Perder as well. So Chelsea Sodaro continuing to struggle out on the course. We saw her walking. She seemed to have gotten it back together, but is in a bit of bother again.
Marta Sanchez, even with that, she just broke. She had a 2:59 high in her last race, which was her best run, which was in Texas. She's on track for a 2. Oh, no, it's just changed. It was 2:52, and now it's gone to 2:59.50. So based on maybe she's slowed down considerably, but a little while ago she was on for a 2:52, and now things have changed in terms of the predictions.
Yeah, I think there's definitely
that's right. 2:52. That is correct.
There's a faulty split in there because she didn't just walk. She actually stopped. She physically stopped in a porta potty. So that's going to throw off certainly that one split, but obviously her predicted pace, because it's going to assume she's slowed down that much when it really wasn't. She's not in like having a physical problem. She just needed to stop. But when she's moving, she absolutely is moving as well as she, has been all along. So I think that's deceiving those predictive times that it ballooned out to 59. So definitely a career best marathon effort for Marta Sanchez today.
Yeah, well, she's still projected for a 2:52, but you're right. I think all this stopping and walking and etc. is playing a bit of havoc with our splits and predictions. But it sure is fun to watch, though, isn't it?
And here we have
some kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, we've got Ben Canute now continuing to stalk Jason West. That pass looks to be imminent.
And here comes Martin Van Riel, and he's getting very close now.
Oh, here's the pass. Canute goes
very
back
close
by
to this
West.
kind of performance.
You can almost see the heartbreak on the face of Jason West. He is doing all he can. But back to our men's champion.
And he's going to be robbed of a podium. Oh, this is why we love the sport. Meanwhile, Martin Van Riel is out front, and he knows that he's got this one in the bag. He is very close to the finishing line now of Ironman Lake Placid. He has come over, and he has shown the Americans how to race here in America. And very soon, he's going to be on the red carpet, and he is going to have an incredible time to show for his efforts. Just to keep it in context, 7:50.08 was the course record time set by Matthew Marquardt last year. And the time's continuing to go down, of course, as technology and nutrition and training techniques and the amount of athletes that pour into this incredible sport. But this is a huge chunk of time that Martin Van Riel is going to take out, and he has taken it out in such an incredible manner as well. He has done it from the beginning. He led in the swim. He was with Fraser Minikin in T1. He took control, and now, after 170 kilometres solo on the bike in a solo marathon, Martin Van Riel wins in Lake Placid and lays down a marker for the Pro Series. He is a contender. (7:41.57), a new record by 8 minutes and change. And Martin Van Riel, well, he's the real deal, like you said. Incredible, thanks to Experience Oman. There is the confirmation, a 2:34.49 marathon.
Takes the course record in the marathon as well there, Will.
He does, and he does it by nearly 2 minutes over Trevor Foley. Incredible work by Martin Van Riel. He came here, he got it done, he delivered, he knew he was good for that second in Texas. He wins in Elsinore, and he wins here as well.
Matthew Marquardt making his way. He is now headed back towards the oval on Mirror Lake Drive. Little self-talk here, just a few steps left to go for Matthew Marquardt. Still being careful to take on aid here, even in the last mile of this race.
Well, he lives on the rivet, though, doesn't he? So he has to, because he lives at 100%, 100% of the time. And that's going to deliver him a second place, you would think. Martin Van Riel actually moves up. He takes the full 5,000 points. He now has 12,400 points in the Pro Series, which puts him in second overall and second to Blumenfeld, who has another 70.3 score in the bag. So in terms of your top three scores, which is an important metric considering that most athletes will take their 70.3 Worlds and Ironman World Championship Worlds scores because there's more points on offer, Van Riel is in the box seat. So he'll be very, very happy with that. And Rudy von Berg is going to move his way up too. And he'll be happy with that too. Matthew Marquardt's not as worried about the Ironman Pro Series, but he is worried about closing this one out with another second place. after 2024, but it'll be a little bit bittersweet for Marquardt, having lost his course record and also his status as defending champion, but still an incredible race.
I think even a competitor like Marquardt is going to have to tip his hat to Martin Van Riel. I mean, his performance out here today was just absolutely unbelievable. I think Matthew Marquardt gave him everything he could, reeled him into within, spitting distance at the end of the bike, took it to him in the first 10 kilometers of the run, but Van Riel was just too good on the day. But credit to Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit as well to the camera guy on that little unicycle thing. That looks difficult, but that's neither here nor there. And the shots always turn out amazingly as well. But Marquardt makes his run through the middle of town here in Lake Placid. Past transition for the last time, and he'll be buoyed by the crowd here cheering on a man who has become a little bit synonymous with this race after back-to-back podiums, top step last year, course record. It's gone now, but he'll still come in at under his old time from last year by quite a distance too. Better conditions, obviously, but Matthew Marquardt has had a good year so far. There's no doubt about that. In the last 12 months, he won in Cairns, he won Lake Placid, he finished 8th in Nice at the Ironman World Championships, and this year he won Ironman South Africa. He finished 4th in the North American Championships over the 70.3 distance, and now he's going to add a silver medal to match the one that he did in 2024. Matthew Marquardt with another gutsy performance to nearly reel in Martin Van Riel and hold on a tough day for second overall.
Really well. He did all he could out there. He brought Van Riel to within a minute at 10K of the run, but Van Riel was just absolutely too good. We had some concerns over Marquardt running down the hill by the ski jump on lap 2. He seemed to stumble a bit, definitely seemed to be in a bit of bother, but he absolutely got it back together, held on for second place. Here we are with Ben Canute, just starting the out and back on Mirror Lake Drive. He's just gone by Jason West, who is really struggling. Jason's so strong up until about, 6K to go.
And Ben Canute, and we said it earlier on, he got put in tier 2 on his own podcast in terms of where he's going to figure in this race, and he has shown his co-hosts that is not the place you put Ben Canute. He loves it when his back's up against the wall. He loves what he calls a hard man's race, and this is certainly one of those. He thought he'd seen his podium place. He was sitting in third for so long. He thought he'd seen it go, but he was just better at pacing it out than Jason West was in the end. And he will pick up a very well-earned podium on a big, big day. And his first podium since, well, he picked one in Dallas Little Elm, second place. And then it was Ironman Arizona, where he used to live, actually, in November last year, when he picked up a third place. The last time he stood on an Ironman podium. He's got a little way to go still, but he looks safe for the minute.
He sure does. It's hard to envision Jason West being able to put on a surge after what he went through just a kilometer or two ago. But quick check-in with the women's race before we go back to bring Ben Canute across the line. This is our women's leader, Paula Finley, who continues to look poised and experienced beyond her experience level. Not turning in the fastest splits on the day, but certainly steady and strong. Her gap now over Marta Sanchez sits at 2 minutes, 17 seconds as we check in with Marta. Marta had a quick stop on the side of the road, lost a bit of time, but is snugly and safely in second place. She continues to look really good. Paula Finley just eking a couple of seconds per K per timing split ahead of Marta Sanchez. Marta continuing to drive the pace forward, looking very comfortable ahead of Rachel Zelinskis, who has gone past Chelsea Sodaro. Actually, we have Chelsea Sodaro just in her foresight. Chelsea has been struggling on the run here from right before the halfway section, the halfway point of the women's marathon, has been fighting bouts of walking, and Zelinskis now about to move herself into podium position with Chelsea Sodaro continuing to struggle and try to claw her way to the finish line to validate her slot. And then we have to look back to Lisa Perderer, who is another minute, 50 seconds behind Rachel Zelinskis. So it's going to be an exciting conclusion to this women's race as well, Will.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it just shows you how hard this run course is. I was just looking back at the splits timing mat by timing mat, and even the mighty Tamara Jewett had a slow patch there between about 16 and 20 kilometres. She's come back into it now. Meanwhile, Paula Finlay, of the last sort of 11 timing splits, she has been the fastest woman out on course in 9 of them, which is just an incredible, and some of them haven't been gone through yet by Jewett, but still, she's so consistent, and she's really excelling now, Paula Finlay, at the race distances that she has never been to. She didn't have hardly, up until 19 kilometres, she didn't have a fastest split, and now she's had a ton of them, and she only usually races over 21K. So suddenly we see Rachel Zelinskis go straight past Chelsea Sodaro, who is back running, but not running at the pace she would like. She knows she needs to complete this race to validate her spot in Kona, and Rachel Zelinskis has moved up into podium position now. And, you know, Hayley Chura was big on where Rachel is right now, and I know her mum, Susan, will be watching on herself, as we heard, a Kona qualified athlete in her own right. And this could be the age of Rachel Zelinskis coming into form over the next 6 to 12 months, because certainly this is a steady and complete performance thus far.
Yeah, I really think the only thing Rachel Zelinskis needs is consistency. She's encountered some really unfortunate, no pun intended, speed bumps along the way with a crash at the Ironman World Championship at Nice, where she broke her collarbone, followed shortly by another crash where she severely broke her elbow, had to have surgery on that one, dealt with post-operative infections, really held her back. She's got the tools, she just needs the consistency. And I tell you, Rachel Zelinskis, file that one in your memory bank, running past an athlete like Chelsea Sodaro on the run course. Her strength, obviously, Chelsea, not in the form she could be potentially, not in the form we've seen her in the past, but considering surgery in March, Chelsea just trying to get it done. But Rachel Zelinskis going back by the 2022 Ironman World Champion, inserting herself on the podium.
And she's not even in the shot now, Chelsea Sodaro. She has gone way back. In fact, in that last kilometre, Rachel Zelinskis ran the last K between 23 and 24 at 3:57. Chelsea Sodaro, 5:46. So even though she's running out there now, Sodaro, she is not running at anywhere near the kind of pace that she's capable of, and she will likely slip well down through the timing splits and the places in the top 10. And if Tamara Jewett has actually, after a difficult maybe 4 kilometres, Tamara Jewett has set back-to-back fastest splits out of anyone at the 21 and 22 kilometre mark. And there is Ben Canute, who can...
Life is a road.
And there we had Ben Canute, who we saw a smile start to crack upon his face. He's done the work. He didn't get fussed when people went by. He's been consistent all day long. He makes his way towards the finish line, securing himself a podium. I think this is going to be another huge boost for Ben Canute. We had said he's really leveled up his bike performance, and I think following it with a strong marathon here today in Lake Placid is going to be a real feather in his cap as he heads into his final preparations for Kona, Will.
Did everyone else just see a nice shot of a ski jump for a while, or was it just me?
It just
Maybe I was having a small stroke.
Look past it. Look past it, Will. Look past it. We're back with Ben Canute. Focus.
We're back on. We're back on. Good. Good. I thought maybe after 7.5 hours of talking, I might have just had like a minor breakdown. But no, it's all good. We're back with Ben Canute right now, which is outstanding. And our coverage, to be honest, has been wonderful when you consider the distances that we have to cover over the course of an Ironman out here in the Adirondacks to be able to cover it the way we do. Always a learning process, but continuing to raise the bar, as is Ben Canute at the moment. And if you've just come in at the back end, Martin Van Riel won this one with an incredible 7:41.56. And then Matthew Marquardt came in second position. Ben Canute on track now, and even with so little distance to go, making sure he's staying fully hydrated and not going to suffer the same fate as so many out there have done, including Jason West, who is about a minute behind him now. From Rudy Von Berg, Freddie Funk, who'll get a Kona qualifying spot. Cam Worth still in 7th position, 24.5 minutes back. Trevor Foley's dropped down now to 8th overall. He was only 10 kilometres ago in podium position. Christian Hogenhaug and Dominic Suija, as we said, the other Kona qualifying athletes out there at the moment. And Canute looks behind, sees nothing but the motorbike at the moment. He's got plenty of room behind, and he looks good. He looks as good as he has at any point during this run.
Yeah, he just kept his head down when Jason West went by him, kept doing his work, kept believing in his race strategy. Great performance. This is not going to be his fastest marathon ever, save Challenge Roth, which again, an unusually fast course there in Challenge Roth back in 2023. But this will be a great performance. He ran 2:48 at Ironman Texas earlier this year, and he is on pace to be faster than that, and estimated to somewhere in the area just under 2:45 for him. So a great execution, a patient race for Ben Canute, paying off with the final spot on the podium here.
I'll tell you what, we haven't mentioned him hardly at all, but Freddie Funk is having some kind of a race as well. He hasn't set a single fastest split all day as Ben Canute trying to work out which way to go. But he's sitting in 6th position, and he's put together a solid race. And he's done that 2 weeks off the back of Challenge Roth, which is very impressive. And we'll see him come across the line in not too long of a time. But we haven't got to see him too much today. Freddie Funk, he's a fan favourite. And he's having a solid race in 6th overall. And Ben Canute, he's got a long history with this race. He enjoys it here. It's the race that got him into it, watching his dad do it back in the last millennium, if you can believe that, in the very first Ironman Lake Placid. And it has been here 26 times in a row since then. And we are at the speed skating venue from back in 1980. Is where transition is, hence the big, long, wide turn. And we'll cross onto the red carpet and cross the line. Ben Canute, an honest race on an honest course for an honest racer who has paced it incredibly well and is as happy as he should be with this result. Behind Van Riel and Marquardt, Ben Canute, one of the most popular racers out there, has done it on a big day for this man. A huge boost for him. He is a tier 1 athlete, no doubt.
Really happy for Ben.
Goes under the 8-hour mark too, 7:57. Sorry, Dee.
I was going to say, really happy for Ben Canute to put together the complete package today. We've seen him have a great swim and bike, and to finish it off with a really super strong marathon for Ben Canute. You could see the emotion in the man as he crossed the finish line. The self-belief was there. He just had to get it done. And here today in Lake Placid, he absolutely did put together a really strong swim, a patient bike, where he spent a lot of it on his own, and a really, really great run performance. Flirted with losing the podium position to Jason West, but Jason faltered, and Ben Canute, steady and strong, was able to take third place here today.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition, isn't it? And you've got to be solid over every single kilometre. One little chink in the armour, and that can bring all the hard work undone. And that is probably what this man will lament in some ways, although he will improve on his performance from last year. And he was so close to putting together what was a close to perfect race for Jason West, but he couldn't quite get it done in the end. And we're talking about such small percentages. We're talking about a minute over the course of 8 hours, and the difference between a nearly perfect race and what could have been for a podium, but still an incredible effort.
Yeah, certainly a step up in terms of his position over last year. Jason West finished 5th here last year. He moves up to 4th in this year's race. Certainly, as you would say, bittersweet for him to have flirted with the podium and lost it there so close. But man, was he aggressive. He absolutely went for it, particularly on this run course. Wasn't quite meant to be for the podium, but still a good deposit in the bank for some Ironman Pro Series points. And Jason West will pick up the all-important Kona qualifying slot. So we will see him again in October on the Big Island of Hawaii.
He will have learnt a lot about himself in this race, and he will be happy to have finished one after a couple of DNFs. He'll be slightly disappointed not to stand on the podium, but 4th here after an immense run through the field, as he does, and he has got nothing left in that body to give. Jason West picks up 4th. Rudy von Berg should be picking up 5th very, very soon from Freddie Funk and Cam Worth, and then Trevor Foley, who's having a tough end to this race. But Paula Finlay, she is nearly on course for the course record right now, set by Solveig Lofseth. Imagine coming out in your debut Ironman and setting a similar time, of course, different conditions, but same course, to the Ironman world champion, Solveig Lofseth, who has basically had the world at her feet in the last 18 months.
Absolutely, and as Paula Finlay heads out of River Road, heading into River Road, we saw Chelsea Sodaro again walking. So I think Paula Finlay is saying to herself, hey, I've made it this far, I'm not walking. Again, you said it, she's going to get more and more confident as she goes sort of into the great unknown here. Just under 10 or over 10 kilometers to go for Paula Finlay. Let's head down to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone where
I am
Haley
here
Chura
with the
is with our
men's
champion.
Ironman Lake Placid champion, Martin Van Riel. Martin, I have never seen a swim gap in an Ironman Pro Series quite like the one you created today. I think we need to start. What happened in that swim?
Yeah, I knew that some of my strongest opponents today were maybe not the best swimmers, and that I could already gap them there, and that combined with like the cold temperatures, I was just actually pushing also to keep my my core temperature up.
Were you cold? Were you cold starting that bike?
Yeah, actually I was freezing like at the end of the swim, and then the first part of the bike I was really, really cold until we hit the downhill. Well, that was really cold then, and then at the other end of the course, the sun was already there, so that was really nice. And then I started warming up, and I started feeling way, way better. And yeah, that's when I really could start pushing.
And you were alone most of the day. You led wire to wire. From the outside, it looked like strength after strength after strength. Did it feel as good as it looked?
No, definitely not. Matthew really made me work for it. I had a really rough patch at the end of the bike and then at the start of the run, and I was really I started running quite fast, and Matthew was like catching a beat, and I was really like, what am I gonna have to do today to beat this guy? But then like on the uphill, he started like losing a little bit of time again, and that was obviously a confidence boost for me to keep pushing.
And you did break Matthew's course record that he set last year. You broke it by, I think, almost 9 minutes. Also set a run course record. Do course records mean anything to you?
I mean, it's always a nice bonus, but the most important thing is beating everyone on the day, because I think Matthew also beat his own course record. So.
And I believe you are now second in the Ironman Pro Series behind Christian Blumenfeld. How are you feeling about that and the rest of your season?
Yeah, that's obviously been like a big side goal. I mean, the most important thing now is to do good in the championships, and especially in Kona. That's always been my big dream, and with that will come hopefully a good Pro Series result. And I'm really good in the standings now, so yeah, that's obviously a fun extra thing.
Well, we are so excited to see you the rest of your championship season. Congratulations again, and I hope you can celebrate this for a little bit. It was an incredible performance. We are now going to pull in second place finisher Matthew Marquardt. Matthew, you were chasing all day. What a chase. I want to know, how did you feel about that? Like when you are putting in that kind of effort all day. We could see you grimacing at times, focused at times, pumping up the crowd. What was going through your head through that whole 112 miles of race, or I guess 140.6 miles of racing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's frustrating in a good way in that I knew that I was having a really good performance and still not really able to bring very much time back on Martin. And so I knew that he was racing really well too, and, you know, hoped that he would crack, but that didn't quite happen. But, you know, super happy overall with how the day went, because I was faster than I was last year, and I'm pretty sure I was faster on the bike and the run. And so even though I was in second, you know, the goal is always the performance, and to, you know, put, I think, over 3 minutes faster than, almost 4 minutes faster than what I was last year is I think a huge step in the right direction. So we'll take it and go from it. And Martin had an incredible day. So.
And I mentioned you pumping up the crowd. I saw the fist pumps. I saw the reactions from the crowd. You've raced here before. Can you tell me about Lake Placid as a venue and as a community, and why it's special and what keeps you coming back?
Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite course, and it really comes down to the community here, and it always feels like home, even though it's a 12-hour drive away. And so I just love it here. I love being here. I love all the athletes that come here. I love the volunteers. I mean, it's just an incredible place, and it's super special. And so, you know, just try and make the most of that while I'm here.
Well, we know you are the king of efficiency. You have a big season ahead of you. You're still fighting in that Pro Series. How do you celebrate this? And do you do anything special?
I think I'll probably have some candy and pancakes tonight. But beyond that, sleep and, you know, get back to it tomorrow.
Well, congratulations again on your second place finish, and enjoy that celebration. And we look forward to seeing the rest of your season. All right, now we are bringing in third place, Ben Canute from the United States. Ben, what a run. I was going through all the emotions on that. I can only imagine your emotions. Tell me about it.
Thanks. The first 8 miles, I don't think I wanted to run at all, and just the back was tight, had a little bit of stomach cramping, but just really took it like mile by mile. And like, believe it or not, that hard uphill before the right-hand turn at mile 9 seemed to reset me. And so just knew, like, okay, 1 lap done. Like, there's still a lot of time left. So just really tried to keep my rhythm going, and then just tried to run with emotion the last 10K.
I spoke to your coach, Neil Henderson, earlier, and you were second on the bike at the time. He said you were racing a very controlled and patient race, even though you were at the front. Do you feel like your pacing was perfect?
Well, I don't think I could have gone any faster, like, if that's what you're asking me. I think, I feel like that first lap, I tried to leave a little something for the second lap, knowing that, you know, Martin and Marquardt were really hammering, and then Trevor was kind of coming up, like guys would be coming from behind. And, you know, in the back half of an Ironman, anything can happen. So just tried to stay present and keep believing.
And we know this is a very important course for you. You've been here before as a spectator many, many years ago. Is that sinking in as you ran around that Olympic oval, as you came under the finish line on the podium, you know, reflecting on your dad's performance here in 1999 that you got to watch? How do you feel now having your own performance like that in an Ironman Pro Series podium?
Yeah, this is such a special place and a special course. Like, whether it's U.S. history, Ironman history, my dad racing, just trying to put together a good Ironman for the past couple years. So, yeah, it means a lot.
Well, you definitely did put in a good Ironman. You're also, I think, 5th in the Ironman Pro Series. All that racing is paying off. I mean, are you going to celebrate with your family now? All the Canute jerseys I've seen around.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I've learned anything, you have to celebrate the victories when you can, because you can't take them for granted. So going to enjoy this one for a little bit, but we still have the big one in Kona coming up. So gotta refocus for that after a few days of enjoying this.
I'm glad you can enjoy, celebrate. You definitely hard-earned effort. Congratulations, and go celebrate with your people. Way to go today. We'll throw it back.
The hyper ice recovery zone there, and a little emotion from Ben Canute, who has, he said he ran with emotion in the last 10Ks. He brought it all the way to the hyper ice recovery zone. We know what it means to him to stand on this podium. And while we were hearing from our top 3 athletes, Jason West, obviously we know, is Kona qualified. Freddie Funk came across the line in 6th position, 22.5 minutes back, picked up his Kona qualification. So we'll see Freddie Funk in Kona. And he finished in 8:04.28, and then Cam Worth came across the line in 7th position, 25.5 minutes back at 8:07.23. And still out there is Trevor Foley in 8th position. It looks like Dominic Suija and Christian Hogenhaug will be the men likely to pick up their Kona qualifications. They haven't crossed the line yet. And in the women's, we are still having it unfold here, and Paula Finlay nearly 3 minutes now ahead of Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, Paula Finlay clawing her way up that hill of doom and gloom for the final time here today, and holding the gap over Marta Sanchez at last check, 2:45 back. We had seen Rachel Zelinskis go past Chelsea Sodaro, as have Lisa Perderer. So right now, Rachel Zelinskis trying to hold off Lisa Perderer. Zelinskis at 14:14 back. Lisa Perderer another 75 seconds behind her. Grace Tech sits in 5th. Tamara Jewett has moved past Chelsea Sodaro as well. Chelsea Sodaro going in fits and spurts between walking and jogging, but again, just needs to finish the race as we sit here with Rachel Zelinskis, who is not so comfortably in 3rd place, but trying to hold off Lisa Perderer between now and the finish.
Second time up this hill for Marta Sanchez. She has lost Paula Finlay in the distance, so she doesn't have that little carrot to help drag her along, but she's pretty much got, barring any sign of incident, and she's probably the person who's least likely to have a complete blow up, although she has walked a little bit. She's got 12 minutes between herself and 3rd place. Meanwhile, at the other end of that hill, and now having conquered that and moving into about the 33-kilometre mark, is Paula Finlay, and this is the red zone for her. About she didn't know what to expect, and right now it couldn't be going better. She couldn't have dreamt it to be better than what it is.
I don't think she could have. I mean, this is really, I would say, a best-case scenario for Paula Finlay. She wasn't completely clear with her card. She said, sure, she wanted to win, but really the more important part was to have a positive race opportunity, get a Kona slot, and really execute a smart race in her first Ironman. And I think she's achieved all of those things. Well on her way now. Again, don't want to call it before. She's still got 10 kilometers to go, but sits 2 minutes and 50 seconds ahead of Marta Sanchez. She's conquered that most challenging hill on the course, several kilometers left to go, but certainly the terrain a little bit more favorable. One steep, nasty climb left to go back into town, but holding her pace and holding her poise as Paula Finlay makes her way towards the finish line.
And she's on track for a projected 8:42.59, which would be a course record to add to the bike course record she's already taken. So she could do better than Solveig Lofseth did last year by 30 seconds based on her current pace. But we have seen so many wrinkles already in this one, in both the men's and the women's. So anything could happen, but if it continues in the vein it has been going for the last 7 hours or so, then Paula Finlay could walk away an Ironman winner on debut, a Kona qualifier, and the Lake Placid course record holder, which is, in her discussions with Eric and her team before this, way more than anyone, I imagine, ever dared to mention.
Yeah, I think it's something that certainly they whispered and hoped, but going into a race that is twice the distance of any distance you've raced before, you have no idea what to expect, and I'll be curious to hear Paula's thoughts in the hyper-ice recovery zone as to whether she's excited to get to Kona or is regretting the fact that she ever thought this was a good idea.
Yeah, that's so true. And yeah, I mean, she looks like she's paced it perfectly well, which is so good to see. Well, but how quickly things can change. I could have said that about Chelsea Sodaro 10 kilometres ago, and it's been a pretty tough 10K since then. But she looks like, for someone who has not paced one before, she looks like she's paced it so well. Doesn't look any different.
Now, I'd say the length of her stride is maybe shortened a bit, not surprisingly, but let's throw it down to our men's podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finish line of the 27th edition, your Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, as we get ready to present to you our top 3 professional men. During our presentations today, President of the Ironman Foundation, Mr. Shane Facto, and Executive Director and Vice President of the Ironman Foundation, Audra Tassone-Inde. Your third position today, for the United States of America, it is Ben Canutes. Congratulated by Audra and Shane. Ben Canutes with a swim of 48.05, a bike of 4:21.44, a marathon of 2:43.48, his time 7:58.23. Your third place and the medal presented by Shane Facto. And Audra with a beautiful bouquet of flowers that I'm sure Ben will gift. Second place today, also representing the red, white, and blue of the United States, it is Matthew Marquez. Matthew swimming 49.49, a 4:13.56 bike, a 2:37.24 marathon, his time 7 hours 46.11. Shane Facto to present the medal. And the flowers that will go to Mum, I'm sure, from Audra Tassone-Inde. Thank you to the Ironman Foundation and for all that you do for the communities within we race. Congratulations, Ben. Congratulations, Matt. One athlete remains. A new course record, a new run record. Your champion for the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, representing Belgium, Martin van Riel. Martin with a swim of 47 minutes 5 seconds, a bike of 4:14.46, a record marathon on this course 2:34.49, and a record finish time 7 hours 41.57. For the first time, he's an Ironman champion, Belgium's Martin van Riel. Thank you, Shane, with the medal and the gorgeous flowers. Thank you, Audra. All part of the experience of our Ironman Pro Series. This is your Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, Martin van Riel, Matthew Marquardt, Ben Canutes. And the best shower at the end of any race is the Athletic Brewing Company shower. Oh, we're going to shake it up. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your can of Athletic Brewing. The celebrations are real. Here they are, your champion, Martin van Riel.
There is the men's podium, and Paul Kay there on the mic with a questionable Taylor Swift reference at the back end, but nevertheless one of the great MCs in the business. And meanwhile, not nearly as much noise and fanfare around Paula Finlay, who is still deep into the work out here on the lonely roads of the Adirondacks as she continues her way back towards what will be a famous victory, if it is indeed a victory. And an update there, Trevor Foley has finished in 8th, Dominic Suija and Christian Hogenhout in 9th and 10th. They pick up Kona qualifying spots along with Freddie Funk and Jason West. And they are your top 10, spread by 34.5 minutes. Behind Martin Van Riel, Matt Marquardt and Ben Canute. And now 5 miles or so, or a little bit more for the women. And after seeing off the challenge of Marta Sanchez, Paula Finlay has been excellent in her pacing and execution of the Ironman distance race. And Marta Sanchez has been what she almost always is, which is incredibly consistent, on track for a projected 2:55 run, which will smash her previous best if she does indeed finish with a consistent pace. And then Rachel Zielinska still sitting in 3rd position overall, although Lisa Perderer is coming for that, and those two still have 12 kilometres to go.
It's a battle. Marta Sanchez, again, looking just really good, and this hasn't been, you know, a bad patch for Marta Sanchez. It hasn't been a surge by Paula Finlay. It's just been steady progression away from Sanchez. I think the lead at one point was slightly larger. It's come down a little bit, but the two of them have been really evenly matched since they combined forces on the bike earlier today, never more than a few seconds apart from one another. It was into the first 10 kilometers of the marathon where Paula gradually started to eke away from our podium finisher last year in Marta Sanchez, and has not looked back.
Tell you what, the 3rd position on the podium is still super duper up for grabs. Yeah. And our stats are telling the same story. I mean, Zielinska, Perderer, Sodara obviously has been going backwards, but if she can pull it back together, Grace Tech, Tamara Jewett can probably all challenge for a podium if they have an extremely good last 10 to 12 kilometres. Paula Finlay, though, at 35 kilometre mark, still 2:38 ahead of Sanchez. And there are 1 and 2.
Super interesting, Will, that the women's race is while executed differently, and the women a little in closer proximity to one another than the men, the strategies might end up somewhat being the same, and that we could see that 3rd spot on the podium going to the person that actually paced it the best. We saw that with Ben Canute. A couple of blow-ups ahead of him allowed him to stand up top the podium. Just a smart execution of the race. Could be the same for the women. We don't see a reason to doubt Rachel Zielinska. She's still looking very good and strong, but Lisa Perderer running quite strong as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, Lisa Perderer hasn't had, I suppose, the race that she would want to have had. As still getting information from the side, of course, Paula Finlay. Starting to go into town a little bit more and see a little bit more people, and it'll help her through this unknown of the last 10 kilometres of a marathon. Never run a marathon either in isolation or, of course, as part of an Ironman, because it's her debut. Never run more than 30 Ks, and we say that a few times, but even that was only a few weeks ago. So, and you know, when you've been doing the sport, she said she started at 16, she's now 37, so, you know, happy 21st birthday to Paula's career. You know, it takes something new and a new mountain to climb and the will to do it to probably give you a new, like a level of motivation, because it can probably come a bit like a job, obviously, like it is a job. But to motivate yourself with a new goal, I think this was the right time, and it certainly has informed her training and now obviously her race performance.
Absolutely, and it is a job, but I think she's looked at this Ironman as a new adventure. Still work, but kind of was able to abandon all levels of expectation on herself, which she carries a lot of expectation given how strong her resume is. And so a little refreshing for her to come in to a race where everything is unknown. With that comes some anxiety and fear, certainly, some apprehension. but also it's refreshing when you're that deep into a triathlon racing career. She's made her way up that really super nasty hill. Now she's got one out and back here along the golf course. Net uphill going out, a little bit of downhill coming back. Sanchez still has to make her way up that gnarly little hill. As is always the case in an Ironman race, the opening kilometers seem to melt by. The first 10K, all of a sudden you get to 10K, you're like, wow, that went really quickly. And then you get to 10K to go and you're like, okay, remember how fast that first 10K went? Like, make this last 10K go that quickly, and it never does. It's like time stands still, and the distance is the same, the pace can even be the same, but each kilometer seems to take 47 years.
Yeah, I think the first few hours are Saturday hours. So time always goes faster on a Saturday, but then the last few are Monday morning hours.
Yeah.
And it never goes past quickly if you're sitting clock watching in an office somewhere or whatever you're doing if you're not loving it. And this is the triathlon equivalent of that. We're going to come back after a break and ride with these women to the finish line in Lake Placid.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to Lake Placid, the 27th edition of this marvellous Ironman event. And with a Belgian on top in the men's, it could be a Canadian on top here in America for the women's, as Paula Findlay continues to inch her way closer to the finish line here in Lake Placid. And this exact spot was where Jason West hit the wall in his bid to take a podium spot and had to stop, stretch himself out, and Ben Canute caught him and ran his way to a big podium. And now it's Paula Findlay's turn, although she looks supreme and looks like she has paced this correctly.
So great to see. I mean, we had hoped to see Paula Findlay here in Lake Placid a year ago, but when the World Championship 70.3 was announced in Marbella, I think she salivated at the idea of really putting all of her eggs in the basket on a course that suited her strengths. Obviously a very challenging bike course there in Marbella. It was heartbreaking to see a DNF out of her there. She had picked up a bit of an injury, really struggled with that, had a couple of injuries over the off season. Rough start to the year, sick at Oceanside, but really was able to put on display in Happy Valley just a few weeks ago how dominant and what great fitness and form she was finding. Just absolutely annihilated that field, particularly on the bike, and put her in a great spot mentally with the mindset that she was prepared for this, has really enjoyed her preparations and doing something different for the first time in her career, in her long career, coming and tackling the Ironman distance. And what a fairy tale day for Paula Findlay. I'm sure that doesn't feel like it in her legs at the moment, but one absolutely to be celebrated by her team.
Absolutely. She'll be really close to the course record too if she continues in this way. Marta Sanchez still on for a 2:56.50 Ironman marathon, which will be a 3-minute PB for her. Rachel Zelinskas sitting there. You can see her bottom left of your screen right now. She's had a really honest race, and she's trying to hold off Lisa Perderer at the moment for the last podium spot. We saw a real podium battle between West and Canute in the men's, and now Zelinskas at last count at 33.3 kilometres. She was 15:12 back. Lisa Perderer 16:37, and Perderer is really coming for a second podium in a row here in Lake Placid after second behind Solveig Lovseth last year. And there is Rachel Zelinskas, who really hasn't, what she has done is put together a really consistent performance while some of the athletes around her have faltered, which sometimes is the best way to go about getting yourself on a podium, especially at a race that's as tough as this. But she now has to hold off that woman there, Lisa Perderer.
Yeah, you know, we said at the top of the race, on paper, Rachel Zelinskas is a faster swimmer than Lara Hernandez Tomei, but she was measured in her effort, keeping sort of the big picture in mind, thinking to herself, hey, I can contend for the podium. I don't need to win the swim. And that patience paid off. She was steady and strong around the bike, certainly helped by the fact that Chelsea Sodaro has faltered in the marathon portion here. Her best marathon was just last November in Arizona, time of 3:05. So that was certainly a boost to her confidence. Currently predicted to be right in and around that same time, 3:05 on the marathon. But she has got to hold off a hard-charging, Lisa Perderer, who we are seeing, honestly, for the first time today. Lisa did not have a great swim, at least compared to the swim that she had last year. Sort of an average bike, and she's been clawing her way through the field, but now with hope of landing on the podium.
Yeah, she looks like she's really putting it in too at 33.3. She's 140 back. The gap between Zelinskas, who just looked a little bit like maybe she had a trip there or she's having a little cramp issue. Zelinskas on the bottom left. She looks okay now. Just as we flick to this shot, she just looks a little wobbly. And then on the bottom right is Perderer.
I can't tell if that's a camera angle or if she's got a left-hand lean going on there. No, camera angle.
Yeah, it looks like it just looked like before she just looked a little wobbly. I'm not sure. Anyway, Sanchez is top left, and then your race leader is on the top right, who looks really strong still. But it's a real question here. I think, in fact, Perderer has lost a little bit of time to Zelinskas through the last splits, but the two of them together are projected, or were projected, a couple of minutes ago to finish within 12 seconds of each other at this pace. So it's certainly going to come down to the wire between our two athletes on the bottom of your screen for the podium if things stay similar. But they just don't stay similar at this race because things change so quickly with the test that this course puts to these athletes.
No doubt. Any pacing.
Let's not forget as well, Tamara Jewett. Tamara Jewett's also going to finish within maybe a minute of these two athletes as well. So a little bit to play out in the tail yet in the race for the podium.
Absolutely. And at this stage, this deep into a race, and of course, this challenging, we see any mistakes made in the early stages, be it pacing or nutrition, tend to get magnified here in the last 8 to 10 kilometers of really any Ironman, but particularly on a course that's this challenging. Certainly those errors get put under a magnifying glass.
Yeah, Lisa Perderer, I mean, we talk about you know, we've got such high expectations for her. She didn't have a great swim, but she still had the third fastest bike of the day. 4:55.29. Paula Findlay was 4:50.26. Marta Sanchez 4:52.26. And then no one else out there was faster than Lisa Perderer, apart from those two. So putting together a different type of a race, but than maybe she's usually had, but she's coming good at the back end. If she can indeed reel in Rachel Zelinskas.
Paula Findlay now sitting 3:43 ahead of Marta Sanchez. Findlay just playing and repeat on her head. One foot in front of the other. Get it done. Get it done.
So much to take in too when you consider, like, not only do you have to pace this correctly and you have to get all the transitions correct and do everything correct, but the nutrition is a big one that, like, a lot of athletes will go through multiple Ironmans without getting their nutrition correct and then therefore bonking or dropping really quickly. But I don't know what plan Paula Findlay has had, but she's had some pretty good advice over the past few months on the way in, and she looks like she has it completely dialed. I'm not sure, like, obviously you can't just double everything and expect it to be from 70.3 to Ironman, but it looks like she has got all of those little things correct that will avoid her not being able to give her best athletic performance on the day.
I mean, I think, Paula Findlay's camp has every reason to be encouraged. The one thing that she's going to have to work on between now and the Ironman World Championship, Findlay definitely prefers the cooler conditions, and she definitely will not encounter those come October. So doing a little bit of heat acclimatization, getting herself used to pushing her body to this extent in those punishing conditions. She also said in her A Fighting Chance she doesn't relish the wind necessarily. It can sometimes get to her, and if you catch a windy day in Kona, that's going to be something else that she's going to want to start to wrap her head around as she places her focus in just a few kilometers on the Ironman World Championship. Having punched her ticket with an extraordinary performance here on debut in Lake Placid.
Yeah, the other Kona qualifiers, I mean, she'll pick up one, and then there's a whole slew of women who are already qualified. Sanchez, Zelinskas, Perderer, Thek, Jewett, Sodaro still looking to validate, which leaves the qualifying spots at the moment to Lara Hernandez-Tomei in 8th, and then Rianne Hughes and Samantha Scold, and it'll be Fiona Moriarty, who is in the race for the last spot, and there's only a minute 30 between herself and Samantha Scold in 10th and 11th, and they're about the 27-kilometre mark. So Moriarty, she may or may not know that she is the bubble athlete who's going to miss out. But she's got everything to play for because, of course, there's only 3 more possible slots out there, and they all belong to athletes that are going to race in Ironman Kalmar in about a month's time.
I think Moriarty will know exactly where she is. And at one point not long ago, I had glanced down to see where the Kona slot sat, and one was in Moriarty's hand. So I think Samantha Scold has gone past Moriarty. So that will be heartbreak. Moriarty raced Ironman Brazil, unfortunately had a DNF there, charged out of T2 very aggressively after a really strong bike ride, but unfortunately unable to finish that, set her sights here on Lake Placid. It would be heartbreaking for Moriarty, who was able to compete at the Ironman World Championships a year ago, to miss out on that slot. She'll be faced with the challenging decision of, do I get on a plane to Kalmar and try in Sweden, or do I look further ahead and try to shore up a qualifying slot for next year's race later in the season when everyone else is focused on Kona. That's going to be a difficult decision that all of those bubble athletes will have to make in the aftermath of today's race.
Well, it won't be a problem for Rachel Zelinskas, who is in podium position and already knows that she is qualified for Kona. She picked up second at Ironman Arizona at the end of last year. And with that, it was a 3:05 run. And she's projected for exactly the same here, 3:05.59 just at the moment. For a tick over 9 hours in the end. And she looks like she is actually putting a little bit of time into Lisa Perderer towards the back end of this one to try and keep that spot. And she's produced a very consistent run.
Oh, going past Cody
encouragement
Beals
for some
there.
age
That's
groupers.
Cody Beals in the background
Yeah.
of Rachel
Ah, it
Zelinskas.
is
That's
too.
heartbreak for Cody Beals. He's had a rough run as of late. Lot of fans for Cody Beals. Hate to see him struggling out there today.
Yeah, hasn't really had the results in the last stretch of time that he would to match his heights from when he won back in, I want to say 2022 perhaps. I might get corrected on that one. But all the age group athletes out there at the moment, thousands and thousands attacking this course and achieving their own dreams of either becoming an Ironman for the first time or bettering their Ironman times, or of course it's a race against yourself really, Ironman, in a lot of ways. So aiming for whatever goal that may be, from 15 hours to 10 hours to 9 hours for those who are up the elite end of the age group field. If you're aiming for 8 hours, then you should be a professional. I don't want to hear any different.
Again, overhead shot here of Paula Finley. She's through the golf course section. She is now on Mirror Lake Drive. One last out and back to go for this Ironman debutante.
She's continuing to put time into Sanchez, and she's going to finish strong here. Already past the 38.6 kilometre mark, and Tamara Jewett has just picked up almost every fastest run split since the 21 kilometre mark. And now she's at nearly 34 kilometres. But Finlay is increasing the gap on Sanchez, which is all she really needs to worry about.
Just a few more 100 meters. Paula Finley will make that U-turn on Mirror Lake Drive and breathe a big sigh of relief. That Lisa Perderer is nowhere in sight. I think she might actually begin to smile at that point. Big sigh of relief. It's one thing to put in the work and think you've done the work, but so much can happen on race day. But Paula Finley put together an absolutely monstrous performance here today.
Yeah, Paula slowed just a little bit in terms of that course record time. So she's going to be outside the course record time, but not by much. But that's not really, as we heard Martin Van Riel say, it's not really that much of a big deal to any of these athletes. It's about beating the athletes that are out there on the day, because conditions, etc., can change. And, of course, technology changes year on year and all that kind of thing. It's obviously a nice to have, but it will not factor into Paula Finlay's thinking one bit at this point. She wants to win this race now. At the start of the race, she wanted to just have a good race.
I think it'll be a big confidence boost to Paula Finley, whether she gets the record or not, to know that she's in the same zip code as Solveig Løvseth, who went on to win the Ironman World Championship. I think that will shine some perspective on Paula Finley on how remarkable her performance has been today, to be in the vicinity of an athlete like Solveig Løvseth in her first ever Ironman race. I think will be something. It should be something for Paula Finley to think about in terms of the potential that is there for her.
Yeah, especially whether she feels like she's left anything out there today and made any mistakes, or there's areas of improvement to make. Or whether she absolutely executed perfectly. Both great results. If you can win and not have the best race you could have had, then you're laughing. But if you've executed the best race you could possibly have had, that's something to smile at as well. And I don't know whether there be a single thing that she will have, at least that we've seen, that she will have regretted or would have done differently. Certainly seems to be solid from the outside.
And Perder are trying to make a charge at Rachel Zelinskis, but that gap remains at 90 seconds. So Perder seemingly unable to put a dent into Rachel Zelinskis. Handful of kilometers left for both women, but 90 seconds across just 5 or so kilometers, 7 kilometers, going to be a tall task.
And it stayed very steady too over the last few splits, so it's not as if Lisa Perder is managing to put any time in. Captain America there on the right-hand side as Sanchez continues to run away to what might be a fastest Ironman marathon for her. It was at one stage set to be a 2:52, but she slowed a little bit. Now it's around a 2:58.20, which would best her 2:59.41 from Texas. She ran a 3:02.06 here last year, so she'll be extremely happy to break the 3-hour mark this year. She had some pretty tough conditions last year, though. It was very, very wet on the bike, and then it dried out on the run, but it was super humid. And much better for racing this time around. Tamara Jewett's gone past Grace Tech and is now 45 seconds clear, and she's in 5th position overall. Still 4 minutes back on Lisa Perder, though, with 6 Ks to go.
Well, I tell you, Marta Sanchez did all she could do out there today. Traded jabs with Paula Findlay on the bike. The two women working together to build as big a lead as they could coming off the bike. Marta was the one who charged out of T2. Looked like she wanted to own the pace and set the pace on the marathon. The two were back and forth a bit through the first 10, maybe 12 kilometers until Paula Findlay started to gradually put handful of seconds here, handful of seconds there. And over the course of the marathon, that has resulted in over 4 minutes lead for Paula Findlay over Marta Sanchez. No fault to Marta Sanchez, however. Similar to the men's race, Marta's done all she could, just beat by an incredibly talented athlete on her Ironman debut. Rachel Zelinskis making that turn out at the golf course, headed back for town.
Yeah, we're getting into the closing stages now. Paula Findlay through 40.6 kilometres, so just a tick over 1.5 kilometres to go, and this will be a famous victory for Paula Findlay and her legion of supporters. There's been a little few question marks around how she was going to execute this race, what she was going to be able to provide over the full distance, and I think she's shown us all that she can provide an incredible performance as she goes past Marta Sanchez going the other way. And Sanchez heads up towards the turnaround. But Findlay will win this race, barring a huge incident. And she will do so with an incredibly composed pacing performance. As she was, on a bit of a fact-finding mission out here. And the fact that she's found is that she is a contender over the full distance, and she will go to Kona.
And as the two women pass each other there, you could see Marta Sanchez giving a couple of applause to Paula Findlay, a bit of a tip of the hat to an extraordinary performance by an Ironman rookie.
Oh, it's an extraordinary performance by anyone to be able to go near matching Sovo Losteth from last year and to best a field that includes Sanchez and Perderer and Jewett and Thek and Sodaro. And to do it on a course like this, she hasn't picked an easy course to do it. And she's just a few minutes away now, maybe 3 minutes or so from finishing this one. Sanchez not too far behind. So Findlay with a course record 4:50.26 on the bike. Beat Marta Sanchez's 2025 time by 59 seconds. And Marta Sanchez, getting a little bit faster because She really wants to get in and watch her team win the World Cup over Argentina, which is on right now.
You want to update the score?
So she needs to finish this up.
Marta Sanchez right at the turnaround there on Mirror Lake, so she will turn and head for home as well. Their nearest two competitors still on the golf course leg. These two women who have battled all day, having Mirror Lake drive to themselves. Paula Findlay will be the first to reach the legendary Olympic speed skating oval.
Well, I'm so impressed by what these women have managed to achieve out here today. We have seen 9 hours of incredible racing, and anyone who has managed to pick up some screen time today on the broadcast has my respect, but especially these women who have executed this race so well. Marta Sanchez, so consistent. You know exactly what she's going to deliver, and she does it just about every time. Paula Findlay, exploring her potential over the full distance at 37 years of age as a debutante in what used to be a distance to go up to in your 30s, but now has been taken over by a whole bunch of athletes in their early 20s.
Yeah.
How things have changed. Good to see Paula doing one for the veterans. And Rachel Zelinskas looks like she's at any minute going to take a left-hand turn and disappear into the trees, but somehow still doing a job. She's got that tilt, and the cap's not helping either.
Yeah.
But it's not stopping her.
No, she's absolutely standing up to the challenge of Lisa Perterer.
She's actually put time into Perterer. It was 1:30. It's now about 1:50 odd between Zelinskas and Perterer. So if she can hold her off over the next 4.5 kilometres, she's going to pick up a podium here, Rachel Zelinskas. First podium of the year. It's only a second race of the year, in fact. Having raced 70.3 Mont Tremblant last month.
She did race Ironman
doesn't
Texas,
race
I
a
believe,
whole
was a
awful lot.
DNF in Texas. Oh, that was last year.
DNF
I
in
take it
Texas.
back. I take it back.
DNF'd in
DNF in
Nice.
Texas. That was last year. Yep.
That was last year, yeah. She doesn't race much.
Nope.
So, yeah, in that race in Arizona where she picked up second, her best Ironman time by quite the distance. She's raced here in Lake Placid 2022. She finished fourth. 2024, she finished fourth. And she doesn't want to finish fourth again. She wants a podium this time, but put all that to bed because we can welcome Paula Findlay not only to the red carpet, not only to the win, but to long-distance racing at its purest form over the 140.6 miles. She is a force. 14 times a 70.3 winner. Finally makes the decision, enjoys the training, and has put it all together in a race that has thrown a bit of everything at her to arrive on the red carpet finally in first position.
She rings
the bell. How good.
Oh,
Gotta ring the bell.
That's
Don't
class.
worry about the time.
That's class.
The old bell to tape. Paula Findlay finally makes the step up to full distance racing, punches her ticket to Kona, and wins on debut in a tick over 8:47. And sleep.
Yeah, I tell you, here we have the Experience Oman female winner, winning time and run time. Paula Findlay from Canada, 8:47.43, 2:55.49. Paula usually
Overcome
not
with emotion, and why not?
Yeah. I was gonna say not
Yes,
usually
so
that
much
emotive.
given.
Not usually that emotive an
Yeah,
athlete,
yeah.
but her emotion here says it all.
There is her partner, former pro, Eric Lagerstrom. who has been such a monumental part of her long course switch. And she goes back because she has time to salute the crowd here who have been building, and she's such a popular athlete. Gives so much of herself via social media, YouTube, etc. People tend to feel like they know her really well, and she's an honest athlete and a popular winner here in 8:47.42. Paula Finlay, you're going to Hawaii. I reckon that was the first age grouper across the line too, just behind her. So full respect to whoever that was.
Second place, Marta Sanchez, now making her way towards the Olympic Oval. She'll enjoy second place here. Moving up a spot from a year ago. Third on the podium. She was third in Texas, so...
Yeah, just a really solid race, wasn't it? Just never... I suppose she rolled the dice a little bit at the start and started to push the pace and see if that she could bring a gap on Paula, but Paula certainly had an answer for that. And she's just had a fantastic run at the back end of it. She's going to end up maybe with a sub 3 hour marathon. Which is it's such a mental barrier for athletes, isn't it? That's not going to help. Enough of that.
She's got a good cushion to spare. She can stop and soak it in. You only have so many of these podiums in your life. You might as well enjoy them. And I tell you, those supporters out there, they work almost as hard as the athletes do. It is an exhausting job, both physically and emotionally, to support the athletes out there. The athletes have at least a degree of control, but as an athletic supporter, it is really, really tough being out there. You ride the ebbs and flows, the highs and lows with your athlete out there. So I say, by all means, stop. Thank your supporter. She's got the time to do it. Might have given up a couple of points there in the Ironman Pro Series for it, but gosh, I say it's worth it.
And with all eyes on Paula Finlay, the hardest worker in the room today, Marta Sanchez, steps up from third last year to second this year. And what an honest, strong, consistent performance from the Spanish athlete who comes back with back-to-back podiums here. Silver for Sanchez.
I think the smile says it all. What a thrill for Marta Sanchez. I'm sure she would have loved to have stood on the top step of the podium, but moves up a spot from here a year ago, moves up a spot from Ironman Texas, and again, just didn't know what she was up against, coming up against Paula Finlay. No one knew what Paula Finlay was going to put out on the day, and Marta Sanchez did all she could, and I think she'll be pleased and proud with a strong second-place finish.
I don't think Paula Finlay knew what Paula Finlay was going to put out today, but it turns out she and all of us were very pleasantly surprised, and Rachel Zielinskis is on track to round out the podium here in Lake Placid. We'll be back with that and a bunch more to wrap this thing up very, very soon.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Welcome back to Lake Placid. You are looking at Rachel Zielinskis nearly coming in third position. This entire broadcast brought to you with great thanks to Factor, Let's Eat Real, and Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with precision, fuel, and hydration. And we're certainly performing just about as close to her best as she could hope to get Rachel Zielinskis, who looks to be very close to wrapping up a podium finish ahead of Lisa Perderer. She's now roughly about 1:15 ahead of Perderer. So Perderer has actually made some time up, and then Tamara Jewett has run away into 5th overall and is still the fastest out on course. She's going to run out of road, though. I think she might get Perderer just, but maybe not. It's only about 2.5 kilometres to go. There is Tamara Jewett. And at the 38.6 kilometre mark, she was nearly 2 minutes behind Lisa Perderer.
I tell you, it scared the daylights out of me to know that Tamara Jewett was coming. And this is only the second time we've seen Tamara Jewett all day long. The first time is when she was running alongside Martin Van Riel, if that tells you anything.
Yeah, it certainly does. And she still looks really strong out there. She ran a 2:40 last year. She's not quite on course for that this year. But she still looks very strong, striding it out and looking to find and pass Lisa Perderer for 4th position. And it's still all to play for in that 3rd spot. But in the box seat is Zielinskis at the moment. And only her 2nd race of 2026. There's Lisa Perderer, who is chasing Zielinskis. And was 1:14 down at the 39.6 kilometre mark. And that's probably too much ground to make up unless Zielinskis slows down dramatically.
For so long, that gap stayed at that 90 seconds. It's just a little bit too late for Lisa Perderer to mount any kind of real charge towards Rachel Zielinskis. But if ever there was motivation, it's this woman right here coming up the backside of Lisa Perderer.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over.
Only about a minute.
Chelsea Sodaro out there.
Yep.
Chelsea Sodaro is walking us quite a bit. She's in 11th position. It took her 22 minutes to get from the 29.6 kilometre mark to the 30.6 kilometre mark. So she ran a 22-minute 1K, which is not the greatest. She's back running again now, but running at around a 5:15 pace, which is a lot better than 22 minutes. And then around 27 and 28, she was doing about 9 to 10 minutes per kilometre. So she's having some serious walks along the way. But she just has to finish this race to qualify for Kona. She's going to have some questions to ask herself afterwards.
One has to wonder, I mean, the way she set out on this marathon, she was for a long time our fastest mover on course. Net, obviously, Tamara Jewett, who was also on a mission. But given her run fitness, it certainly she had the confidence to go out at that pace, but one wonders if she had been slightly more measured in that, if she would have blown up quite this badly. I can only hope that her issue now is fitness and it's not some sort of injury at this stage. We certainly don't know what's causing it, but I hope that it's a fitness issue and not a physical one.
Yeah, me too. We're just in the get it done type moment for Chelsea Sodaro. Let's finish this thing and then we'll worry about the repercussions of it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But right now it's about booking a ticket on the plane, no matter how you do it. Zielinskis still looking strong, still moving really well.
Good on Rachel Zielinskis.
With Sanchez.
Yeah, good
Sorry,
on her,
go on.
I say. She had the potential. I think she has the potential. She could have led the swim up there with Lara Hernandez-Tomey. Definitely, that is well within her ability, but took a measured approach and looked at the entire race, said, I don't need to be your swim leader. Got paired up with some incredible talent on the bike, rode for a long time with Paula Finley, Marta Sanchez, and Chelsea Sodaro, and held her own in that group and has just been absolutely steady like clockwork through this whole marathon. Obviously a bit off the pace to a Finley and Sanchez, but again, starting to turn in good run splits in and around the 3-hour mark.
One of these athletes up ahead is Lisa Perderer for Tamara Jewett. We don't know quite exactly how far ahead. There she is, right there. He says right there. Right there. And this is the path for 4th. And not too long ago, she was a minute back. And that has all just completely disappeared. And Lisa Perderer moves from 4th to 5th. Tamara Jewett moves up into the top 4. And now she's hunting down Rachel Zielinskis. Oh, surely that's too much to ask for, is it? For Tamara Jewett to run onto the podium. With about 1.5 kilometres to go.
So someone's going to have to tell it to Tamara Jewett because she's running as if it's a certainty. That is for darn sure.
Well, after the race Rachel Zielinskis has had, I'd hate to see her denied just at the end, but I'd also love to see a sprint finish. But I wouldn't like to do it against Tamara Jewett, who is running the house down now, gone past Lisa Perderer, and next job might be too far to go, might have run out of road. Don't know yet, though, because, you just don't bet against it. There is not a single person watching this who wouldn't like to have that kind of run form and pace at the back end of a marathon.
Yeah, that's for sure. I tell you, one person that doesn't want to turn this into a sprint finish is Rachel Zielinskis, because I think she'll come up on the losing end of that against Tamara Jewett. I can only imagine that Zielinskis has done enough this deep into the marathon.
Well, through 40.6, yeah, she was 16:56 behind Finlay at 14. So, and then Jewett was, oh yeah, we're talking about having to run 50 to 60 seconds per kilometre faster, which surely is not the case. Zielinskis has had such a great, consistent race too. So actually, Zielinskis has just gone through the 41.5 kilometres, so she's only got 700 metres to go. So we'll see exactly what the updated split is, but I think she's done enough. And she's just had a really honest race, solidly paced, and have watched the varying fortunes of athletes before her and after her go up and down and continue to run her own race. A solid swim turning into a solid all-round performance for Rachel Zielinskis.
I tell you, all this woman needs is a bit of consistency. She needs to stay healthy so she can continue to develop, in particular, her run, so it can be on par with these women that are just a little bit ahead, just a half a step ahead on that run. She's got sport best swim performance, no doubt. One of the fastest swimmers in the sport. Super strong on the bike. If she can be consistent and continue to chip away at that marathon, she can easily be a top 5 contender in Kona one day. She just needs a bit of good luck.
Yeah. She's going to hold off Jewett, but not by much. Jewett took a huge chunk of time out of her in that last split, but she's right into the last corner now. Rachel Zielinskis will hold on. And as Dee said, some consistent performances, and we could see Rachel Zielinskis really take a step up over the next 12 months or so. She's already qualified for Kona. She doesn't have to worry about that, as is Jewett, as is Perderer, as is Tech. But right now, onto the carpet goes Rachel Zielinskis, and behind Paula Finlay and Marta Sanchez, Zielinskis, after DNFing in Texas, DNFing in Nice, she's back And not only is she back, she's back with a podium. Back-to-back Ironman podiums for Rachel Zelinskas, and there is Tamara Jewett, who will come in probably only 30 or 40 seconds behind after 9 hours of work. She does what she does so well, which is run her way through the field and put down the fastest run split. She's going to do it again here today to finish 4th overall. Tamara Jewett, 4th at Ironman New Zealand, 4th at Ironman Lake Placid.
Gosh, got to give credit to Tamara Jewett to be so far back and have the mindset that, hey, that's okay. Run all the way into 4th place. Just absolutely remarkable.
She's got the 1,000-yard stare, Zelinskas. She knew Jewett was coming, and she knew what she had to do to push her way through. Lisa Perderer, she'll be disappointed in some ways after finishing 2nd here last year. She finished 2nd in a, let's see what time, 8:46.50. And so didn't quite have it today the same way she had it in 2025. She'll still push her way up 13 places to 6th in the Ironman Pro Series. Another solid result, a top 5 for Lisa Perderer here in Lake Placid.
Perhaps a little bit of disappointment for Lisa Perderer. It started with a rough swim for her as compared to last year, but fought hard on the bike, did all she could on the run, just cracked a bit there at the end.
And they're streaming over the line now. And what a beautiful finish line it is here in Lake Placid. Steeped in history, this place. And how about Marta Sanchez? I think she's going to end up 2nd in the Ironman Pro Series standings after this, having gone up 8 places. And she's still got 1 score to go. Grace Tech could find herself on top, but she will have done 3 70.3s and 2 Ironmans, which is what you need. A couple of the others still haven't bothered to do that because they're going to pick up 2 scores in Nice and Kona, where there is an extra 500 points on offer for each race over the usual amount for a 70.3 and an Ironman.
What an incredible venue here, the history of this oval. Fantastic backdrop for today's race, and what a race it was.
Yeah, and what a race it continues to be out there for athletes like Grace Tech, Lara Hernandez-Tomei, Rianne Hughes, Samantha Skold, those last 3 in the Kona qualifying positions, and it looks like they will keep them, barring a major blow-up, because between Skold and Shiva Leistner, who has gone past Chelsea Sodaro, there is 8 minutes, and Leistner will be the one that misses out, but it'll be by a good amount.
Goodness, bad news continues to roll for Chelsea Sodaro. We're hearing out on the course her last split. Her last splits have averaged 12:58 per kilometer and 17:26 per kilometer. That is not even consistent walking. There's something seriously going wrong with Chelsea Sodaro out on course. She's still moving forward. 10 kilometers to go. So she is at the outermost point on River Road. Got to make her way back into town.
Yeah, it'd be good to get a look back at her as we roll back through the field. But you're right, she's not even walking at a consistent pace, which means she's either stopping completely on and off. And there's Grace Tech, and that's the first time I think we've seen Grace Tech in 9 hours. Yeah. And she has been plugging away consistently, sitting in 6th position overall. Find herself at the top of the Ironman Pro Series standings at the end of this. She's getting close now to the last part of this race. She's gone through 40.6 kilometres.
A couple more
Chelsea
updates.
Sodaro has gone from the podium to 56 minutes behind.
Well, a couple more unfortunate updates in the DNF category for our pro women. Caitlin Alexander out of the race. Anna Marie Strelo, another DNF on the day, made it through the bike, not able to get out on the run. And Sloane Tilley made it to the opening kilometers of the run, but pulled from the course as well. So quite a few DNFs in our pro women this morning, and that's heartbreaking. But let's take a look at our result for our professional men.
Yeah, the 5,000 points and a course record by 8 minutes for Martin Van Riel. If you missed it, go back and watch it. It was a supreme result. Nearly just about a wire-to-wire victory for Martin Van Riel. In fact, it was a wire-to-wire victory. He relinquished the lead for a second to Fraser Minikin, but he led at the start of the swim and he led at the end of the day. Matthew Marquardt sees his course record fall, but he comes in at 5 or 4 minutes underneath his previous record time to pick up yet another podium, third in a row here for Matthew Marquardt in Lake Placid. Ben Canute lost his spot to Jason West momentarily, but ran his way back to what will be a huge confidence-boosting podium for Ben Canute in season 2026. Jason West unfortunately dropped to 4th in the end, still had a fantastic race, was 5th the year before. And Rudy Von Berg rounds out the top 5. Freddie Funk comes 2 weeks off Roth to pick up his Kona slot ahead of Cam Worth. Trevor Foley had a difficult back end of the run, or second half of the run, to finish in 8th position after winning it here last year. And Dominic Suija was, along with Christian Hogenhaug, Kona qualified as well, and that was your top 10. And here is the updated and confirmed Ironman Pro Series standing points. And the standout, big jumps there for Martin Van Riel, Didi, and Rudy Von Berg as well.
Well, and bonus for Martin Van Riel, that's off of 3-point scores when the two athletes on either side of him, Christian Blumenfeld and Rudy Von Berg, have 4 scores to them. So lots of potential as Martin Van Riel heads into World Championship season, as we welcome Grace Tech to the red carpet, making her way around this oval. Again, we haven't seen much of Grace Tech, but another super consistent performer.
Yeah, the Australian has been solid all day, and she'll finish in 6th position overall, and I think she'll take over at the top of the Ironman Pro Series standings because she's done more racing than anyone else. She's done the full 5 complement races, which is unusual for athletes to have done already at this point in the season. But Grace Tech, she'll finish in 6th position overall. She's going to get overtaken by a very excited age grouper. And Tech will finish in 6th. Oh, he loves it, this guy. Absolutely loves it. And Grace Tech loving it a little bit less right now. You're right when you talk about Martin Van Riel, though. He has picked his races so well. Ironman Texas 2nd, 70.3 Elsinore 1st, Lake Placid 1st. When you consider, when you consider the top 3 scores, which is the most important thing because we're going to pick Nice and Kona, Martin Van Riel is your clubhouse leader right now.
Yeah.
For the Ironman Pro Series. And he was like, oh, nice little bonus. I'm like, a nice little $200,000 bonus, Martin. Come on, man.
Yep.
You know you're thinking about it.
Well, and super exciting as we head into World Championship season just around the bend. Obviously, significantly more points on offer for both 70.3 World Champs in Nice and the Ironman World Championships in Kona come October. So more points and certainly higher drama where it will all be decided.
Not too long until we talk to our top 3 women in the hyper ice recovery zone. Paula Finlay, so good. She was basically, she'll have the tracksuit on. She will have had a cool down already. She'll have done everything she needs to do. Whereas Rachel Zelinskas will only just to come across the line in the last 10 minutes or so. And of course, we've welcomed Tamara Jewett and Lisa Perter across the line as well, and Grace Tech. And Lara Hernandez-Tomei, 7th at Ironman Lake Placid. Big result for her. She finished 8th at Ironman Arizona, which is her only other Ironman. and she had such a strong run. Let's see what her run was in the end. I believe it was a 3:01.46, if I'm correct. And if that is right, or it's going to be a 3:01.46, that's a projected time.
Projected time 3:18.
No, sorry, 3:18.34. I'm wrong there. 3:18.34, and her previous was 3:30. So that's a big jump. If she does finish in 3:18, that's a big improvement in her run. Although she had a 4:42 bike in Arizona, it's a very different bike to what it is here. But for someone who is very new to the long distance, 7th at Ironman Lake Placid behind these women is very impressive.
I tell you, for some of these former collegiate swimmers, being one myself, it's exciting to watch them because they have the engine, right? As swimmers, they've developed through the sport with that aerobic engine, and it's just a matter of time for many of them to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Momentarily, we're going to head down to the hyper ice recovery zone with Haley Chura. I see them setting that up, so that will be coming to you momentarily.
Well, Chelsea Sodaro, meanwhile, after doing a 12:58K and then a 17:26K, has rocketed back
here in the hyper
to a
ice
7:19.
recovery
We'll head
zone
down
with
now to
third
Haley.
place finisher Rachel Zielinskis. Rachel, what a race. I want to start with the swim because it was pretty spread out. Can you tell me about what was happening during that swim?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a cluster at the start. We were all clobbering each other, and I saw Laura and Marta kind of just drift away. And then I was kind of by myself for a little bit, and then I ended up catching back up to Marta, and but I could tell it was really spread out, just coming out of the water and just hearing the time gaps and everything. So it was definitely an interesting start to the day.
And then on the bike, you kept yourself near the front of the race through that whole first loop. On the second loop, it looks like you lost a couple minutes, but you came into T2 in a really good position. What were your thoughts heading out onto that run course?
Yeah, I was really happy with my bike. I was super happy riding with the girls in the front for a little bit. And yeah, even though I lost a little bit of time the second loop, I still rode very even. So I was really happy with that and really happy with the position going out in the run. This is my 4th time doing this race, 3rd time as a professional. So I've seen anything and everything happen here. So I knew that I was in a good position to potentially make something happen out on the run course.
And this run course has a lot of out and backs. You can see everyone on the course, and a lot of the time that favors the chaser. And you were being chased. Did you know Lisa Perder and Tamara Jewett were coming? And as you mentioned, you've been 4th here twice. What did it take to hold on to that podium position?
Yeah, it's such a mind game, this course, because there are so many out and backs. So I was doing the thing where, you look at the watch at the turnaround and then you calculate how many minutes you have. And I saw at the very first turnaround, I think I had maybe 3 minutes on Lisa, and just knowing her run pedigree, I was pretty sure she was going to catch me. But then every turnaround, I could just see that I was still holding. And then the last turnaround is when I saw Tamara, and I had to give absolutely everything because I knew 2 minutes, even in under a mile, like she could absolutely close that. So I was just giving it absolutely everything.
Well, congratulations on holding on to that podium position. Now you can have a healthy build in Kona. We all know you have earned it. Enjoy celebrating, and congratulations again. All right, we are going to move in here with our second place finisher in just 1 second. Here comes Marta Sanchez, second place. Marta, you were really near the front of the race the entire day, but it was on the run, on that first downhill on the run course, you took the lead. Can you tell me a little bit about your race plan?
Yeah, it was fun because, it was Paula's first race, so actually it was on the bike. It was like a bit, because we all know that Paula is really strong on the bike, but it's an Ironman, so anything can happen. but she was extremely, strong. So I say, okay, I just try to follow her, try to on the bike work together, and then on the run, yeah, it was me because this is a very difficult marathon to pace because the first Ks are going down. So yeah, it's difficult sometimes if you have something in mind. And I remember she telling me, I think that we are going too fast. I say, you will see, that it's gonna be better. So yeah, I'm just very happy how the day went.
And your run, I saw you several times. You always had a smile on your face. You were engaging with the crowd. Tell me about Lake Placid. You were here last year. You finished third. You're second this year. How do you feel about this course and the community?
I need to come back next year to try to make the first. But yeah, last year, even it was raining, so there were crowd, but today was totally different. And I don't know, it gives me like more energy when I try to smile, and also the crowd cheers me. So I think that this gave me like an extra boost of energy. So.
Well, congratulations. I like that plan to come back here next year for that first place. And now hopefully you can celebrate and watch Spain in the World Cup, maybe. Congratulations. Vamos, congratulations.
Put your hands together on the finish line as we welcome 2 more athletes.
Here we have our Ironman Lake Placid champion, Paula Finley. Paula, I know before the race, we talked about this being your first Ironman. You said you might like it. What do you think? Is the verdict in yet?
I liked a lot of it. That last 10K was so hard, and I knew it was going to be hard, but man, it was just like one foot in front of the other, death march. And I'm really proud to finish, regardless of the result. It's amazing to win, but that was so hard.
And you talk about that run. I believe it was the longest run you've ever done in your life, and you're also leading your first Ironman. What is going through your head as you are running even the earlier miles, but especially, like you said, that last 10K?
Yeah, I did a lot of work with my brain, get 1K done, get another K done. The first half felt really good and my cadence was up. I felt relaxed. I felt like I was running well. But it fell apart a little bit in the last 10K, which I expected it would. So I was really just focusing on get to the next aid station, get to the next person in front of you, thinking about little cues like that. So that helped me get to the end, but I honestly didn't know I was going to win until I literally crossed the line because I thought I could start walking at any moment. So
you've crossed a lot of finish lines. You've held up a lot of finish line tapes. You've won a lot of races, but this is your first Ironman and your first time being an Ironman champion, and you did it in a Pro Series race. Did this finish line feel any different?
It did. It always feels really special to win races, but to do it in a race this long. When I woke up this morning, I couldn't even fathom getting to the end. So to get to the end pretty fast with the win is just kind of mind-blowing, still sinking in a bit. And I absolutely love this course. I think it was perfect for me to do for my first one, and the crowd was amazing. Everyone else racing, cheering for me was amazing, and it was really fun racing with Marta on the bike. Really strong women in the field, and I'm pretty happy.
Well, congratulations. I hope this continues to sink in over the coming days. Your first Ironman, definitely not your last. We will worry about that another day, but for now, celebrate and congratulations on your Ironman victory. Now,
rings the bell and takes the tape, Paula Finlay, and a 10-kilometre death march at the end. And I think that she'll realise if she does more that it's the same every time, I believe, no matter whether you're coming first or 4,000th. It doesn't really matter, and that's part of the experience, I suppose. But to ring the bell and then win this one, in the days to come, I think she'll reflect on this and really take a lot of confidence and a lot of just enjoyment over what she's achieved today.
Oh, I really do hope she does. Obviously, Kona looms, and to regroup and focus on that. There's going to be a lot of things now that she knows that she didn't know before in terms of how she's going to prepare. But if you rush into your preparation for Kona and don't enjoy this moment, I think it's a tragedy. You only get one first Ironman, and for it to be a victory on this legendary course and historic course at this historic venue, I think that would be a shame. So I know that she will, with her team, celebrate this and take stock. She's had the highest of highs in the sport. She's also been through the lowest of lows. And so to see her on an upswing and a new trajectory as we head into the men's and women's world championships coming up, it'll be interesting to see if she takes on Nice and Kona. If she elects to focus on Kona, a lot of decisions to be made for all of these athletes as we have one race left in the qualifying series in Sweden. A lot of these athletes now, eyes on the World Championship season. We are at the business end.
It's almost like scaling a mountain and then getting to the top of the mountain only to see another much bigger mountain.
Right
and
behind
that's
it.
what Paula Findlay has right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's planted the flag on top of the mountain and then looked up and saw the mountain that is Kona. Oh, great. I'm allowed to go to this place. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Can't wait.
I'm only
Give
at
herself
camp,
a week or two to recover first.
Yeah, I'm only at Camp 2. I still have to get to the summit.
Yeah. Yes. Congratulations on reaching base camp, Paula. That's outstanding. Yeah. But I'm sure once the dust has settled a little bit more and the bones and muscles aren't as weary, suddenly the excitement for the Kona build will begin in a new chapter in what has already been a 2-decade story of the triathlon career of Paula Findlay, which has had many, many ups and downs, but it's never been boring. And this is just another chapter in that book. And we're going to see the podium right now, or very soon, of these three women, all of whom have done so much to achieve it across the course of the day.
Welcome to your finish line, Scott.
And we are here for the podium presentation at this Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. We have the president of the Ironman Foundation, Shane Facteau, and the executive director and vice president of the foundation, Audra Tassone-Indek, to help with our medal and flower ceremony. In third place from the United States, Rachel Zelinskis. Today was an incredible day for Rachel as she swam 53:19. She biked 4:56:52 and ran a 3:07:51 for a total time of 9:04:13. An absolutely incredible performance. Shane putting on that medal. Audra presenting her with that beautiful red, white, and blue bouquet of flowers. In second place, from Spain, Marta Sanchez. Always with a big, beautiful smile. Swimming a 53:28 today, biking a 4:52:26, and running 2:59:33. For a total time of 8:51:30. A medal and flowers for a second place. And then we made a little bit of history today. In the top spot, the newest Ironman champion here in Lake Placid, Paula Findlay of Canada. She's a 70.3 specialist and took the jump to become an Ironman champion at her first race at this distance. She swam a 55:43, biked a new Lake Placid course record of 4:50:26, ran a 2:55:49 for a winning time of an 8:47:43. A medal and flowers, your women's champions at this Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid 2026. Ladies, put those hands up. And now for the real celebration. It would never be complete without a little bit of Athletic Brewing Company. Let's shake those cans up. You only get to do it once. pop the tops, and celebrate Paula Finley from Canada, Marta Sanchez from Spain, and Rachel Zelinskis from the United States. Your top 3 women here at this 2026 Ironman Lake Placid.
Didn't even have the energy to pop the top off the Athletic Brewing can, Paula Finlay. So does pretend drink instead, doesn't matter. And because she finished now probably about half an hour ago, she's very, very sore and tender getting off that top step. But if you're going to hurt your muscles getting onto any step, the top step's the place to be. And here is the full 5,000. Won't really matter that much to Paula Finlay. She's not really racing for that, but she is racing for a first win and a Kona slot, and she gets it. Marta Sanchez as well picks up a healthy haul of points and another podium from Rachel Zelinskis. And I tell you, if there was another kilometre in it, it'd be Tamara Jewett on that third step, Dee Dee.
Absolutely. Lisa Perger put up a big fight. She lands in 5th place. Grace Tech, steady and strong all day in 6th. Rhiannon Hughes, her first race in the U.S., rounds out, comes in 7th. And Lara Hernandez-Tomé, our swim leader, finishes in 8th place. Both Rhiannon and Lara Hernandez-Tomé picking up Kona qualifying slots as well.
Yeah, and they're the only athletes that have come across, but I think Samantha Skold will pick up our last Kona qualifying slot. Grace Tech goes to the top with 2 and 3 of the races, but she's picked up nearly 13,000 points. Marta Sanchez is in an even better position, having only done 2 and 2 races from second. Sovo Lofseth and Tamara Jewett is there as well. Lisa Perderer in this race as well. So there you go. It's really starting to take shape, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the most exciting part of the season yet to come with World Championship season just round the bend, and all the points on offer both in Nice and in Kona.
Well, on behalf of Dee Dee Griesbauer, Dee Dee, thank you so much for joining us. For Hayley Tura as well, and from myself, thank you so much for watching the 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. You can catch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts. Globally, you can watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global media partners, really. We will see you next weekend. It continues 25th of July, that's Sunday, for the 12th stop out of 17 for the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. It is Ironman 70.3 Boise, so stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race build-up. Until then, on behalf of myself, Hayley and Dee Dee and the entire Ironman team, thank you for joining us for today's coverage of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. We will see you in Idaho.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
An Ironman, 100.